Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater, presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Stanton Forbes lamented tropical intrigue. But I wouldn't want to die there. Starring Nehemiah Persoff. Peters. And Marge Redmond. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. Have you ever wondered about the person tucked away in a corner of a toy factory, cutting jigsaw puzzles, taking a finished picture and cutting it up so someone can spend hours, weeks, piecing it back together, feeding the wood or pasteboard into the blade at any desired angle? I wondered about such a person. So too must Sylvia Bennett. The picture she thought she was making is suddenly many new pieces. More red in another corner. The blood of the island newspaper editor. She's no longer sure that the face she thought would be at the center will be there. And as she sits in her New York apartment, reading the letter, the instruction sheet, Sylvia Bennett has reason to believe this puzzle may have more pieces than she first expected. But I wouldn't want to die there. Continues after this word.
That was some meeting. I remember. I made it back from Phillipsburg just in time. We were all crammed in. Everybody seemed to be at the
schoolhouse that afternoon. Everyone from our place, staff and guests, all the townspeople, visiting Americans, tourists, part-time residents, and Mr. Boland of the press. Even a few curious spectators from Marigot were there. All these people, and yet I could sense the void. Gerard belonged there. Captain Dubois, Inspector Leclerc, and Dr. Fortier sat at the main desk at the head of the class. Leclerc opened the proceedings.
You are all aware of the recent death of Gerard Bonaventure.
Gerard.
We regret his passing and that of Madame Annabelle Lee. We are doing all we can to locate the person responsible for their untimely departure. Our belief is we are looking for one person, perhaps present in this room.
They began with me, which made sense. The whole terrible mess started where I began, with my evening walk along the beach. I don't know why I was nervous, but my legs were trembling as I gave my account. Wong and the men from the Riva substantiated my story. After that, The clerk called on Robert Tolliver, and things began to get lively.
Mr. Tolliver, would you inform us of your whereabouts the day of your wife's demise?
San Juan most of the day on business. Flew back here for about an hour that afternoon, picked up a check from my wife and flew back.
This business you speak of, the acquisition of Benvenue, was it satisfactorily completed?
Not entirely. It's a very complicated procedure.
Is it not strange that you did not take this check when you first left?
Tanqueray pulled a fast one. He wanted to bind her right then and there, a large amount of money. I was afraid he'd call the deal off if I didn't come up with it, so I flew back to get it.
And your wife was alive and well?
I told you she wrote the check. When it comes back with my statement, I'll hand it to you.
We have ascertained from Monsieur Tanqueray that there was such a check. Don't think we doubt that, Monsieur Tolliver.
Look, I can account for every second I was back here. I know what you're trying to pull, and I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Tolliver got red in the face from all his shouting and had to be yanked down into his chair by his friend Bates. The clerk continued with Maria Lisa. She spoke very quietly, giving short answers. Annabel Lee was not a cold person, she said, a kind woman who kept to herself. She had no close friends in Grand Case and never entertained, though visitors dropped by from time to time. Tolliver was smoldering. Did you see him, Sylvia? I could tell it wouldn't be long before he blew. Max was just the one to set him off.
Mr. Terry, you were in San Juan that day, too. That's right. Your pension there has so agreed. Customs have verified both you and Mr. Tolliver as having boarded the same early flight, though not together. As a neighbor, tell me, how did you feel about Madame Lee?
Well, I felt sorry for her. She seemed such a lonely person. A big star, probably most people were afraid to talk to her.
Lonely, you say? And yet she had a husband.
Well, it's common knowledge they didn't get along.
That's a lie.
There was a terrible bruise on her face one time, and she told me that he gave it to her.
You're lying.
That's what she said.
She ran into a door.
Yeah, the door at the end of your arm.
Mr. Tolliver, please be seated.
This is a farce. Look, we argued. Who's married that doesn't? She wasn't the easiest woman in the world to get along with, but I never hit her, never. I was on my way back to San Juan when it happened, and I could prove it.
Alphonse Tabor, we have been told you spoke to Madame Lee at times. What can you tell us about her?
Oh, she was nice to me, sir. She promised me a week for Carnival. My Uncle Martin did not like me to go there, or Oliver either. He said she was a trouble lady.
Hey, what about Uncle Martin? You said you thought she might have been in his boat.
We have no evidence that she was. In addition, Martin Menard was in the hospital when Gerard Bonaventure was killed.
All right, then, the other one. What's his name? That space cadet. Just the sort of mentality.
Guy Bousquet was at the gendarmerie at the time of Gerard's death. Furthermore, after interrogation, we do not believe him capable of taking the lady out in a boat and ridding himself of the body without discovery. His mind is that of a child, and he is too public a figure in Grand Case.
But he spied on Annabelle.
This he has admitted. He said he had never seen a lady without clothes. And so he was curious.
And he liked what he saw.
Look at Tolliver.
I love it.
I know.
I'm telling you, he did it. Order! Quiet down, please. Order! Now, we go to the matter of the second murder. Dr. Fortier says Gerard Bonaventure was struck violently on the head before the noon hour yesterday. According to his secretary, Gerard left his office at 11 o'clock. On his way out, he left an advertisement for copying. That advertisement was for you, Monsieur Terry. We judge, therefore, that you talked to Gerard Bonaventure perhaps yesterday morning.
Yes, I did.
At what time was this?
Oh, around 10:30.
Around?
10:30. I told him what we wanted the ad to say. He read it back to me and said, thanks. I was rushing off to the market.
And that is where you went after the telephone conversation?
Yes.
Returning when?
Oh, I guess close to 1 o'clock. The lunch crowd was coming in. We were very busy.
Monsieur Cadwallader must have had his hands full serving such a crowd.
No, Eloise and Therese were there alone. I'd gone looking for Michel Bousquet to tell him you'd taken Guy to Marigot. I went to his farm first, but he wasn't there. Then I ran into Leandre Long, who told me I might find Michel in Pointe Blanche.
Did you find him?
Yes, in the bar under the pier.
At what time?
12:30 maybe. It took me a while to find him.
Michel Bousquet arrived at the gendarmerie at 1:15. Allowing him a half hour to reach Marigot from Pointe Blanche, it would seem you saw Monsieur Bousquet after 12:30, Monsieur Cadwallader.
That's possible.
Why are you concentrating on us? What is this, a play? What are you trying to do?
Monsieur Terry, this is a public inquest. We are attempting to identify a pattern. We are not accusing anyone. Now, please sit down. Thank you. According to testimony, as you have heard it, Madame Lee left her house sometime in the afternoon, after her guests and maid had gone into Phillipsburg. After, her husband says, 4 o'clock. Where did she go?
She told Gerard this. I heard her.
Mademoiselle, you will tell us what she saw.
Therese told me Madame Lee was walking on the beach toward Molly Smith Point. She was wearing a white bathing suit.
What hour was this?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. She was certain.
It had to be 3 o'clock. We go home at 3:30.
She's lying. I don't know why, but she's lying.
Wasn't Therese just a little curious to see where Madame Lee was going at 3 o'clock? Didn't she see her meet someone out by the point? Someone with a boat?
No. She told me Madame Lee was walking by herself.
If she left at 3, she was back by 4.
Interesting, is it not? Why she was doing all that coming and going. Especially when she didn't anticipate your return, Monsieur Tolliver. Or did she expect you?
Yes, she expected it. I called from the San Juan airport.
And she must have been very weary from running home from the point. She must have run very fast because no one saw her come back, did they? Anyone?
All right. When I got to the house, she wasn't there. She knew I was coming, but she wasn't around.
You never saw her that afternoon?
No.
How did you get the check then?
It was there on the desk under a paperweight. No note, nothing, just the check. All signed and ready. So I grabbed it, said to hell with her, and left. And that's the God's truth.
Why then did you lie to us? Why say Madame Lee was there when she was not? Please do. Monsieur Tolliver, we are waiting for your answer.
I have a reason. I had a reason, a good one. The legal matter of the check. If she died before I got it, well, we're not sure it's good.
Surely, Mr. Tolliver, if it were not, your own funds would be more than sufficient to cover the amount.
Of course, but my money's not so easy to get at. It's tied up. It's all very complicated.
I should say so.
I know what you're thinking. I know how it looks, my being there, like she wouldn't give me the money, so I bopped her with the paperweight or something. But damn it, that's not what happened. I didn't kill her. I didn't lay eyes on her. I can prove I didn't, and you can't prove I did.
Please, Mr. Tolliver, repeat to us your whereabouts on the morning of the second murder.
You can't pin that on me. No way. Bates and I were at the airport arranging for shipment of my wife's body. I've got a dozen witnesses.
Yes, so you have told us.
That's the truth.
Yes, we know. Nevertheless, it will be interesting to see your wife's check when it is returned. It is always so intriguing to examine the signature, the autograph, as it were, of a famous person.
I don't like your attitude.
Thank you all for coming. We will let you know when we have anything further. This meeting is now adjourned.
I'm afraid I should be leaving. I have things to attend to back home.
Leave when? You don't mean right away.
Yes, right away. Tomorrow.
Sylvia, you just got here. What's so important?
Things? My apartment. You know, it's not a good idea to leave an apartment empty in New York for too long. If you do, it'll really be empty when you get back.
Stay until Saturday. Tomorrow night's the big barbecue.
I think I'd better go.
Don't make up your mind yet. Please, Sylvia.
I don't get it. Why don't they arrest Oliver? Has he made some kind of deal with the government or what?
They're waiting for something. Don't underestimate them, Max. In the meantime, he can't duck out.
Do you think he killed him?
Hell yes. Who else could it be?
Dad, what do you think?
I'm out of it. I'm not my brother's keeper.
Oh, come on. Take a plunge, Cat. You won't drown. Why don't you ever get your feet wet, Cat?
Perhaps because he's no fool.
Hey, nice, Mr. Cat. The people in this village treat him like a minor deity. If he lift a finger, they come running to him and tell him everything they know or suspect. But will he lift that finger? No, not noble old Cat. Too damn scared he might have to make a positive move against his fellow man.
You're coming on a bit strong, Max. But you may be right, partly.
What would you do if you knew who the murderer was?
I'll tell you what he'd do. He'd turn his back. That's what. It's a poor damn fool. And he'd go on pretending he didn't know and then try to rehabilitate the killer all by himself. A heart as big as his body. That's what Mr. Cadwallader's got. It makes me sick.
I think I'll go lie down.
No, stay. Max will go instead, won't you, Max? You've been drinking too much, haven't you, Max? And you say things you shouldn't when you're drinking, don't you?
The lady is quite correct. I was just leaving. I bid you both good night.
I'm sorry, Sylvia, for the way Max acted. It's this whole bloody business.
Why do you take that from him?
He's my best friend, my oldest friend. No, I'll amend that. He's my only friend.
Et tu, Brute?
No, you don't understand, and I could never tell you.
Tell me what, Cat?
Well, I owe Max a great deal. Just take my word for it.
Cat. You left out the 5th night. But I remember. We never even ate dinner. I guess we were pretty looped. It must have been late. The place was deserted.
To memories.
To old times.
What's the first thing you remember? When you were a child, I mean.
Oh, God, those are old times.
The very first.
Well, I must have been about 3 years old.
That young. You must have been a very bright little girl.
I remember it was Christmas. And I found a kitten in my stocking. Its head was peeping out of the top. I cried. I was so happy.
My first memory is seeing. Yes, my parents bought me glasses and I put them on. And I climbed on a chair to look in the mirror. I didn't know whether to laugh because I could see myself so clearly, or cry because I looked so ugly. I laughed. They did too. What happened to the kitten?
Still makes me sad. It got out in the driveway, and my father ran over it in his car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So am I. Poor kitty. Never had the chance to grow up.
Those are most unusual bracelets you wear. I noticed them the first day we met, remember?
On the beach.
I don't think I've seen you without them. They're really exquisite. Let me see them.
No, Cat, please. Don't. Now you know. They're cover-ups.
You know, my eyes are so bad I couldn't see them. I felt the scars. Why did you do it?
I was tired. Tired of no one caring.
Your husband.
I suppose so.
Oh. Will it do any good to ask you not to try again? Huh? Well, remember, I asked.
We walked up the stairs together. I felt so sorry, so ashamed. I knew what would happen the next day, and I knew I wouldn't be there. When I asked you into my room, Cad, you reacted so strangely. Were you shocked? Or pleased? I couldn't tell. I knew what I was doing, and yet 25 years. It was Joseph Johns I opened my bed to, not you, Cad. We didn't say anything more that night, but I know what you wanted to say. And I know what... Oh, God. Pull yourself together, Sylvia. No more jaded tears. You can only die once. All right, Cad. Throw the switch. Squeeze the trigger. I have no last request. Tell me in your own words how I betrayed you. Just how was it for you when I left? It was the 6th day after
I stumbled over the inert figure on the beach by Molly Smith Point. A day accentuated by a profound sense of loss. You, Sylvia, for reasons I would soon discover, left without as much as saying goodbye. If If you had, your words fell upon deaf ears. When I woke, you were gone. We on the island lowered Gerard into the ground that afternoon. I was in no mood for a party, but as host, I had my obligations. About the time the sun departed, our guests began arriving. For an hour or so, everything ran smoothly. Our farms mixed. I served, Max and the girls brought out food, and everyone had a grand time. When people turned their attention to eating, I decided to take a walk. Just to think about things, be alone.
Hey, whatever your name is, hold up! Man, did you ever have me fooled?
What are you talking about?
Read and weep.
Read what? I can't see out
The
here.
new issue of Day. Just look at the cover. He look familiar?
Is that me?
I'll read it for you. It says, found Joseph Johns next door to murder. Looks like your lady friend fooled everyone. Who would have guessed? A dame. Hey, I got a cab waiting and a plane to catch. Thanks a lot for putting me up. Hey, look, I don't know if you did it, but I wish you all the luck in the world, Johns. You're gonna need it.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense. But I wouldn't want to die there. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the 0 Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of the 0 Hour. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Stanton Forbes, But I Wouldn't Want to Die There, was adapted for radio by Kim Weisskopf. Nehemiah Pertzoff is Cat. Brock Peters is Leclerc. And Marge Redmond is Sylvia. Featured in the cast are Olin Soleil, Alan Reed, Chester Heston, Mady Norman, and William Woodson. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. And Kim Weisskopf, story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow and once again
Rest your eyes and listen here
to the 0 Hour.
Ken Thurston, The Man Called X.
Space and time can play funny tricks with a man. For instance, 6 weeks ago, an American flying boat was en route from Singapore to Manila. Over the South China Sea, 1,000 miles from nowhere, someone entered the pilot's compartment.
Hey, what's the big idea? Want to know nobody comes in here without a Oh, wait a minute. No! No! Oh!
That plane was never heard from again. But 6 weeks later, on 1,500 miles away, on a dirty side street in Saigon, in French Indochina, two men stood looking at the body of a third.
Mon Dieu, it is Professor Gibbons. But this is incredible.
I do not understand, Inspector Abbé.
Jean, this man you see lying there died 6 weeks ago.
But this is not possible, Monsieur l'Inspecteur. His body is still warm.
Nevertheless, Jean, it must be so. I know him. He is American. And he was on board the plane that disappeared at sea 6 weeks ago.
Then, 12 hours later, halfway across the world in Budapest, I got a phone call from New York City. Hello.
Ken, there's a plane waiting for you at the airport. It'll fly you to Tehran. From there, a charter job will go non-stop to Karachi, India. Your papers are cleared to there. The rest of the arrangements you'll have to make yourself.
Nice work, Chief. But now, stop making like a travel bureau and tell me what's up.
I don't know. That's what I want you to find out.
Yeah, where?
In Saigon. Ken, you remember a flight from Singapore to Manila?
That missing plane, sure. What about it?
Well, that plane was carrying some of the finest scientists our country ever had. All of them experts on the Pacific. They were just completing a round-trip survey of our mandated islands. A darned important survey.
I know. It's about time some 2 million natives out there got a crack at real civilization, freedom, and education. Yeah, but, Chief, why call me about it here in Budapest?
Well, I just got a cablegram from Police Inspector Abbey in Saigon.
Abbey?
Yeah, Professor Gibbons, one of the anthropologists aboard that plane, turned up there a few hours ago. Dead. A knife in his back. Murdered. Think you can make sense out of that?
I'll let you know, Chief. From somewhere in French Indochina.
Pardon, Mr. Thurston. I'm Inspector Beaumont of the French police. Welcome to Saigon.
Thanks. Only, I didn't know I was expected.
Mais oui, monsieur. We have been notified. Our facilities are at your disposal, including one automobile. This way, please. Chief Inspector Abbey has been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation.
Abbey, now, he's the one who identified Professor Gibbons, isn't he?
Oui, monsieur. The inspector had met Monsieur Professor before the war, when he was conducting anthropological expeditions in Cochin, China. So he has more than an official interest in his affairs. Oh, here is my automobile, monsieur. If you will be pleased to enter.
Oh, thanks very much.
I assure you the pleasure is entirely mine. Mr. X.
I see you're coming round, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, thanks for telling me. What goes?
You're in the back room of Le Cher Noir, a native cafe here in Saigon. I'm Arlene Nelson. I've just got the ropes around your wrists and ankles. We'll go into the cafe as soon as you're ready.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
That's the way I like things to be.
Wilmot liked them that way, too. You grow your police inspectors pretty rugged out here.
That was a gag, Mr. Thurston.
Yes.
He's not with the police. He owns this place. Lucky for you, I saw his boys carry you in here.
Well, what's his interest in me? And yours?
The mutual interest of the three of us. The throne of Tainin.
Huh?
I think we can beat him to it if we work together, Mr. Thurston.
Tainin. 2 questions, Miss Eileen.
Shoot.
What makes you think I'm interested in this throne? And if I am, why should I string along with you?
2 heads are better than one, Ken. Besides, you're smarter than Professor Gibbons was. Smart enough to know what to choose when it's between $2 million and death. This table will do, Ken. The native I want you to meet can see us clearly from here.
What makes you think he's going to tell you information about this throne of Tainin?
In the game we're playing, Ken, nothing talks but dollar.
2 million of them?
That figure makes sense.
I'm not sure you do, though.
When this little business deal is over, I'll try to change your mind. I think you'll find that worth waiting for, don't you?
Well, maybe I've taken worse gambles.
Eileen!
Oh.
Darling, here you are. Stardust Saigon looking for you.
Oh, hello, Stuart. This is Ken Thurston. Ken, this is Stuart Harding,
How are you?
an oil company geologist out here.
Thurston, how are you, old man? What an introduction. An oil company geologist. You know, I think my burning passion for you is much more noteworthy, my dear. Oh, no. Oh, that atrocious music. But I'd rather dance to it than try to talk through it. You game, Eileen?
I think Ken should have something to say about that.
Oh, you won't mind, will you, Thurston? There's a native soothsayer making the rounds of the table. Have him forecast your future. Might be interesting. Come along, Eileen.
All right, Stuart. I'll get rid of him. Be right back, Ken.
May the blessings of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva be upon thee, O noble Saeed. Did you signal to me?
Come off it, Pagan.
Pagan? What kind of a peculiar name is this?
It's even more peculiar when you enter with Zellschmidt.
Mr. Thurston, I would like you to know that the name of Zellschmidt goes back to the dawn of history. If it's such a funny name, how come Mark Anthony Zellschmidt could make time with that cute little cookie Cleopatra? And how did you know it was me?
Pagan, there's not a turban or a fake beard in the world that can hide the dollar signs in your eyes.
Huh?
What are you doing in Saigon?
Well, it's a long, sad story. And the saddest part being this is a lousy racket. Fortune-telling. Wait, there's no future in it.
Then give me a reading about the present. Pagan, what do you know about the murder of Professor Gibbons?
I didn't do it. I got friends who'll give me an alibi.
Can those underworld friends of yours give you information about the throne of Neen?
Huh?
Or its connection with Professor Gibbons and a missing plane over the South China Sea?
Mr. Thurston, I haven't heard from nothing but drones, missing planes, or murders.
Okay. But something connects the three, and Pagan, take a look at that table to the left.
The table to the... Mr. Thurston, I don't think that native over there likes us. Look how he's glaring.
Friend of yours?
Don't be funny, he's a dacoit. And you know what a dacoit is?
Yes. That's coach in China for torpedo.
And torpedoes kill people, and I don't like the way he's looking at us. Mr. Thurston, someone turn out the light. Curse of Shiva, we're finding.
Look out, Pagan.
Death for the unbeliever! Mr. Thurston, what happened? Why doesn't somebody turn on the light? Why doesn't somebody turn on the light?
If you'd only open your eyes, Pagan, you'd see that somebody has.
If I'd opened my... Oh, you're right. The lights are back on. What was the big idea of setting the table over me?
Take a look at my chair.
That knife right through the back of it. The dacoit did it.
Could be. And it could have been someone else.
It could have been Ken, but it wasn't.
You sound pretty sure, Eileen.
I am. I saw that dacoit before the lights went out. He was the man who was going to tell us the information.
Apparently changed his mind.
Yes, and so have I. Our partnership is dissolved, Ken.
Oh? Why the sudden change of heart?
If the dacoit wanted to play that rough, he must have known you were working for the other side. So from here on in, it's no holds barred, Mr. X.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, this is positively, without exaggeration, the finest hotel room in all Saigon. You don't know how lucky you are. I found it for you.
For $20, I didn't need that kind of luck.
That attitude shows you just don't understand the foreign exchange. Figuring the rates of international interest and...
Yes, save your breath, Pagan. The hotel clerk told me you only gave him $5 for the room.
He did, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, of course. You wouldn't take the word of that thieving, no-good racketeering hotel clerk against mine, would you?
Sure.
Oh.
You can stop right there, Thurston.
Well, our impassioned oil geologist. Oh, Hardy.
That's right, Thurston. Glad you remember me.
I never forget a face behind a gun.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. Stay away from Eileen.
What's the matter, jealous?
Well, not of you, Thurston. The throne of Tainin. You understand?
No.
Well, then I'll make it clear. For centuries, men have killed for the jewels in that throne. I'm not going to let you lead Eileen to her death, too.
She's harder to try to be led around, Hardy. Or hadn't you noticed?
I know. She inherited more than Thor's thunder from her father.
Thor's thunder?
Yes, the schooner she has down at the docks. The one he used when he was a freebooting pirate. I'm not going to let her wind up the way he did.
Why not talk it over with her instead of... All right, let me have that gun.
Let go of my arm, Thurston. Let go.
Sure. As soon as you drop it.
Oh. All right.
Get it, Tigger.
As good as got.
Okay, Hardy. Now let's get some things straight. I don't like guns being waved in my face.
I guess I had acted like a fool, Thurston. I'm sorry. How can I apologize?
By answering some questions, fast. What's the throne of Tenin? And what do you know about Professor Gibbons' connection with it?
I thought you knew. The throne is a fabulous legend in Cochin, China. It had been lost for centuries, and Professor Gibbons claimed to have found it just before the war broke out.
Go on.
Well, as thrones go, it was a comparatively small affair, easy for him to hide away when he left Saigon to support the Japanese invaders.
I see.
So now it's just sitting somewhere waiting for someone to find it. And the $2 million worth of jewels encrusted on it.
Eileen thinks she can find it?
Yes, but she doesn't stand a chance. Not with Beaumont, the dacoit who almost knifed you, and the other murderers and cutthroats who are trying to find it too.
You're not helping her by shoving guns into people's faces, Hardy.
I know. I must have been out of my mind. But Thurston, I'd do anything in this world to keep her out of trouble over that throne.
Then relax and let me take over. I'll do my best to keep everyone out of trouble, including me.
Mr. Thurston, this is ridiculous. Looking for Eileen Nelson's boat at this hour of night?
Is it?
Of course. Anybody could tell you that looking at that pretty petunia that she's innocent like a baby. She has nothing to do with nothing.
Any better suggestions?
Sure. Beaumont. He's the man you want. Such a no good. You know, he wouldn't even pay me a salary when I was working at his cafe.
Well, that doesn't prove he's guilty of anything, just sensible. Here's the boat. Let's go aboard.
Sneaking aboard a ship this way. What if somebody sees her?
Don't worry, Pagon. No lights showing. Probably no one aboard.
And then what do you expect to find here anyway?
Clues?
To what? That gorgeous throne?
To the missing American scientist. Let's try the main cabin. That should be it. Go in.
What did I tell you? There's nothing in here.
Well, how can you tell without any light?
My natural trust in that Eileen Nelson.
I'd rather trust this flashlight. There.
You see? Just like I said, there's... Mr. X.
Well.
It's the throne. That's the throne of Tenin.
Yeah, all $2 million worth. Sitting right in the middle of the cabin aboard Eileen's schooner. Now, where's your natural trust in her?
I won't believe it. Beaumont fooled her. He fooled her into telling him use this place to hide the throne.
Won't watch, Pagon. If anyone's been fooled, it's Beaumont. Look on the floor behind the throne.
On the floor behind?
Yeah. With a knife in his heart.
This is an unfortunate affair, Monsieur Thurston. Very unfortunate indeed.
Especially for Beaumont, Inspector Harvey.
If you had only come directly to me upon your arrival in Saigon...
Well, that was the general idea. Only Beaumont and Eileen Nelson put a crimp into it.
Yes, so you have told me. But I fail to see the connection between them and the throne of Tenin with your original mission here.
I don't see it either, but maybe I can guess.
Guesswork is not considered good police practice, monsieur.
Then let's look at facts. Professor Gibbons was the only man who knew the location of the throne. He was also a member of the missing scientific mission.
And what does that prove, monsieur?
Nothing except that $2 million is worth a lot of risk to some people.
I'm afraid I do not follow you, monsieur. The path of your logic is very faint indeed.
No path too faint to follow if those men are still alive at the end of it, Inspector. If you don't believe me, check with a couple of million natives in the Pacific, whose future welfare might be set back a generation if those scientific findings are lost. Okay, Inspector, there's the schooner. Let's go aboard and look at some other facts.
Very well.
Maybe they'll help you change your mind.
Or perhaps, monsieur, though I'm inclined to doubt it. Well, I thought you said the ship was deserted. A light is shining up the companionway.
I left Pagan on guard. His bravery in the presence of dead bodies goes only so far. And it's non-existent in the dark.
So, the throne is in the main cabin?
Yeah, right in here. You can face some facts for yourself.
Huh. What is this, Thurston? Your idea of a joke?
My sense of humor's better than that, Inspector.
But this room...
Yeah. No Pagon, no Beaumont, no throne.
You have there our entire file on the case of Professor Gibbons, Monsieur Thurston. We investigated everything, even the earth found on his shoes and clothing.
Is this your laboratory's analysis of that earth?
Oui, monsieur, but...
Mostly silica, high Alkaline rating, 85 pH.
Yes, but we got nowhere. So far as we could tell, Professor Gibbons disappeared aboard that plane and reappeared in Segon out of thin air just a moment before he died.
All of which brings us right back where we started from.
Ah, and that is?
The key to the missing expedition. That lies in the missing throne.
Ah, Monsieur Thurston, you still pursue a will o' the wisp. Guesses, theories mean nothing without facts to back them up. Pardon. Inspector Rabet qui parle?
Dear pardon, Monsieur l'Inspecteur, but we have just picked up a crazy man out of the river.
So, where is he?
Right here in the other office. He keeps raving, muttering something about an Uncle Ahmed, a very peculiar case, monsieur. What shall we do with him?
Let me handle that one, Inspector. An old maniac friend of mine.
Oh, but of course, if you wish.
See you later, Inspector.
Good night, monsieur.
All right, Pagon, come along. We've got work to do.
And that's what happened, Mr. X. It was stuffy in that cabin. I went up on the deck for a breath of fresh air.
And somebody did what I've often been tempted to do.
Huh?
Conked you over the head.
Mr. Thurston. Well, anyways, the next thing I knew, I'm making like a fish in a river. I never want to see boats in water again.
That'll make it kind of tough for you. You're going back to the docks right now.
Huh?
I want you to hire a speedboat, Pagon, with a cruising range of at least 60 miles.
What are we going to do?
I'll let you know as soon as I see a geologist. And find out what silicon 85 pH 10.5 really means.
There's no doubt about it, sir. From the analysis you've given me, that soil can come from only one place in Indochina, the island of Kwailung.
Kwailung? Where's that, Hardy?
It's a volcanic uproar some 20 miles down the coast. Geologically speaking, it's a beautiful specimen, but unfortunately, it can't be examined.
Why not?
Well, it seems the Japs left it booby-trapped with countless landmines. Several tourists were killed there last year, and the authorities have barred it to the public.
Oh?
I hope I've helped you, Thurston. Sort of makes up for the way I behaved earlier. But may I ask what your interest is in this soil?
Professor Gibbons died in Saigon, Harding, but the dust on his shoes came from the island of Kwailung.
Some steamboat, eh, Mr. Thurston?
She handles like a charm, Pagon. Where'd you get it?
What does it matter? And Zelschmidt always knows where to get luxury items.
With other people's money, eh?
Which is besides the point. I got you the boat. We're going out to that one Long Island.
Kwailung.
Whatever it is, and we're both happy. Except me.
Oh?
You don't tell me things. Why did you have to see this Harding to get the dope on the island? The police geometrist told you the same thing, given it while I was with you.
Just double-checking.
On report?
No, on Hardy.
What a suspicious character. I bet you suspect everybody. Even me.
Especially you.
Thank you.
This is the speedboat to Eileen Nelson's yacht, isn't it?
Speedboat to... well, of all the ridiculous... I never heard... How did you know?
So she's standing right behind you.
Don't be silly. How could she? I left her in the docks after that. Miss Nelson, you triple-crossed me, and please put down that gun.
Let that be a lesson to you, Pagon. Never trust a woman.
Never trust the Zelschmidt, Eileen. Well, now what?
Now that I've learned where you're going, where the throne is, I'm taking over. Any arguments?
Oh, no. Just a word of advice. Watch out for this wheel. It pulls a little to port.
Oh, you fool! We're heeling way over.
Let's have that gun, Eileen.
A pretty smart trick, Ken.
Stop that thing or I'll have to take it away from you.
No. No, Ken. You don't have to take it away from me. I'll drop.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. X. I have the wheel. We're back on course again.
Good work, Pagon.
Are we back on course again?
Hmm? What's that supposed to mean?
You're still holding me. And you know I like it.
Quite a change of pace, Eileen.
It's not really, Ken. Remember last night at Le Chanois? Remember what I said about a certain moment being worth waiting for?
Well?
Maybe we won't have much longer to wait now.
Let's talk about that when this is all over.
No, don't waste precious time, Ken.
What?
There's a seaplane flying overhead, following the same course. And if it's flying where I think it is, you and I may never leave the island of Kwailung alive.
Mr. Thurston, I don't like this. How can we land at this place? People get killed here by bombs and things.
Not even know where to land, Pagon.
What kind of a talk is this? Who knows where to land?
That oil slick in the water is going to tell us.
Huh? I don't get it.
It seems to be falling out from that underbrush, Ken.
Yeah, and that's where we're heading.
Mr. X, you're driving the thing right into those bushes.
Ken, you were right. A harvest behind the overhanging brush.
Yep, complete with landing dock, seaplane, and all. That's where the oil slick was coming from.
What are you going to do now, Ken?
Look for the pilots of that plane.
Huh?
And the throne of Penin. And the missing expedition.
Ken, was it smart to leave Pegon alone on the dock?
No, it would have been smarter to leave you there, too.
Not for me, it wouldn't.
Don't trust me?
I trust no one where $2 million are concerned.
Huh? Hold it, Eileen.
What is it, Ken?
Look down that slope. The small clearing over there.
Ken, look at them.
Yeah. Ragged, bearded, in chains.
The men you were looking for?
Yeah. Brilliant men of science, trained down there like animals. Oh, thank God they're still alive.
Save your thanks, Thurston. They won't be for long.
Inspector Abbey.
Yeah, that's the executioner's gun in your hand, Abbey?
It is, Thurston. I've had it ready, waiting for you. But you disappoint me. You do not seem the least surprised at my being here.
Why should I be? Your own geologist knew that the soil on Gibbons' shoes came from here, but you made no attempt to investigate.
Ken!
Sure. He knew Gibbons had hidden the throne, and when he learned Gibbons was off on that scientific mission, he decided to go after him.
Quite right, Thurston. It was simple to board that plane at Singapore with my police credentials. Even more simple to dispose of the crew and fly the plane here to Kuala Lumpur.
Only Gibbons proved stubborn, didn't he, Abbey? He wouldn't tell you where the throne was hidden, and when he escaped from here and made his way to Saigon, you caught up with him and killed him. All right, Abbey.
Ken, no.
Stand back. Your time will come soon enough.
Yeah, like Beaumont's. What happened there, Eileen? Did Beaumont make a deal with you to get the throne aboard your schooner?
Yes, Ken, but I didn't trust him. I went looking for you. While I was away from the ship...
Yeah. Abbey had him killed. The throne was put aboard the seaplane, and Abbey flew it out here today to keep under cover until it was safe to dispose of her jewels.
You are a very clever man, Thurston. Unfortunately for your own welfare, you are too clever. So the time has arrived for that execution I mentioned. What the devil?
Sounds like somebody's latching onto your throne, Abbey.
No, it's not possible.
Let's argue later. Oh. Ah. A flyer shouldn't let plane engines distract him, Abbey. Look what happened to you.
This is no time to admire your handiwork, Ken. We've got to stop that plane.
Why, it's not going anywhere.
Not go... What do you mean?
Pegon can't fly.
Pegon?
Sure. I didn't know whether Abbey would show his hand while we were here or stay hidden. Either way, I figured that motor starting would bring results. It did.
So, Ken, as usual, Mr. X has successfully completed his mission. And now what are your plans?
Well, that depends on what turns up, Ivy.
And if it should be the author of a South Sea Island cruise that turns up aboard a good seagoing schooner named Thor Thunder?
No. I'm afraid not.
But why not? We're two of a kind, roaming the byways of the world for danger and adventure. We play the same kind of game, Ken.
Oh, no, Eileen. I was gambling for those scientists. You and Abby gambled for $2 million against the future welfare of 2 million people. No, Eileen. Things we stand for are on opposite sides of the fence. A constant battle between them. You said it yourself. With no holes barred. That's a man called X. Good night.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines presents Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salud. Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Mr. Gene Kelly in a suspense play that tells of fear and suspicion and dangerous adventure on the long highway from California to New York. And so with Death went along for the ride, and with the performance of Gene Kelly as a man named George Javery, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Front, boy, front. You take Mr. Brown to 314?
Yes, sir.
I want a room.
The name, sir.
George Javery, but I haven't got reservations.
Oh? Well, I think we can fix you up, Mr. Javery, if you'll sign, please.
Sure.
Excuse me, friend.
Yes?
I couldn't help hearing your name, Javery, huh?
Well, that's right.
In relation to Frank Javery of Cincinnati?
Well, not that I know of.
Oh. That's kind of a funny name. No offense, you understand, but I just thought, you know.
Sure, I know.
Been doing quite a lot of traveling, haven't you, Mr. Javery?
Huh?
I see all them stickers on your bags.
Oh, yes, I've been out of the country.
Room 610, $450 a day. Will that be all right, Mr. Javery?
Sure.
You, gonna stay in Reno very long?
Just overnight.
Going east?
Uh-huh.
You driving?
Yeah. Say, what do you want to know?
Thought I'd tip you off to a good place to eat, see? You like steaks?
When I can get them.
Better stop at Harry's place, then. Best steaks between here and Chicago. Here's the address. I wrote it down for another fellow this morning, but he left before I could give it to him.
Oh, well, thanks.
You, driving back east alone?
Yes. Say, what did you say your name was?
I didn't, but it's Brown. Steve Brown.
Well, look, Mr. Brown, if you want a free ride east, why don't you just...
Me? No. I'm heading up to Portland, see.
Oh, well, have a good trip, Mr. Brown.
Same to you, Mr. Javery.
Thanks.
Don't forget to stop at Harry's place, Mr. Javery. I think you'll find it a very interesting spot. Very interesting.
Mr. Javery.
What is it?
Did you notice a fellow with only one arm?
No, where?
I didn't think you did. He said he was a friend of yours, but don't have nothing to do with him, Mr. Javery. He's no friend of yours. He's no friend of anybody. Don't have nothing to do with him.
Oh, here's your drink, Mr. Javery.
Thanks.
Oh, did your friend find you, Mr. Javery?
What friend?
One-armed fella. He was looking for you. He said I should keep my eye out for you.
A one-armed man, Mr. Javery? Why, no, there's no guest at the hotel that answers that description.
I tell you, I seen him coming out of your room, Mr. Javery. I don't know how he got in there, but I seen him coming out.
You heard me. I'm checking out.
If there's anything wrong...
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. I'm just checking out, that's all.
But at 3 o'clock in the morning...
Look, I said I'm checking out. Now, please get my bags out to the car. Just put them in the back of the car.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, kid, for the last time, do you know?
I don't know nothing, Mr. Javery. Honest, I don't know nothing.
Okay, here.
Gee, look, here he comes now.
Hey, wait a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Javery.
You, going east, mister?
Oh, it's you, huh? Say, what's the big idea?
What big idea?
Now, listen to me, my one-armed friend.
I can't help having one arm, mister.
All right. But what's the idea of following me around? You've been following me ever since I got here.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, mister.
So am I. Now, what about it?
Well, you see, I'm kind of down on my luck, so I'm hitchhiking. I gotta get east, and I heard you were going east, so...
Oh.
You are going east, ain't you, mister?
Well, yes. Yes, I am.
Do you mind if I come along a piece?
Oh, all right, hop in. Say, there's one thing you haven't explained to me yet.
What's that?
What were you doing in my room? Hitchhiking?
I was never in your room.
The bellboy said he saw you come out.
I don't know what he said, but I was never in your room.
Oh. Well, it's kind of late to start driving, I guess.
I don't mind. I'm used to night work.
Oh. Say, I don't think I got your name.
Jones. One-armed Jones, they call me mostly.
You traveling far, Mr. Jones?
As far as St. Louis.
Uh-huh. Have you been in San Francisco lately?
No, I came by way of San Diego. Why do you ask, Mr. Javery?
Oh, nothing. I thought I might have seen it.
What's the matter?
How did you know my name?
Your name? That's an old hitchhiker's gag. Hang around a hotel lobby and find out who's who and maybe where he's heading, see?
Yeah.
Say, there doesn't seem to be much traffic tonight, does there?
No. Are you looking for something?
Oh, just reaching for a cigar.
Get your hand out of your pocket.
I was
Get it out, I said.
You don't have to pull a gun
No?
out.
All right, Mr. Jones. Come on, let's have it. What's your game?
Game?
Yeah, your game. Come on, spill it.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. I suppose you haven't been tailing me ever since I checked into that hotel.
Well, I explained about the hitchhike.
Get out.
Out of the car?
You heard me.
Okay. But, Mr. Javery...
What?
Don't be too surprised if you see me again sometime. Good night, Mr. Javery.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Mr. Gene Kelly, whom you have heard in the prologue to Death Went Along for the Ride by Henry Denker and Ralph Berkey. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
In this brief intermission in the play, let's imagine we're listening to a conversation taking place at the smart Coral Beach and Tennis Club in Bermuda. An American about to depart for the States thanks his Bermudian friend for the gracious hospitality shown him, and in particular for the especially enjoyable wine his friend served. He remarks how much he'd like to be able to get some of that same wine at home. The Bermudian chuckles as he says, "But my friend, that wine you enjoyed so much, it comes from the great wine districts of your own California. It is Roma wine." Yes, friends, many Americans are still not aware that Roma wines are so highly rated in many foreign lands that they are imported to be enjoyed as rare luxuries. But here in America, we can still enjoy these superb Roma wines as a daily pleasure, well within reach of the most modest purse, with no high import duty, no expensive shipping costs included. That's why Roma wines cost you so little. Have you been overlooking the enjoyment these richly satisfying Roma wines offer? As a delectable beverage at any time, as the addition that can make any meal an occasion, as a sure-to-be appreciated offering to your guests when you entertain. You get some idea of the great worth of these fine Roma wines when you learn Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage our star, Gene Kelly, as George Javery in Death Went Along for the Ride, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All right, put him up. Come on, get him up and step out in front of those headlights where I can see you. Come on before I let you...
Shoot, mister.
Well, what do you want?
Not to get shot right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kind of jumpy, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe. Were you going into this joint here?
Well, I was.
Well, come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
I think I earned it at that.
Well, howdy, folks. Good to see somebody out kind of late, eh?
Yeah. Black coffee, huh? How about you?
The same, I guess.
Look, I'm sorry I frightened you. But... Say, what's your name?
Eileen Harrison. What's yours?
George Javery. Say, what are you doing walking along 1,000,000 miles from no place at this time of night?
I started driving east in a $50 jalopy yesterday like a fool. It just fell apart on me. I was coming in here to phone or something.
Oh, how far east you going?
Greenwich, Connecticut.
I'm going to New York myself. You're welcome. I mean, if...
Well, I...
Oh, look, if you don't like me, you can always get out and start to walk again. What have you got to lose?
Well, all right. Thanks.
And I could use a little company right now.
Oh, here you are. Piece of pie? Piece of pie, bud?
Huh? Oh, no.
How about a hamburger? We got good hamburgers, you know. We got...
No. Just be quiet a minute, will you?
Be quiet?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Shh. Shut up, now, the two of you.
Sure, anything you say.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I'm listening for something, that's all.
What?
There he comes.
Hey, where are you going?
That wasn't it.
You know, what's going on, Bud? You hot or something?
No, there's a car out there. It's been following me for the last 200 miles.
Yeah? How'd you know?
I know it. I took a side road. He did, too. I tried to duck him, and he hung on. He kept following me. I'm sure that... Listen, that must be it now. He's not coming in. He's waiting.
For what?
Me. Look, Eileen, here are the keys to the car. Go out and drive it up the side entrance. I'll be waiting at the door.
All right.
No, go ahead. He won't hurt you. Hurry.
Okay.
Hey, mister, you ain't in trouble, are you? I don't want no trouble in my
keep your shirt on. You'll be all right. Here.
Don't you want your change?
No, keep it.
Hop in. I'll slide over.
Thanks. Look back now, David. See that other car following us.
I don't think so. Say, look, pal, I don't want to be nosy, but...
Eileen, I wouldn't kid you. I don't know what it is. Is anyone following us?
No, I don't think so. Uh-oh.
Lights.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's someone following us.
No? How fast are we going now?
About 60.
All right, watch.
Hey, please, be careful, George.
I'll be careful. Is he coming?
Uh-huh. I think he's gaining on us.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, we'll see how much this guy wants to play.
He had a pretty big car, you know.
Yeah, I know. Is he still gaining?
It's closing up pretty fast.
Oh, I can't stand this much longer, and I'm going to do something about it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to pull to one side, slam on the brakes, and see what happens.
Hey, George!
I'll force him into the ditch if I have to. It's what he's trying to do to us. Hang on.
George!
I'm trying to. Come on, let's get out of here.
He must have been killed.
Yeah. Did you see him as we hit?
Just for a second.
You notice anything about him?
Not much.
Well, I did. He was a man with only one arm. Well, this is that Harry's place that guy told me about. You sure you like steak?
Who doesn't?
Well, this is the place for you, then. Finest steaks this side of Chicago, they tell me. Come on.
Table for two, sir?
Yeah, please.
Right this way.
The whole thing amounts to this.
Might be. Right here. Here's a nice table right by the window.
That's fine, thanks.
And, madame?
Thank you.
2 steaks, please. Both medium rare. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
George, to get back to our little problem.
Our little problem?
All right, so it's your problem and I'm stuck with it. Are you sure you don't have any enemies?
How could I? I've been out of the country for over a year. I didn't have any when I left.
Well, could there be any connection with that work you were doing with the Chinese government?
Oh, not a chance. Well, look, I don't know any secret plans, and I have no Agent X9. Well, all that's out.
Well, maybe it's all just a coincidence.
Oh, sure. A one-armed guy tags me all over Reno, then says he's a poor hitchhiker. Then he acts like he's trying to pull a stick up, and then 100 miles beyond where I've dropped him, he shows up in a big Cadillac. Just a coincidence.
Call for Mr. Javery.
George.
Telephone for Mr. Javery. Call for George Javery.
Yeah. Another coincidence.
What do you suppose?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
George, don't.
Come on, we'll both go answer it.
Are you Mr. Javery?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. They've been trying to reach you all day.
All day?
Yes, this is about the 10th call we've had for you. The phone booth is right this way.
One little coincidence after another. Calling me all day at a joint I've never been in before in my life.
George, don't answer it.
Now, look, you just keep an eye out while I'm in the booth.
All right.
Oh, pardon me.
Why, of course.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can I help you, sir?
Why, yes, I had a call on this wire.
I'm sorry, but your party seems to have disconnected. Did you call them?
No, forget it.
What was it, George?
Come on, let's go out to the car.
Well, what was it?
I don't know. Whoever it was, as soon as I answered, they hung up. Come on, there's a guy following us. The guy I bumped into at the phone booth. Oh, that's what that phone call was for. Get in the car, quick.
Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Jeffrey.
George, he's pointing something.
It's a camera.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffrey.
Hey, what's the idea of taking pictures of me?
It's a hobby. I'll send you a print at the morgue.
Come on, George, have fun. This is one of the really bright spots of old Chicago.
Yeah, a little too bright.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we present direct from 10 weeks run in New York, the world-famed sharpshooter, Professor Glittenheimer.
This is going to be all right, George. He's good. I saw his act in Hollywood. He's quite a comedian.
Well, that's swell. A little comedy would come in handy now.
Oh, George, you promised me. Come on, relax.
Okay.
He shoots at the light bulbs, and whether he hits them or not, they always break.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, blindfolded.
He didn't even aim at it.
Sure, that's the point. Later, he's going to shoot straight up, and the bulb in the back of him will break.
That's funny.
And now over my shoulder, the left shoulder. No, there's the right shoulder. That's harder yet.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
George, your glass, it's shattered.
Come on, Eileen, we're leaving.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please. The performance will continue. Keep the seat, please. Oh, please wait, sir. Don't leave. I'm terribly sorry. Won't you stay and finish your dinner? Please, sir, our apologies. Most regrettable accident.
Yeah? Only it wasn't.
Wasn't?
Wasn't an accident. That comic up there shoots blank cartridges.
Well, of course, but...
Yes, and what broke my glass was a bullet. And it didn't come from the stage.
$1. Thank you.
Good old Bear Mountain Bridge. Well, we're almost there.
Yep. With any luck, we ought to be in New York by 10 o'clock.
And the way you've been driving, I don't see how anyone could have followed us.
Oh, why do you think I was driving that way?
Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moon.
Yeah. Let's stop a minute.
Why?
Oh, I don't know, just to look down at the water.
All right.
It's been a long time since I've seen the old Hudson River. I guess I better turn off the lights. I'm not sure I'm allowed to stop in the middle of the bridge.
Come over here by the rail, George. Gosh, isn't it lovely?
Yeah, it really is. Oh, look at that boat down there. It looks so little. I wonder how far it is down to that water from here. Oh, I guess about 150 feet or so.
I'm awfully glad you decided to come this way. Why did you?
Oh, it's less traffic and not as many cars as on the George Washington Bridge or the tunnel, and, well, there's less chance of being spotted.
You still thinking of that?
That's kind of hard to forget, isn't it?
Just the same, I wish you would. It's not doing you.
Look.
What?
It's a car, and it looks like it's going to pull up behind us.
George, you don't think...
I don't know, but if some monkey's looking for trouble, he's going to get it because I've had enough.
What are you going to do?
Now, look, I'll crouch down in front of the car here where he can't see me. He'll pull up behind us so his headlights will be on us if he's up to anything funny. Now,
he's beginning to pull over now.
Now, look, okay. You talk to him. Stall him, then we'll see.
All right. But, George...
Hey, don't you know you're not allowed to stop in the middle of the bridge?
Why? I just stopped a minute to look at the water.
You alone?
Why, yes.
Oh, I thought I saw a man standing here with you just now.
No?
The California plates on your car, ain't they?
Yes, I just drove through from the coast.
You pick up any hitchhikers on the way? Anybody that looks like this?
Like what?
Like the guy in this picture.
Well, that's the picture someone took at...
I thought so. All right, sister, where is he?
Right here, bud.
George, look out, he's got a gun.
Why, you...
Now, let's see how good you are without a gun.
George, the railing, he's trying to throw you over. He's George!
Come on, kid, let's go. We made it. Home at last.
Home? This is the Bancroft Hotel.
The only home I ever had in New York.
Boy, take these bags. Now, sir, if you leave the key, I'll have your car garage for you.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
George, I could go home, you know.
What? Travel out to Connecticut this time of night?
It isn't that far.
Come on, you get a good night's rest right here. Then you can catch an early train in the morning.
Well, all right.
Yes, sir. You'll wish a room then, sir?
2 rooms, please.
Yes, sir. Will you sign here, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. George Javery.
What about it?
Nothing, sir. Only we have your reservations.
Reservation? But I... Oh, I get it. Another coincidence.
Sir?
Skip it.
George.
Eileen, look, maybe you're right. You better go on home.
George, you're coming home with me.
I'm sorry, Eileen, but this is journey's end, and I'm going to see it through.
Well, then, so am I.
Eileen.
Please, George.
Okay, come on. Well, what do you know?
What?
Our friend sitting over there by that post.
The man who took the picture.
Yeah. Last act coming up. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
What room do I have?
706, sir.
It's fine. The lady?
Yes, sir. Room 614 for her. Front boy.
This way, Mr. Javery.
Going up?
6, please.
George, shouldn't you call the police or something?
Tell them what?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, look, honey, you get a good night's sleep, I'll be okay. I mean, after all, this is New York.
6 out.
Good night, darling.
Good night.
Seven.
It's right this way, sir, to the left. Here we are, sir.
Just put the bags over there, son.
Will that be all, sir?
Yep. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, George Javery. Took you longer than I expected.
Brown. The man I met in Reno. What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. The name ain't Brown, that's Javery.
Javery?
Yeah, George Javery. Javery, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me.
What I've done for you?
Sure. You've been a great help.
All right, let's have it.
Look, Javery, you've come to the end of the road. But I think you're entitled to know why. You don't know me, do you? I'm Bill Malone.
Oh, Scarface Malone.
Yeah, only I don't have scars anymore, see? That's the point. Took me 2 years and a lot of pain to get a new face. And I didn't get it just to look good in the coffin. Know what I mean?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
After a guy in my business has been away for a year or two, he's not always welcome back, see? And he generally finds out about it with a bullet in the back. That's why you struck me as a good idea.
Oh, I did I?
Yeah. I don't believe in taking chances, see? The boys thought I was coming east under the name of George Javery.
Oh, so the one-armed guy and all the rest...
No, he was one of my boys. And you were kind of rough with him, Mr. Javery.
Well, he wasn't exactly playing beanbag himself.
Jerry, he wouldn't hurt you. I just sent him to tell you so I'd have a line on where you were. After you dusted him off, it was just a break for me that you went to that steakhouse. Otherwise, I might have lost you.
A candid cameraman, too, I suppose.
Yeah. After I lost Jerry, I figured I wouldn't take any chances. Send a picture around to the boys. Like the guy that took a pot at you in Chicago. And the guy you tossed over the bridge. The boys that were out to get me, see? Only they didn't know all the time it was you. No chances. Know what I mean?
Yeah. Only I can't exactly say I'm glad to have been of service. So if you drop that gun, I'll go.
Not yet, Javery. There's just one thing more you can do.
Yeah?
Stand over by that window.
What for?
Stand over there and drop your hands. Boys wouldn't quite understand it if you had your hands up.
The boys?
Yeah. The ones I've been telling you about. When I pull up that shade, they're going to take a pot shot at me through that window. When they do, they'll get me. Only it'll be you. They'll never know the difference. Now, over to that window. They know you're already here, so move.
You don't mind if I sort of stroll, do you? After all, this is a surprise.
Come on. Over to that window.
And if I don't?
I'll plug you.
And if I do? You see, Malone, that's the trouble with your system. No incentive. You know what
Don't make a move.
George, is anything wrong? George!
Get over there in that corner.
Don't hurt her, Malone.
He's going to lock the door, that's all. Taking no chances, see?
Then here's some light so you can see what you're doing.
What are you...
George! Oh, George!
Oh, it's all right, Arlene. It's all right, darling. Oh. Well, there lies our nemesis. The late Mr. Scarface Malone. Otherwise known as the guy who never took chances.
But he's dead.
Yeah, smart guy. But he made just one mistake. He forgot that the door is right in line of fire with the window.
George, what are you going to do?
I'm going to call the police and explain this little drama to them. After all, I think it's about time people stop taking pot shots at your future husband. Don't you?
And so closes Death Went Along for the Ride, starring Gene Kelly. Tonight's tale of suspense. Mr. Kelly appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The White Cliffs of Dover.
When entertaining guests at your home, are you able to go into your aroma wine cellar and say, which would you prefer, this delightful sherry or this sweeter, heavier port? Whichever of these or any others of the many equally fine Roma California wines you offered your guests, they would find you had poured a world of satisfaction into their glasses. If you are not one of the millions already enjoying these good Roma wines, don't put off this great treat another day. You'll be surprised at the tiny cost your Roma wine dealer will ask for such great enjoyment. Only pennies a glass by actual check. Now you can boast of your own private wine cellar, your private Roma wine cellar. And then, inspired by the great qualities of Roma wines, you'll add your voice to the swelling international chorus that says, Roma wines are truly magnificent. Let me repeat the name, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Gene Kelly. I hope you enjoyed our suspense show this evening. I always feel that it's a pleasure and privilege for me to appear here because most of us who act for a living consider this to be radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Next week, I know you will want to be listening when your star will be Mr. Orson Welles, who will appear in The Dark Tower, a play written by those two very distinguished gentlemen,
Are you ready to
Alexander
unlock
Wolcott
the
and
full
George S.
potential of your
Kaufman.
data management?
And now just
Look no
one more
further.
word.
Introducing
Fellow Americans,
G3PL.com, your ultimate
the attack
destination
for
for
victory is
mastering
on.
Microsoft Access.
help make the
Microsoft
victory more
Access is a
certain
powerful
and
tool
bring
that
it
lets you
sooner
organize,
when you
analyze,
buy
and
more
report
war
on your
bonds.
data with ease. And with
Suspense is produced and directed by William
G3PL.com,
Spear.
learning how to harness its
Next Thursday,
capabilities
same
has
time, you
never
will
been
hear
more
Orson
accessible.
Welles in
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key
Presented
to
by
success.
Roma
Our
Wines,
expert
made in
instructors will guide you
California
step
for
by step,
enjoyment throughout
whether
the
you're a
world.
beginner.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Make yourself comfortable for the moment. You know, evil has a vitality that defies time. Its power can be curbed, denied, defeated, but only temporarily. And when it returns, its force is more malevolent than ever. We have all been to dark places and felt the presence of evil. And we've all seen things beyond our power of understanding. But, like Tom Fairley, we field our explanations for everything. Or are there? Cold. Is it cold? The smell arcade. No. He's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Folger, did your men find anything else? Just the grass. It's curious, Tom. I don't see anything, Klaus. Yes, you do, Tom, but it doesn't mean anything to you. We weren't here when we found Flip. The area is flattened. And there's a same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank here?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Our mystery drama, Frankenstein Revisited, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Milt Wissoff and stars Michael Wager and Leon Janney. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Friendly people who make these broadcasts possible to the monsters who will make it impossible for you to sleep, I hope. Our drama opens on a story conference in the Madison Avenue bar. It will end, I assure you, in terror and fear.
Over here. Here, Tom.
You sure picked a great place for a meeting.
Yeah, well, you're late.
I didn't have to fight my way to the mob at the bar. I might have been here sooner. What's on your mind, Frank?
Well, I've been looking for a special that we can use as a springboard for our new horror series. And what's more appropriate than the old Frankenstein legend?
You mean Boris Karloff and his magic electrodes?
No, Tom. Not the hokey monster brought to life by the mad scientist. That was cooked up by Mary Shelley. It doesn't rate with the Gothic tale everyone in Germany knows about the infamous Baron von Frankenstein and his terrible death. It's got all the elements of a superb spook show. What's more, this is the 400th anniversary of the Baron's death.
So what?
So this, old buddy. The monster is reputed to return every century looking for fresh blood.
It won't work, Frank. I was stationed near Darmstadt, only a stone's throw away from the Frankenstein castle after World War I. I've seen the place. It doesn't look like much. Even the burial crypt has been turned into a potato cellar.
Well, how about the incidents you mentioned at cocktails the other night? That's what really put me onto the show.
Oh, those killings I blabbed about had nothing to do with any monster. The police were satisfied the murders were committed by a fanatical group of neo-Nazis who called themselves the werewolves. Who's going to be interested in a defunct castle on an anniversary nobody celebrates?
Well, they will this year. We're going to billboard the 400th anniversary with a gala festival.
Well, who's going to show? The peasants used to have a fit when I even mentioned the Baron's name. And that was almost 30 years ago.
Oh, they'll come. We're going to have sausage and beer, fireworks, and a dandy house of horrors to set the stage for our countdown to midnight.
A fake documentary, papier-mâché, razzle-dazzle.
The storyline is sound, which will scare the heck out of people. Now, if you don't want to direct the special, then speak up.
All right. Stop me in.
Good. Now, come on, square with me, Tom. Why all the bull about the potato cellar? You don't want to go back there, do you?
No, Frank, I don't like the place.
Then why not back out? I don't feel you're leveling.
Frank, I want to keep on directing for the network. I won't let anything stand in my way. Not you, not the gray hairs creeping up on me. Not even Frankenstein and his blasted castle. Just let me leave this one thought with you. We'll see how much you enjoy the scene when midnight approaches. I'd like to hear the tune you whistle when the wind howls.
Mr. Larkin. Mr. Larkin here. Oh, so good to see you again. And you too, Mr. Shelley. Oh, Klaus, I'd like you to meet our little company. This is Eileen Garrett, who will play the Baron's ward, Laura. And a charming one, I'm sure.
In my life.
And Flip Johnson, also known in the industry as The Voice. He'll do the descriptive background at the festival and the castle, the interviews with the man on the street. He will also double as Rolf, the suitor for Eileen's hand.
That won't take much acting. In that case, you might do.
This is Klaus Folger, our local representative, who will be our strong right hand during the production.
When do we meet Mr. Helmut?
Very soon. You'll
find he makes an admirable baron.
That's very strange. I've never heard of him.
Oh, he's quite a well-known actor, I assure you. Now I think it's time to leave for the castle. It's not the plaza, but I hope you will find it comfortable.
Well, I'm sure we will. Who goes with whom?
Well, there's enough room in the limousine for all of you. The baggage will follow in a small wagon. Truck.
How about you, Klaus? Aren't you coming with us?
No, Frank, I will see that the baggage is not consigned to München by mistake. But I will join you later.
I wonder what Mr. Helmut, our Baron, is like. I have a feeling.
Oh, Eileen, now you sound like Gloom and Doom Fairley. He's probably just another average, run-of-the-mill weirdo.
You've done a great job, Klaus. Even the crew's happy in the trailers.
I like my room fine. It's a bit drafty when the drapes are open, but the comforters will keep me warm, I'm sure.
How about this lunch?
I haven't had wild boar since the last time I was here.
Oh, is that what it was? It tasted like suckling pig.
The secret is in the marinade, Flip.
I see.
Klaus, why don't you get the ball rolling? The details on the Frankenstein legend.
Oh, it's not a complicated story. The hated aristocrat who exercised all the prerogatives of his position in this village almost 400 years ago. Unmerciful beatings, torture, and death for what he considered affronts to his person. This was his home.
Be it ever so humble.
The Baron lived here with his ward Laura, but he was a thoroughly evil man and hardly behaved toward her like an uncle should. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the Baron's death. 400 years ago, the Baron had a spectacular scene in the castle with Laura and her suitor Rolf. He mounted his horse and rode off into the woods. Someone or something ripped him from his horse and tore him to pieces.
And the legend says that every century the monster that killed the Baron returns. That's about it. We'll be doing this direct from the scene tomorrow night.
We'll have a short run through this evening. Look for places to spot mics and pick out locations.
Flip will stroll through the woods and give us a little ad-lib color.
Will there be a crowd there?
Not in the woods, Flip, baby. Just you and the Baron and the other monster.
Oh, how come?
Because no one in this area will venture into the woods after dark. And tomorrow night, the anniversary eve, they may not even stir out of their homes. Is that right, Klaus? Possibly. The people here are very superstitious.
Oh, are they? Why don't you explain what happened 100 years ago on the last anniversary?
I was not yet born.
Yeah, but you know what happened.
A man was found dead.
Dead, Klaus? He was butchered, wasn't he? Torn to shreds? And his head was found at the foot of the hill.
Well, Frank, this is it.
Well, I hate to admit it, Klaus, but Tom may have a point about the castle grounds. It is kind of tacky.
But I'm not sure I agree. Physically, it's not much, but the decay, the feeling I get, I'm really frightened.
Oh, come on now, Princess. You're letting that creep's tail get under your skin. There's nothing here but battered stone and dirt. Reminds me of my past.
I get bad vibes. It reminds me of a trip I took to Central America years ago. The ruined pyramids, the bloody altars where thousands were sacrificed to bloodthirsty gods. It had the same aura of evil.
You are most perceptive, Miss Garrett. Evil is everywhere.
Who are you?
I am Paul Helmut. He will play the Baron in our production.
How did you know my name?
No mystery about that. You are the only actress in the cast.
Of course. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Helmut. You came upon me so suddenly.
Yeah, well, where did you come from? I never saw
From the Baron's bedroom. A passage leads directly here. The place is honeycombed with such passages.
But there are no other cars around. How did you...
I arrived here several days ago.
You've been here several days alone? Oh, I don't think I'd enjoy that.
I like to get into character, Miss Garrett.
Well, now that we're all together, I'd like Flip to walk through the woods and give us his impressions.
Oh, swell, off the top of my head.
Exactly. Anything you see and feel, don't force it. I want this played low-key, sound natural. It'll help build the finish.
He's all hooked up, Frank. He can start at any time.
Now, listen, are you going to tape this?
Yes, but only so that we have a record of it. Tomorrow, much for keeps. Go, Tiger. Get the demons in the woods.
Well, I play the scene better if Eileen kept me company.
Oh, there's no moon, Flip. And I'd hardly call this a romantic setting.
Romance is where you find it, Mama.
Is everything set, Klaus?
Yes. My assistant is about 100 yards in. Flip should be just about there now.
I don't want to interfere, Frank, but just what's going on?
A surprise for our boy. It should make Flip less Flip.
Yeah, we have our men play slightly off the path. We make small noises, sounds, create an atmosphere.
Does Flip know?
Of course not. That would defeat our purpose. Flip reacts beautifully. It will all be a surprise to him.
Frank, that's a dirty trick. Suppose something happens.
Oh, now what can possibly happen? It's just a small forest, trees and grass.
Well, I don't like it. Flip?
It's no use, Miss Clark. He cannot hear you.
Klaus, give your man a cue and bring Flip in.
Well, I'm about a quarter of a mile into Van Frankenstein's woods, and it's pretty much Dulceville so far. I was just thinking how strange it is. Never seen any animals around. Wait a minute. I think I just heard something. Probably a rabbit. I hope. Hey, there it goes again. Weird. Everything's so deathly still, and then suddenly just the faintest whisper of a sound, like something dragging. Hey, who's there? Do you think you're frightening me? Okay, I'll go in after you. The eyes. I don't see them growing. My God, it can't be. Oh, no,
The bard said, some find tongues in trees, books in running brooks, and sermons in stones. Obviously, Flip saw and heard a great deal more in Frankenstein's woods. Or did he? Perhaps we shall know more when I return shortly with Act 2. I'm giving it up.
Giving up what?
Smoking.
Congratulations.
I'm doing it for you and the kids.
For me and the kids? But we don't smoke.
You're wrong. I saw this lung association message. You know what? We smokers are making you non-smokers smokers just like us.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about secondhand smoking. The lung association says I'm doing myself in as if I didn't know, but my smoke is trouble for everybody in my neighborhood. Do you realize every puff I smoke, I'm puffing out a smoke screen of carbon monoxide, nicotine, benzopyrene, to say nothing of hydrocarbons.
You sound positively poisonous.
I feel poisonous. I'm quitting.
For me, darling.
Yes, and for me, darling, I want to be loved. Your lung association says the smoker who quits for more than one person. He's clearing the air for everybody. You might say it's a matter of love and breath. Are there more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy? Is there something in Frankenstein's woods that defies rational explanation? Or was Flip Johnson the victim of his own imagination? Perhaps if we push on with our little tale, we shall have the answer.
Flip, are you all right?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I was just strolling along, and wham, the lights went out.
What did you see?
Nothing.
But we heard you, Flip. The eyes, you said. The eyes.
Now, wait a minute. What are you talking about? I saw nothing. We have it on tape. You complained about the cold.
And the strange lights, the eyes that burn bright.
You said it was impossible.
All I remember is waking up, and there you were. Standing right over me.
Hey, what did your men find, Klaus?
Let me show you, Frank. Now, here we are. The point where Flip started to run. And you can see the prints. Now we follow along for a few yards. And here we have
orange circle. In the middle, discolored. As if the grass had been frozen.
Frank, is this something that you...
We had nothing to do with that, did we, Klaus?
That's right.
I admit we arranged a few effects, but nothing more.
we would have had to have special refrigerating equipment well below zero to make such marks.
Well, how do you like it, folks?
It's fantastic. Instant Carnival by Frank Rockin.
No, Tom. Give credit where it's due. Klaus engineered the whole setup.
It's not so difficult. We have a long tradition of festivals here.
I could almost enjoy this if only...
Don't forget it, Eileen. Nothing really happened. Flip just got panicky and ran. He fell, blacked out. He'll be all right. And Klaus, are we set in the House of Horrors?
Yeah, we can go at any time.
Good. You all know the routine.
We already have good coverage in town and at the zoo.
Let's zero in on the big scene.
All right. We'll pick up Flip and Eileen as the Baron's ward Laura. Now you Flip her suitor Ralph, and you meet her at the House of Horrors. I'll take over, Frank. You don't mind. How much earn my credits?
I was just counting on that, Tom. The show's all yours.
You ready, Klaus? All set, Mr. Fairley. All right, slide it, Klaus. Scene 12, take 1, and action. The Baron is not expected before tonight, dearest?
Not until quite late. I think I shall stay here forever. It is so enchanting. I'm sick of formality, Ralph. I'm bored with the same walls, the same faces, the same small talk.
And the same guardian?
I feel almost free here.
Then why not leave? Come away with me.
Once when I was a child, my father took me to such a fair. He filled me with cakes and pink drinks.
Yes, and you always got sick.
Oh, but it was worth it. I enjoyed it so.
Oh, look, Laura, look. This is the House of Horrors.
It doesn't look so horrible. All tinsel and paint.
Come inside with me. All right, cut. Hey, that was right on the nose, kids. It's a perfect first take. Oh, good. All right, that's it for now. We'll pick up the woods near the castle at 8 tonight. Just take it easy until then. Klaus, you'll have your crew setting up at 7, right? At 7, Mr. Fairley. Honey, you in a hurry?
No, why?
Well, how about a chance for the House of Horrors? Give you the $5 tour?
I could use the exercise.
Good. You pick the passage, we'll follow it.
It's the teeth, jibbity, zippity, Sam.
Sam it is.
Oh, this reminds me of my first date.
All first dates are creepy. Mine had a walleye.
And mine took me to the tunnel of love. Our first kiss was an orthodontist's nightmare. Braces rubbing against braces. We sent out sparks that lit the tunnel.
It's too bad we're past the braces stage.
You know, Tom, that's the first time I've heard you laugh since we started this trip.
It's nothing much to laugh at.
Was it that bad?
Yeah. I get the feeling I'm reliving the whole thing. I don't know why.
Well, I'm a pretty good listener, Tom. Want to talk about it?
Why not? It was 45 and the war was just over. We'd been through some rough times and we were sent here for R&R.
R&R?
Rest and recreation. Seemed like heaven at first. So peaceful. No noise, no bloodshed. But it turned sour. Some of my buddies got blown away.
Did they ever discover who did it?
Not a clue. The Army command blamed the neo-Nazis, the werewolves. But the townspeople were convinced it had something to do with the Mad Baron. It's a bad scene.
And you?
I believe what I see. But it did shake me. I'm glad Flip is all right.
So am I.
But not for the same reason?
Oh, look, Tom. Flip and I are just friends. Casual friends.
That's the best news I've had in days.
What's that up ahead?
Looks like a treadle.
Well, what are we waiting for? Treadles are for treading. Step on it.
Disturbed my slumber. I will have revenge.
That's one heck of an effect. The Baron in non-living rubber expanding before your very eyes. This would be sensational at Macy's Parade.
Cross didn't overlook a thing. It should go over big with the tourists and the people in the village.
On the contrary, after the first person sees this, it will keep them away.
Helmut, where did you come from?
What are you doing here?
Just visiting.
Oh, you startled us.
I know. I seem to have the same effect on the people in town.
You You look familiar to me. I've seen you before, but I can't remember where.
Shadows and half-light make strange impressions. I wonder if you can give me a hand, Mr. Fairley.
With what?
Something I found in a recess back there.
Okay, lead the way.
What is it?
I don't know. Signs of digging. I was about to see what it was when I heard your voices. Here.
Hey, you're right, Helmut. Those are fresh marks. Don't come any closer, Irene.
What is it?
A wild boar, I think.
What's left of it? It's not a pretty sight.
It's literally been ripped apart.
Yes? I understand. It will be all over tonight. No, we'll finish the rest back in the States. You can count on that.
What was that all about?
The town council. They want us out as soon as possible. They were polite but firm. Too many things been happening. Flip and then the dead boar. The word's getting around and it's becoming amplified in each telling. Did your visit to town pay off?
I think so. It was tough getting permission to go through the old records. The clerk of the city hall was the perfect bureaucrat. He insisted on an application countersigned by his boss. I threatened to go to the burgomaster, and he caved in.
Well, how about the newspaper?
They were reluctant, too, but greedy. A few marks in the right palm paved the way.
Well...
All right, see for yourself. Here's a reproduction of the paper's front page 100 years ago. Take a squint at the guy who was separated from his head.
I don't know. It's pretty well faded.
Look at the eyes and the forehead.
It could be, I suppose.
And here's a print of an oil painting of the original Baron von Frankenstein.
I believe Mr. Fairley thinks the picture resembles me.
All right, Helmut, where the devil did you come from?
This old castle is honeycombed with secret passages.
And you just keep wandering through them like you know where you are.
I have been exploring them for days.
You know, Tom, there is a resemblance.
A trick of your imagination.
I knew I'd seen you somewhere before.
You're talking nonsense, gentlemen. I could not possibly have been here a century ago, let alone 400 years.
How about 30 years ago?
I was only a child then.
What about your family?
I have none. They were killed in the war. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Larkin?
I don't know about Frank, but it sure doesn't clear things up for me. Stay inside until midnight, Helmut. You understand?
Perfectly.
And stay out of the passages until the show's been recorded. I don't want any more surprises.
This place is beginning to get me. I'd be glad to get it over with.
Dinner is ready. We'll eat in here tonight.
Just as long as it isn't boar. Hey, where's Eileen?
She has a headache.
Well, I'd better go up and see if I can do anything for her.
It's not necessary. I've sent some food up to her. I have some bad news. 3 members of the crew quit. They were all as frightened as the townspeople.
Bad news? That's all we need.
Well, I have replaced them, but with such short notice, I'm afraid I've not been able to run up the most competent technicians.
I don't imagine what's happened today helped much.
Well, that's all right, Klaus. I know you've done your best, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Hey, pass the salad, will you, Tom?
Nothing stops your appetite, does it, Fred?
No, I'm just a growing boy, Tom. I need fuel for my engines.
What's that?
Eileen.
It's just behind that wall.
Impossible. There's nothing there.
You keep trying the wall. There may be a passage there. I'm going to a row.
I'm with you.
Look, the place is a mess. Everything's happened to Eileen.
I know, Tom.
Look, footsteps in blood. They lead up to the panel.
All right, let's knock a hole in it.
It's no use. That's oak, several inches thick.
Here. Press this carbon.
Where did you come from, Helmut?
All right, we'll talk about that later. Look, it's moving. And here she is. Eileen. Eileen. Eileen, honey. Here. That's good. She's coming around. Are you all right, Eileen?
I think so.
What happened?
I was lying in bed, trying to pull myself together. It was something warm and sticky. I panicked and ran. Next thing I knew, I was being held. And then... nothing.
You fainted.
I suppose so. Just as I was going out, I heard my name.
Who was it?
I don't know. It was just a whisper.
A nightmare, perhaps?
A nightmare? With a German accent.
Robert Penn Warren wrote, "The nightmare stumbles past, and you have heard it fumble at your door before it whimpers and is gone. It acts like the old hound that used to snuffle your door and moan. But who, your host inquires, has heard it speak with accent foreign?" We shall return shortly with more on the Castle of Bad Dreams in Act 3.
This is Mel Blanc, and voices are my business. In Warner Brother cartoons, you probably know me as the crazy little character...
Daffy Duck.
Or,
Porky Pig.
Or...
Bugs Bunny, Doc.
We all have a voice in matters that affect us in our community, and it's necessary to speak out to get the best possible community services. One community tradition, which really deserves vocal support, is the library. The library has been serving up all kinds of information ever since this country began. After all, you can get thousands of voices in the library's books, on film, records, and tapes, and you can borrow these voices freely. But the library can't give you such good service without a lot of vocal and personal support from you. This means you need to write or call your community officials and speak up for the library.
It's all in the air, folks. At the library.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station. Ever ridden a nightmare, you know what a hellish mount it can make. It carries you unwillingly beyond anguish and terror, through deadly whispers and pools of blood. But oh, the relief when it's over. Let's return now to Act 3 and the end of the ride.
How's Eileen doing, Tom?
Physically fine, but she's as tight as a drum. Now, look, why don't we get the police in, Frank?
No way. We've got 2 strikes against us in town now. Call the authorities anywhere through. We've gone too far.
We certainly have. We're right up against the point of no return.
But the production is almost finished.
Damn the production! What does it take to convince you? Corpses?
You're being melodramatic, Tom. Nothing's really happened yet. So Flip saw something, and a boar was slaughtered.
Did you see the condition Eileen's room was in? And how did she get into the passageway?
Surely you've heard of sleepwalking.
And I suppose she dreamed up the mangled animal in the blood, huh?
No. But so far, no one's been hurt.
Yeah, so far.
And nothing is going to happen. Well, we've got everybody on the alert. There are guards all around the place. Klaus has brought some extra men in. We've taken every precaution.
Every precaution except the most obvious one. Now, let's get out of here, Frank, before it's too late.
Not until the show's wrapped up. Well, come in. What is it, Helmut?
Volker says we're ready. Oh, you used the door this time, Helmut. What happened? The passageway blocked?
Why the get-up? You won't be on camera, you know.
Just a few replicas of the Baron's wardrobe to help me get into character. Authentic, I can assure you. You're taking this role quite seriously. I take all my roles that way. And only one way to act. If that's all, I'll be going.
Okay, tell them Mr. Fairley will be right there.
All right, what's up, Frank? I should be splitting too.
Now, look, Tom, I don't feel there are any grounds for your suspicions, but I've had some checks made on Helmut's past. What he's done, where he comes from. I expect a report any moment now. That should clear the air.
I hope so.
Now, all I ask is let's get the job done. Don't let your feelings get in the way.
I won't. But if the news is sour, don't keep it from me, will you? In this case, ignorance can be disaster.
Oh, boy, it's getting cold out here, Tom. What's taking them so long?
They're almost set. How do you feel, Eileen?
About like Flip. Cold and miserable.
what you'll have as soon as we finish this scene. It's short, but not sweet. Now, you and Flip, as the Baron's ward and your suitor, are returning to the castle. You got it? You're frightened, and Flip is trying to comfort you.
Ah, good. That's one scene I'll truly enjoy.
Mr. Ferry, why didn't you answer me on the talk back?
I didn't hear anything.
The equipment must be out. We're set to go.
Oh, good. Where's Frank Larkin?
I thought he was with you. He left us some time ago.
Did he say where he was going?
I assumed he was coming here. He did say something strange.
What was that?
Something about being convinced at last. Does that mean anything to you?
It sure does, Klaus. Send your men through the woods and the castle grounds.
I think we're just wasting our time. Let's go back to the castle and wait. He'll be along.
You can go back, Flip. I'm not going to give up until we find Frank.
Oh.
We shall have the crypt to search and Klaus's crew to hear from.
Mr. Ferry, Mr. Larkin. We found him. Come quickly. This way, Mr. Ferry. In the clearing.
Is he hurt?
Yes. I think badly. There. I cannot hear you, I'm afraid.
Oh, but he's still breathing. Get an ambulance.
Help us on the way.
Was he conscious at all?
No.
No, don't try to talk, Frank. We're here. You're going to be all right.
Frank, just lie quietly.
Don't come near me. Don't touch me. Don't.
He's shivering. Throw a blanket on him.
Who did this, Frank?
Cold. Damp. The smell.
Who was it?
Cold, bitter cold, and smell decayed.
Frank! Is he...
No. He's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Olga, did your men find anything else?
Just the glass. It is curious, Tom.
What? I don't see anything.
Yes, you do, but it doesn't mean anything to you. You weren't here when we found Flip. The areas flattened, and the same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Hello? Listen, I'm calling about Mr. Frank Larkin. The patient in room 305. You understand me? Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I see. Thank you.
Tom, what did they say?
His condition is stable. That's what every hospital says unless you're dying.
Do they expect him to be there long?
Just a few days. You know, it's all so strange. So many things have happened. Flip, you, and now Frank. And nobody's been really hurt badly.
There are a few mangled animals.
Yes, well, that's what's bugging me. The animals get slaughtered, but people are more frightened than hurt. Except Frank's close shaved. Well, why? It doesn't make any sense. Anything powerful enough to mash some poor defenseless creature surely could do more damage than that.
Well, maybe there's no connection between any of the things that have happened.
Oh, that'd be piling coincidence on coincidence. I don't believe it, and I don't think Frank did either. After he got that phone call he was waiting for.
Well, then why don't you call the police?
For the same reason that Frank didn't.
But you kept begging Frank to delay the production.
Oh, not now. I'm going to finish it tonight, for Frank's sake. But I'm going to be sure that whoever's behind this pays the price.
And how will you do that, Mr. Fairley?
Oh. I guess you tried the door once and didn't care for it, huh?
It is easier to use the passageway. You didn't answer my question?
I know I didn't. The reason is simple. I don't know yet. But I will before tonight's over.
You mentioned a phone call Mr. Larkin received.
Yes. If only I knew what it was.
Perhaps I can help you.
How?
The telephone lines into the castle were of special installation. An exact record is kept at the company of every call made from and into the building.
Well, then all we have to do is call the company and find out.
Not exactly. They will give it to the police, however.
That's out.
Why?
Please, Tom, call them in. And the next time, whoever's doing this may forget the difference between man and beast.
She's right, Mr. Fairley. You do not know whom you are dealing with.
Do you?
I'll be the same. I will see you shortly.
when the fun begins.
Okay, Klaus, let's get some levels. Get Flip to say a few lines. We need some levels.
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein castle.
That's enough, fine. Thank you. Now stand by.
See if you can sharpen up the sound, Klaus.
Yeah, I will try.
All right, Eileen. You get to the Baron's room in the castle. Helmet's there already. We'll do your scene first.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing. We've got everything under control. I'll see you later. Klaus, pick up Helmet. Tell him Eileen's on her way.
Yeah. Helmut? Mr. Fairley would like to speak with you. Get on the talk back. Helmut? Are you there, Helmut? Get to the talk back.
Give me that, will you? Helmut, this is Tom Fairley.
I'm here, Tom, but no sign of Helmut.
Where the devil is he?
I don't know.
Oh, damn. Ask one of the men outside the door to check. You stay put.
He says he saw Helmut heading for the crypt some time ago.
Klaus, see if you can find him. I'll handle things here. Flip, do you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Tom. You ready for me now?
Have you seen Helmut?
Nope. He's supposed to be here?
Just stand by. Eileen, have they found Helmut yet?
No. What's going on?
I don't know.
I think we had better go through the crypt scene first. I've seen him through the passageway, but there are no signs of Helmut.
I guess you're right. Flip?
Yeah, what now?
Start your narration, and if you spot Helmut, let me know, huh?
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein castle. It is said that every century the monster that slew Baron von Frankenstein returns to feed his bloodlust. And every century the Baron returns from his grave to meet his fate again. We are less than a minute from the hour of midnight, when all this is supposed to take place. The question is, what will happen here tonight? In just a few seconds, we shall know. This burial crypt is one solid room cut out of deep rock. Behind the crypt is a tunnel leading to other burial vaults and to passages that have never been truly explored. It is reputed that 1,000 years of Frankenstein lie buried here. But, wait a minute, cut it, Tom. I have to stop. Listen, are you picking up any sounds?
Yes, something that sounds like dragging. Do you see anything?
Oh, no, but the sounds are getting louder. Tom, are you trying to pull something?
Well, no, Flip, believe me. Why would I try to pull it?
Something seems to be dragging. I hear breathing. At least that's where I think it is. It's getting cold and damp in here, and I smell something horrible.
Get out, Flip. Get out as fast as you can. All right, close in, men. Get into the crypt as fast as you can. I want every man in there.
I can see them now. Eyes. Evil. Bright as cat's eyes. Glowing. And enormous. Oh, God, help me. I can't move. It's here. It's here. Who are you?
This is the crypt, Tom. Someone's heading into the passageway. Over there, I think it's Helmut.
What about Flip?
It's not good. His throat's been crushed. He's not breathing.
Somebody stay with Flip. The rest of you go after whatever is in that passageway. There. Stop! Stop, Helmut. Don't move.
He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone?
He disappeared. Vanished. It was thin air. So, this is goodbye, my friends.
Yes, and I can't say I'm sorry to go.
Tell me, what will you do with the tapes?
Well, make a show out of them. Add a few scenes, and we'll be ready to send some shivers down our listeners' spines.
The publicity should help.
I suppose so. But I can't help wishing it hadn't come at such a price. Poor Flip. It was a costly show.
Klaus, we've been sparring around for quite a while now. Let's stop avoiding the subject. Who was Helmut?
An actor. That is all I know.
But without a past. The report I received was completely blank except for his acting credits. Nothing.
He was just an actor. Obsessed with a role.
Do you really think so, Klaus?
What else can I think?
Then how do you explain what happened in the crypt? After he attacked and killed Flip? You and your men closed in on him?
And he vanished.
Right before your eyes.
But there must be an explanation. She knew every inch of the castle and the grounds, every secret passageway.
Then you don't think he met the fate of the Mad Baron?
There were no signs of his remains.
Just some flattened, burned-out blades of grass.
It's an unbelievable climax for a legend.
Legends have no climax. They go on and on.
Drop us a line when you find out what really happened.
I promise. But if you don't hear from me soon, you may have to wait another century for the facts.
Since we don't have 100 years to spare, we'll just have to make up our own minds about Paul Helmut. Was he the infamous Baron von Frankenstein brought back to life? Or was he, and I don't mean to be redundant, merely a crazed actor? I'll be back shortly. There is no need to look for a supernatural source of evil. Man has shown himself capable of every wickedness. But regardless of where it arises, evil has a vitality beyond time. Its power can be stemmed, but it will return. Our cast included Michael Wager, Leon Janney, Ralph Bell, E.V. Juster, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She ran out into the moor without a cloak. But Heathcliff's horse was not in the stable, and no one knew where he had gone. Catherine returned after midnight in the midst of a thunderstorm, soaked to the skin, and coming down with a severe chill. Miss Catherine, you must let me help you to bed.
He's gone, Nellie. He's gone. And my nightmares are coming true.
You'll feel better when you've had some sleep.
I'll never sleep again. I've been abandoned. Oh, it's just like my dreams. I saw myself tapping on the window, begging, let me in, let me in.
Oh, hush, child.
And no one answered. And my hand broke through the glass, so the blood was running down my arm. Oh, get the blood stains off, Nellie. Get the blood stains off.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
the Bar of the Bull and Bear must be the most exclusive bar in the City of London. It is never frequented by any other than those who make their money in the city. Brokers, jobbers, bankers, etc. all gather there in their sober city dress, and fortunes are made and lost over a glass of sherry. One group, round a small table in the corner, were quite typical. Their names were Todhunter, Boardman, and Jago.
Your sherry, sir.
Oh, thank you. Well, Boardman?
Yeah, you were right, Todhunter. They upped the dividend. And that means, Jago, that you owe me a drink.
I'll sign the slip for the sherry.
Very well, Mr. Jago. Here we are. Thank you.
The devil's that? Oh, sorry, men. The drink will have to wait. Wired to sound these days, eh?
Yes, a new gadget. Transistorized communication, a sort of a portable secretary. Henry put me onto it. I think he's got shares in the company that makes them. It's quite simple, really. When my office wants me, they call the answering service, and they transmit the bleep sounds. Well, that's the signal to call them back.
Oh, hadn't you better do so?
There's no need. It's just a reminder that it's time I left for our board meeting. Yeah, come on, Henry. Leave the sherry for Jago. We have work to do.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks. If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Lux is the beauty soap chosen by beautiful film stars around the world. They choose Lux for its rich, moisturizing lather. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel find they have business in the city, which starts when someone attempts to dial a deadly number. The man called Jago grinned cheerfully at Boardman and Todhunter as they left the table at the bar and walked sedately over to an old-fashioned hat stand. Todhunter removed his answering service transistor from his jacket pocket and slipped it into the outer pocket of his heavy tweed overcoat. As he did so, a newcomer to the bar seemed to collide with him.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. Quite all right. Excuse me.
Todhunter wasn't to know that the man had very skillfully taken the transistor from the overcoat pocket and switched another similar gadget in its place. The two friends left the bar, and a few minutes later they were back in their respective offices. Todhunter once again removed his overcoat, took the duplicate transistor, and clipped it inside his jacket top pocket. Then he joined the others in the boardroom.
I think there is no need to point out, gentlemen, that since the war, full employment and a rising standard of living have become the major economic requirements of this country, accompanied as is inevitable by inflation.
Todhunter droned on with his address. Various members, replete from luncheon in the Bull and Bear, fixed an expression of earnest concentration on their faces and closed their eyes. Back in the bar of the Bull and Bear, the man who'd bagged into Todhunter consulted his watch and moved to one of the minute telephones. He smiled grimly as he began to dial a number. In the boardroom, Todhunter was concluding his speech.
Therefore, gentlemen, the future for the industry looks very bright. For our company, I must say the outlook is healthy. Very healthy.
Not so healthy for Todhunter, who at that point swayed on his feet, clutched at his chest, tottered, and collapsed face downwards across the boardroom table, knocking over a water cone. A few hours later, John Steed walked slowly round the boardroom. When Mrs. Peel entered, he hardly glanced at her, but said,
"One really can tell a great deal about members of a board from the way they will scribble on the scrap pads. Doodling is the correct word, I believe. Now look at this. Repressed personality. Now, whereas this one shows a deep-seated frustration.
Well, whoever did it has my sympathy.
Ah, but this is more difficult. Mysterious. Now, he keeps his desires and feelings to himself. A secretive nature.
You might have drawn it yourself.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Steed.
I have been summoned here with all urgency and no explanations. Do I have to guess why I'm here? Do you tell me straight, or do we have to play quiz games?
Steed took a folded evening paper from his coat pocket and slid it across the polished top of the boardroom table.
Stop press.
Chairman of Todd Hunters dies. Share prices slashed.
It happened right there where you're standing, less than 2 hours ago.
Steed took a Hunter gold watch from his pocket, flipped it open, and consulted it.
Yes, 2 hours ago.
Well, that's an impressive watch. You?
No. Legacy from my Uncle Bertie. It plays jingle bells if you open the back. See.
How useful. Pity it's dented.
Battle of the Somme, 1916.
German bullet?
Canadian mule, actually. Yes, Todd Hunter died literally on this table 2 hours ago.
Look, I'm sorry to appear unsympathetic, but I don't see why it should be of all that interest to us.
He was the 6th company chairman to drop dead in the last year.
Thrombosis. Pressure of work.
Each time, the chairman was dynamic, virtually indispensable to his company, so the company stood to lose a good deal by his death.
Well, it could be overwork. People do drop dead of strain.
Question, did they drop, or were they pushed?
All 6 of them?
Why not?
Motive.
Your guess is as good as mine.
A man dies, share prices drop, company becomes cheaper and therefore easier to take over.
Fine, but for one thing, they weren't taken over.
Well, what next?
A little dabble in high finance.
Oh?
Yes. 6 chairmen with only one thing in common. A banker named Boardman. Now, see if you can get hold of any personal possessions that Todd Hunter had on him at the time of his death. I'll pay a visit to banker Boardman. We'll meet up later. Let's go, Mrs. P.
Boardman's, like most merchant bankers, operates from a parlor. A large ornate room with a grate, thick carpets, and 2 ornate desks at opposite ends of the room. The room itself is panelled and lined with portraits and framed accounts. There are 2 doors, one Mr. Henry Boardman's, and the other his partner John Harvey's. When John Steed entered, Henry Boardman stopped signing letters and rose to greet him.
My apologies, Mr. Steed. Will you take sherry and biscuits with me?
Thank you. It's a charming place you have here. Nice to see old traditions maintained.
Yeah, virtually unchanged in 147 years. Since the bank was founded, in fact. Well, you come to us most highly recommended, Mr. Steed. Your bona fide is excellent. Yes, most excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, the nature of your business?
Money.
Yeah, naturally.
Shall we say £1.5 million? All right, then let's make it 2 million clear. Nice round figure, eh? Helps keep the accounts tidy.
Mr. Steed.
Just for a start, of course. We may want to double that figure eventually, but...
Mr. Steed, I admire your attack, but even on the strength of these references, a loan of £2 million would be...
Oh, my dear chap, no, you misunderstand me. I haven't come here to borrow. I want a deposit.
Deposit? £2 million?
If we can agree on the proper way to invest it. You see, I represent a trust fund set up by one of the armed forces. We have very substantial funds to invest and thought that one of the better merchant banks might be the best way of placing them. More than that, I'm not at liberty to say at the moment. Not until I'm quite sure that your bank is the one to do business with. I'm sure you understand.
Oh, absolutely. You're looking the market over, so to speak.
So to speak, yes.
Well, Mr. Steed, I think you have made a wise choice in coming here first. This is your first call.
I can see you're as wily as your reputation, Mr. Boardman.
Can I offer you a cigar? A custom roll?
Oh, no, thank you. No, too early. Yes, I feel at home here already. The air of ordered calm, a feeling of solidarity, of financial wisdom. Oh, I say, did you once have a candle letter hanging on that wall?
Steed indicated an empty space with his umbrella.
Yes, but how did you...
A friend of yours happened to mention it. It was actually he who first suggested I came here. Poor fellow, Norman Todd Hunter.
Todd Hunter, yes, indeed. Tried to do too much, poor fellow. John. Mr. Steed, I'd like you to meet my partner, John Harvey.
How do you do, Mr. Steed? Glad to know you. Did I hear you mention Todd Hunter? Were you a friend of his?
Well, we were acquaintances.
Pushed himself too hard, to the limit. It's a familiar story these days, I'm afraid.
Yes, very familiar. You have been having some bad luck of late, haven't you? 6 company chairmen in less than a year.
Yes, indeed. Well, Mr. Steed, what do you make of us? A bit archaic, you think? Trappings of a bygone age?
I'm afraid we still judge the man, if he's a credit risk or not, by the color of his socks.
Steed lifted an elegant shoe and showed a length of sock.
Dark grey silk with a discreet motive. I hope I qualify.
I'm sure you do. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, by the way, Miss Boardman, could you put me on to a good broker?
The best. Frederick Ewell. Using myself. This car will introduce you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, and this is my address. I'm giving a little house party on Thursday night. You know, I'd be most honored if you could attend.
I'd be delighted.
Mrs. Peel was having a far less pleasant afternoon. There was no offer of sherry and biscuits at Maccombie's funeral parlour.
Excuse me, do you happen to be the gentleman who dealt with the late Mr. Todd Hunter?
The Todd Hunter? No. Oh, yes, the mahogany and walnut, the velvet lined, the solid brass handles, the Gothic style. I prefer the Corinthian fluted myself.
Oh. Well, I've come to pick up his personal effects. I have the authority here to remove all he had on him. There won't be an autopsy, will there?
The autopsy? Why should there be? The doctor signed the death certificate. Thrombosis. Why should there be an autopsy?
You didn't notice anything peculiar about the body?
Oh, slight bruise above the heart, that's all. These things are over... Oh, that's funny. It's gone.
What's gone?
One of those bleep gadgets for answering service. It's gone, and yet I took it out of his pocket myself. His top pocket. It was clipped to his top pocket.
About level with the heart?
Yes, I suppose it would be. Odd, isn't it?
Very odd. Very odd indeed.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes, in your eyes.
No dirt can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Whelan had to wash greasy overalls.
And I thought, oh, well, I won't worry. I'll stick it into cold water Omo. And sure enough, every bit of grease is out.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, twice before in this series I have told the story of how individual spies entered a country. There are many methods used by enemy aliens to gain admittance to a nation for spying activities. It is the story of how one particular nation brings in many spies at one time that I'm going to ask John Holbrook to introduce now.
Thank you, K7. Recently, K7's friend and co-worker, Special Agent B9, and his assistant, Rita Drake, undertook the problem of trying to discover how the spies of a certain nation entered a country. Their investigations led them to the seacoast, where they spent many days. However, their efforts were fruitless until, quite by accident, Rita saw a young girl crying on the docks and went to her. Our story opens as Rita and B9 talk together on the waterfront.
Rita, somewhere along this waterfront, there's a mystery that we haven't solved.
B9, are you sure that spies are entering this country through this port?
I'm positive of it. What are you looking at, Rita?
That girl ahead of us. I saw her yesterday in that same spot. Don't you remember? I pointed her out to you. She was crying.
Yes, it's the same girl, all right.
She's crying now, too, B9. That girl's in trouble. She might be thinking of... Well, you know what I mean. She sits there looking at the water, but hasn't quite nerve enough. I'm going to her, B9.
Perhaps you're right, Rita. Come along.
No, I don't want you with me. She'll talk to another woman, but not to a man. Go back to your hotel. I'll pick you up in an hour or so, and we'll go to dinner. Hello. May I sit here with you, if you want to? I saw you here yesterday and again today. Oh, come on. Please talk to me. You're in trouble. I know you are. It's nothing. Nothing that you can help me with. Perhaps I can. Why don't you let me try? Is it about someone you care a lot about? Yes. He'll come back. No, I'm sure he won't. It's been 3 months. That's his ship out there. It's been in 4 times since he left, and he didn't come back with it. Tell me the whole story. Yes, I want to tell you. I've got to tell someone. His name was Leon Sewells, and mine is Leona. Leon and Leona. We laughed about it when we first met. And then we fell in love, and I married him. And he sailed away. On that ship out there, the Storm Cloud. It's a fishing boat, and he was going to be gone only 2 weeks. But when it came back, Leon wasn't aboard. Do you mean he got off the boat at some other port? I don't know. It's all so funny. The Storm Cloud was gone 10 days, and when it came back, the entire crew, even the captain, was different. I've talked to all of them, and they won't tell me anything, even if they knew Leon. Did you say the entire crew changed while the ship was at sea? Yes, and I knew all the men who were aboard with Leon. I met them with him. I see. Leona, perhaps I can help you. I'll find out what port the Storm Cloud put into while she was at sea. Meet me here tomorrow afternoon.
A few minutes later, Rita met B9 and went to dinner with him. While they were eating, she told him the entire story.
The girl is desperate, B9. Her husband disappeared off the boat. The entire crew disappeared. The boat went out to sea for 10 days. When it returned, it arrived with a different crew, even to the captain.
B9 first checked with the harbor master.
The Storm Cloud's a converted destroyer now engaged in fishing. It leaves this port every 10 days or 2 weeks, but does not touch any other port while away.
You have a record of her captains?
Yes, she's now under the command of Captain Zdarsky. He's a citizen of... This is funny. The Storm Cloud sailed under the command of one man and came back under the command of another. Yet, according to her papers, she didn't touch any port.
B9's hunch proved right. The Storm Cloud had 6 captains over a period of 18 months. All had apparently come aboard at sea, for there was no record of the fishing boat ever having put in at any other port. B9 next questioned the wholesale fish dealers.
I wonder if you have a record of the fish you have purchased from the operators of the Storm Cloud.
The Storm Cloud, they're not fishermen. She goes out to sea, but she never brings any fish back. We've laughed about it many times.
B9's next request was sent directly to Naval Intelligence. It went out that night by radio.
Storm Cloud is registered under the flag of the nation we suspect. It's supposed to be a fishing boat, and it never brings fish into port. I want to find out where it goes at sea, how the crew is changed. I have found the ship also has powerful wireless sending equipment. Will you grant me permission for me to go aboard and make a search tomorrow afternoon?
Permission will be granted.
The next afternoon, B9 boarded the Storm Cloud and showed his papers to the captain.
You've seen my credentials, Captain. I have full permission from the government to search this ship. Would you show me around?
Why should my ship interest you?
A man disappeared from aboard this ship at sea. He left a bride ashore. That's reason enough. Now let's look the Storm Cloud over. Lead the way. Wait, are those gun emplacements on the deck?
This ship is a converted destroyer. We have never removed them.
That's interesting.
First, I will show you the crew's quarters first.
Just a minute, Zadarsky. We'll get to the crew's quarters in time. What about that door we just passed? This one amidships?
That is our refrigerating plant to keep our fish fresh. You would not be interested.
On the contrary, I am very much interested to know why a boat that never catches any fish needs a refrigerating plant. Open it up.
But...
Open it up.
Step in. And don't try to move. I have a gun in your back.
What do you think you're doing, Zadarsky?
Get inside. You wanted to know what was in there? Take a good look.
Bomb wrecks.
You will never have a chance to report them. I am taking you to sea with us.
Ashore, Rita talked with the girl, Leona, as she waited for B9 to return. As they talked, Rita saw a boat leave the side of the ship and come toward them.
A boat has just left the ship. If it's the man who came here with me, he may have some information about your husband. But the crew aboard now say they never heard of Leon. I've talked to all of them. What's the matter? This boat coming. There's only one man in it. It's not B9. No? Oh, but I know this man. He's Fourscore, a sailor. I've talked with him. He's almost here. I'll ask him about Leon again. Fourscore, have you heard anything?
I have not time to talk now.
Well, I only wanted to ask you.
I am in a hurry. If you see any of the men from the Storm Cloud, tell them to go aboard. Tell them we are sailing at once.
What does he mean? They can't sail with your friend aboard. Perhaps they think they can. Leona, I want you to help me. I'm going to the Coast Guard authorities. I want you to stay here and keep watch for my friends. I'll be back in a few minutes.
A little over an hour later, the Storm Cloud sailed. As it left the harbor, a swift gray destroyer followed. Rita stood at the destroyer's rail and talked with the captain.
We're almost up with them.
Yes, that fishing boat is fast. If they had more of a start on us, we never would have caught her.
How will you make them stop?
I'm going to stop them now. Stand by to open fire.
Aye, aye, sir. Forward gun loaded.
Fire a shot across the bow.
They haven't slowed up.
No. Hand me that megaphone. Ahoy, Storm Cloud. Stand by to be boarded.
They're slowing.
Yes, I thought they would. Yeah, we'll come alongside. Come up alongside.
Aye, sir.
I don't see B9. Would we be in trouble if he shouldn't be aboard?
I'll talk to you about that after we search him. There's the captain. I'm coming aboard you, Captain.
What do you want?
I'm going aboard with you, Captain.
Make fast. Fore and aft.
Aye, sir. Why have you stopped us?
We have reason to believe that you're taking a man to sea.
That is impossible.
What's that? Someone's knocking on that door. B9!
Rita, I'm in here.
Here, open that door.
I have not the key.
Yeah, then I'll open it. Look out inside. Get away from the door. I'm going to shoot the lock off.
It's opening.
Rita, I'm glad you got here.
Oh, I was sure you were aboard, B9. I went to the Coast Guard.
I'm glad you did, Rita. Captain, seize the Storm Cloud and tow her ashore. These men are not fishermen. They're spies engaged in photographing our coast defenses. This ship is fully armed. That room in which I was held prisoner contains racks of depth bombs.
I'll see they're not disturbed, B9.
Good. These men are all to be made prisoners. And, Rita, I have some good news for the girl Leona. Her husband is also a prisoner in there. We'll take him back to her.
Further investigation proved the Storm Cloud to be a fighting ship disguised as a fishing boat. It also brought spies into the country through the simple trick of sailing into port with a full crew and leaving with only enough men to run the boat. Thus they left 10 or 12 so-called sailors on every trip. As a result of the seizure of the Storm Cloud, a close check is being kept on other fishing boats. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hey, boss. Yeah? There's no moon tonight. What of it? It's spooky when there's no moon.
You afraid of something, Marlowe?
Me?
You.
What are you afraid of?
Of course, I ain't been much afraid of anything since the second battle of Bull Run.
That so?
Oh. I took my first bullet at Manassas Gap. I thought sure I'd die, but I didn't.
That's nothing. When I got shot on the Chattahoochee River over in Georgia, I knew I wouldn't die.
How'd you know?
I just knew, that's all.
Weren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
Dying.
I've never been afraid to die.
Well, I'm not afraid. Not anymore. Not since Bull Run.
And what's all this about there being no moon, Orlo?
I said I'm not afraid to die. I didn't say I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. Hey, Gorse.
Yeah?
Wished we could stop and light a fire.
What?
I got some pork to cook.
Now listen here, Orlo. You trying to tie the rope around your own neck?
No.
And eat your meat raw, you hear?
Raw meat gives me the bellyache.
You needn't worry about that, Orlo. Those people back in Dodge, they got a cure for bellyache.
They have?
They have. A lariat rope over the limb of a cottonwood tree.
Oh, they ain't going to catch us.
They will if you go building bonfires all over the prairie to cook your dang pork with.
Well, I'll just build a little bitty Indian fire, Gorse.
Oh, shut up. Orlo? Look over there.
Where?
Over there. At the foot of that little rise.
Oh, I don't see nothing.
That cabin, you do too see.
Oh, that. What about it?
There's no light in it, you fool, and there's no smoke. It's deserted.
Well, that's good, ain't it, Gorse? Nobody to tell the posse which way we went.
How do you know they got a posse?
Well, they should have.
Anyways, we'll sleep in that cabin. If somebody does come along, we can fight them off from there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. It's big, ain't it, Gorse?
Big enough for us, anyway. Come on, maybe there's some food inside. Hey, wait. There's a horse in here.
He must have got in and the door blew shut, poor thing.
Well, get him out.
Yeah, easy, boy. Easy now, son. Easy. I got him. Now, outside, fella, outside. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
What's funny?
That horse. He's all wet with lather.
Lather?
Hold it right there.
Hey, there's somebody in there.
Now get your hands up.
What?
You're framed in the door and you'll die if you make a wrong move. Now turn around and stand there. Now take your guns.
Who are you, mister?
All right, get outside. Slow. All right, that's far enough. Now you can turn around. All right, you, what's your name?
Orlo.
Orlo what?
Just Orlo.
And you?
William Goss, but I don't use the William.
I'll remember that.
Look, mister, we don't mean no harm. We just thought your cabin was deserted and we could sleep in there tonight.
It's deserted, but you won't be sleeping anywhere tonight.
Now, mister, you got no right
You'll
to...
sleep in Dodge when we get there.
Oh, no. No, we can't go back to Dodge.
No? Why can't you?
Well, you see, we shot a man that day. This morning it was.
Orlo, you shut up.
But, Gorse, you know we can't go back.
I'll shut you up.
Hold it, Gorse.
Well, he always did talk too much. The war made him like that, mister. He was all right before the war. So they say, anyway.
Now, listen to me, both of you. This isn't my cabin.
It isn't? Then why'd you put us out of it?
I'm trying to tell you why. I'm a United States Marshal.
What?
Oh, gosh. We got caught. You're both under arrest for murder.
Well, I'll be. So that's why his horse was hot. He'd been chasing us, of course. How could he have been chasing us? He was in front of us.
I've been on your tail ever since you ran out of Dodge. The trail you were following led right here, so I made a circle and waited for you. Does that explain things?
Hey, that's pretty smart, isn't it, Gorse? We was riding too slow.
Yeah. But if I'd known what I was following, I think I'd have just ridden up behind and yelled at you to stop.
We'd have run.
Now explain something to me, will you? What are you men?
We're just friends. Yeah, me and Gorse been friends for a long time.
No, that's not what I meant. Look, you shot that store clerk in Dodge and you killed him. But you're sure not gunmen. You're not bandits. Now, what are you?
We're broke. We needed some money. But he wouldn't give it to us. He grabbed the gun instead out under the counter. And he'd have shot us with it, too. We had to kill him. That's all there is to it, Marshal.
Not quite, I'm afraid. You killed a man, and I'm taking you in for murder.
They're going to hang us?
Not they. The law, maybe. But you'll get a fair trial.
Won't matter. We done it. We'll hang.
Yeah, you're right, Goose.
We'll hang, sure.
I don't know. I suppose you'd have killed somebody sooner or later. All right, get your horses.
Ain't you going to handcuff us or nothing?
Why?
Oh, no reason, Marshal. I was just asking.
I thought so. All right, come on. It's a long ride to Dodge. It took all night to ride back to Dodge, but I didn't have to watch my prisoners any more than if they'd been a couple of riders I'd thrown in with on the trail. Maybe it was all their years in the war, in the Army, that made them do whatever I, as a marshal, told them to do. The idea of not obeying me never occurred to them. Next morning, I had Chester lock them up, and then I went off to get some sleep. About noon, I got up, ate something, and dropped into the Texas Trail.
Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, sure, Kitty.
I hear you brought in those murderers.
Yeah, I did.
Well, aren't you glad?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'm glad.
Well, they're the ones, aren't they? You got the right men.
Yeah, they're the ones. They did it.
Matt, sometimes I don't know...
Kitty, they're just a couple of not very bright men who've had too much war. I guess they just got used to killing. I don't think it means anything at all to them.
Well, then...
They're not mean, and they're not vicious. They're just kind of loco. Well, that's what makes them dangerous, I guess.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
I hear you brought in two men this morning, Gorse and Orlo.
No? How do you know their names?
Well, everybody does by now.
Yeah, I suppose so.
They didn't do it, Marshal.
What?
They're innocent. They didn't kill that clerk.
Who are you, mister?
My name is Blaine, George Blaine.
All right, Blaine, what's this all about?
Oh, what I said, Marshal. They're innocent. You see, I and Ned and Lou, well, over there at the bar, we saw them just leaving Kelly's stable when that shooting took place.
Would you swear to that in court?
Why, sure, Marshal. How come you arrested them anyway?
Well, I'll tell you, Blaine. They shot a man.
Nobody saw that killing.
Look, I don't know who you are or what your interest in this is, but they admit killing that clerk. So why don't you just go back and join your friends at the bar and forget about it, huh?
No, Marshal, we won't forget about it. You shouldn't have arrested those men. And what's more, we're going to see to it they don't stay arrested.
Oh? You want to see to it right now, Mr. Blaine?
No. No, there are other men around here interested in justice, Marshal. And I think we'll talk to them first.
Don't do it, Blaine.
Don't get anything like that started here in Dodge. See you later, Marshal. Who is he, Kitty?
I don't know, Matt. He and his 2 friends came in on a Santa Fe from St. Louis a couple of days ago. That's all I know.
I wonder what they got in mind.
Oh, they've been drinking. It's just talk, Matt.
Yeah, maybe. I'll see you later, Kitty. So long.
Hurry back, Matt.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, CBS Radio's Escape dramatizes a romantic conflict titled El Guitarrero, which means the guitarist. It concerns a Mexican musician who resorts to traditional and some surprising methods to protect his marriage when an American poet tries to steal his wife. Remember, it's tomorrow night on Escape, presented on most of these same stations by CBS Radio. El Guitarrero. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that fella come here, but I wouldn't let him talk to prisoners.
Was he alone, or did he have his 2 friends with him, Chester?
Oh, he was alone, sir. But I did notice a couple of men waiting around outside now that you mention it.
You, haven't heard anything about this Blaine or his friends the last day or so, have you?
No, sir. Nobody's mentioned them. Around me, anyway.
Well, it sure stumps me.
You think maybe they're going to cause trouble, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. They might try, but it'd be easier to stop if I knew what was behind it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, mobs have tried to open this jail before, but to lynch somebody, not to turn them loose.
Mighty curious, all right.
Well, Chester, I'm going to have a talk with the prisoners. Maybe they might know something.
Well, it's worth a try, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, Gorse, it's the marshal. Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Orlo. Gorse.
How are you, Marshal?
Well, is Chester treating you all right?
Well, wasn't much of the bait we had this morning, but the noon meal was fine. Marshal? We get supper, too?
Of course you do.
And when they gonna hang us, Marshal?
Well, Orlo, you haven't been tried yet. Nothing's going to happen until you have a trial.
How long will that take, Marshal? Well, what difference does it make, Gorse, as long as we get fed every day?
Listen, you men, I want to ask you something.
Sure, Marshal.
Have you ever heard of a man named Blaine? He's tall, has black hair.
Wasn't that the fella's name who was here this morning all over? Yeah, that's right. Blaine.
Here this morning? Chester said he kept him out of here.
Oh, he come around back, outside, talked through the window there. Seemed like a nice fella. Sort of crazy, though.
Now, why do you say that, Orlo? What did he want?
Oh, he kept saying he had witnesses and all like that. Said we're innocent. We shouldn't be in here.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Well, we told him how you caught us and what we did and all. We told him there wasn't any witnesses we could see. Just us. And that clerk. But we killed him. Sure, but Blaine was saying him and his friends saw us down by some corral or something. I don't know. He was all mixed up.
Tell me, have either one of you ever seen this Blaine before?
Oh, no, Marshal. Never laid eyes on him. And that's the truth. That's right, Marshal. Me and Gorse, we never tell lies.
Yeah, I know. Did Blaine tell you what he's going to do? What his plans are?
Nary a word, Marshal. Except he did say for us to set up a holler that we didn't kill that fella. Oh, he's crazy, that Blaine. I couldn't get his drift at all.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, Orlo. For some reason that I don't know, Blaine wants you two out of jail. He may come here with a mob and try and get you out.
Well, he can't do that. We're under arrest here.
Yeah, I know. But he might try.
What'll we do about it, Marshal?
Nothing, Gorse, nothing. I'll handle it.
You sure, Marshal?
Let me know if you need anything, huh?
Oh, we're fine, Marshal. Thanks just the same.
Sure. Okay. I'll see you later, then. Hello, Doc. What are you doing here?
I heard there might be some excitement, Matt.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, right here at the jail, too.
Give Doc a gun, Chester. We can use another man.
Name your preference, Doc. Shotgun or rifle?
You sit right where you are, Chester. I'm not a gunfighter. My work begins where you fellas leave off.
Well, you may have a busy evening, Doc. But I hope not.
You never can tell, Matt. But I take things as they come.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. I better go and get my office cleaned up. If anyone gets shot, you send them right up there.
It doesn't improve a man's temper to spend the afternoon sitting around and waiting for a mob to form. A mob that's going to head his way when it gets its spirits high enough. Chester and I didn't talk much. We just sat and waited. Long about dusk, we saw a couple of dozen men gather in the middle of the plaza. Then Blaine appeared, and he began haranguing them. And the crowd grew. In a little while, it started moving down Front Street, down toward the jail, and us.
Looks like everybody in Dodge is taking an interest, Mr. Dillon.
We'll use shotguns, Chester. I never saw a mob yet that was eager to jump a shotgun.
Yes, sir. Here's yours, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, thanks. Well, let's go meet him outside, Chester.
All right, sir.
Here, this is good enough.
Pretty big crowd coming, Mr. Dillon.
Maybe most of them are just curious. I sure am, anyway.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, I haven't got this Blaine figured, that's all.
All right, hold it, man. Hold it, man. I'll see if I can talk some sense into the marshal first. Well, Marshal, I was right. There seem to be a lot of men in Dodge interested in justice. We want Orlo and Gorse out of that jail, Marshal. We want them freed. Aren't you going to say anything, Marshal?
I don't see your two partners, Blaine, whatever their names are.
Don't you worry about them, Marshal. Now, you tell us. You going to turn those prisoners loose, or do you want us to do it? Well, speak up, Marshal. Which way is it going to be?
All right. Now, you've all heard Blaine's story. He claims he and his friends saw Orlo and Gorse at Kelly's stable when the shooting took place. Now, that's pretty good evidence that they didn't kill that clerk. And it could be true. I'm going to go inside and I'm going to talk to him about it. I'll give you my answer in half an hour. Now, is that fair enough?
Yes. A half hour will just about do it, Marshal.
I think it will, Blaine.
But no matter what you decide, we're going to turn them loose. Isn't that right, man?
Chester, keep an eye on Blaine. Don't let him leave here if you have to shoot him to keep him around.
Yes, sir, but I don't understand why
Just do as I say, Chester.
Yes, sir. What's doing, Marshal?
I don't know, Gorse, but I just might find out.
This Dodge is a mighty strange place, wanting to turn prisoners loose.
Yeah. I'll be back soon.
Matt! What are you up to? You're going to break my window with those rocks.
Get on here, Doc. I need you, and hurry.
Huh? Oh, why, sure, Matt. Stand under the window here, and I'll climb down on top of you. Yeah, it's only a few feet.
Okay. All right, come on, hurry.
Yeah, well, what's this all about, Matt? Where we're going?
We're going to the express company first.
Well, what for? It's closed.
Maybe not. It's not quite 6.
Everybody in Dodge is out there in the street. I was watching from my front window.
Not quite everybody, Doc. Blaine's 2 friends aren't there.
Yeah, right. Well, what do you
I'm working on a hunch, Doc. If I'm right, I want you as a witness. And we'll go back and show that mob what fools they are.
Yeah, whatever you say, Matt. But I haven't got a gun.
Don't worry, I'll do the shooting. We reached the rear of the express company, and I took a quick look through the window. The single room was deserted. And the only other place would be the bank, if I was right. And I was. 2 horses were tied to a tree outside the back entrance, the door of which was ajar. I made Doc get around the corner of the building where he'd be safe. And I stood close to the door and waited. In about 5 minutes, I heard him coming out.
Let's get that mask off. Yeah, we'll hide this stuff at the stable, go down and join Blaine. Hurry, Lou, we're late now.
Get your hands up. This is a shotgun.
Don't use it. You got us. Don't shoot.
Well, you're not the fightingest men I ever saw. All right, I'll take your guns now, and don't try anything.
Yeah.
And yours? Doc.
Yes? Well, what do you know? Blaine's partners. You sure guessed right, Matt.
Now, who's inside?
We didn't hurt him, Marshal. Just tied him up.
Who, I said?
Well, that old man, the banker.
All right, go take a look at him, Doc. Take those money bags with you. But be quick, we haven't got much time. I'll have company for you shortly, gentlemen, so you just sit quiet, huh?
Blaine's going to be mighty surprised at this.
Come on, Doc.
My gracious, I thought you was never going to come out, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal, are you going to be smart? You going to turn them loose?
You're under arrest, Blaine.
What? Marshal, don't be a fool. You aren't arresting anybody. Is he, man?
Tell him who I just locked up, Doc.
All right. That's right, man. Marshal just arrested Blaine's 2 friends.
What?
You make one move and I'll cut you in half, Blaine. All right, go ahead, Doc.
I was right there with him. Caught him up the street, raiding the bank. They're locked up inside right now.
Well, they're no friends of mine. We've been drinking together, that's all. And besides, I wasn't anywhere near that bank. I was right here.
Yeah.
You men saw me here.
And you got nearly everybody else in town here, too, Blaine. So your partners could work unmolested. Take his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right. All right, you men. Now, you've made fools enough of yourselves for one evening. Now, you go back where you came from and stay there. Now, go on. Inside, Blaine. Your friends are waiting for you. I never did find out just who Blaine was. He kept his mouth shut all through the trial. It could be that he'd never been arrested before. But anyway, he and his partners got 5 years. That's better than Orlo and Gorse made out. They stood up and told their whole story as straight as if I'd told it myself. I guess telling the truth was about the only sense of right and wrong that the war had left them. They weren't bad men, but they were dangerous. And early one morning, a month later, up in Hayes City, on the order of the court, Orlo and Gorse were hung.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Harry Bartell, with Lawrence Dobkin and Lou Krugman. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday evening, Dan Daly and Deborah Paget are the stars in Deadline USA, a dramatic thriller adapted from the movie and presented by your Lux Radio Theater. It's an action-filled story of a newspaper man's struggle against hoodlum elements in his community, one that leads to dangerous reprisals on the part of the mobsters. Remember, this Monday night over most of these same stations, CBS Radio offers Deadline USA on your Lux Radio Theater. George Walsh speaking. America is cooking with 14 million kitchen radios and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall MI31, for example. Rexall's popular and versatile mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs almost instantly, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Yes, for a dependable, refreshing mouthwash, remember Rexall MI31. And remember also, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. We never say die.
Mr. Diamond,
That's right.
how would you like to make $1,200?
Do I have to name the mystery melody?
This is not a quiz show, Mr. Diamond. I have a proposition for you, a business arrangement by which you may profit to the tune of $1,200.
Oh, well, that's my favorite tune.
My name is Evans, Dr. William Evans. I have an office in the Grand Professional Building, Suite 409.
Grant Professional Building, Suite 409.
Yes, I'd appreciate it if you would come right over.
Well, it's after 6 now.
I'll stay in my office until you get here. And so as to save time with explanations, on your way over, pick up a late afternoon Times and read the article on page 3, column 2. A story about a man called Farmer.
I locked the office, went downstairs, and out on the street, where I purchased the late afternoon Times, and in the cab headed for Dr. Evans's office. I read the article on page 3, column 2. George Farmer burns to death, and a picture of the deceased. According to the article, Farmer had been on a vacation in the North Woods. He'd gone to sleep smoking a cigarette, and that was that. Mattress caught fire, and before anyone noticed, the whole cabin was burning. My cab let me out in front of Dr. Evans's building, and one look at the large crowd, plus the very familiar black sedan in the passenger loading zone, tied my stomach in a knot.
All right, now, get back, you. You?
Evening, Sergeant Otis.
Lieutenant, what are you yelling about, Melonhead?
Oh.
Evening, Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, no. I hope you were just passing by, Mr. Diamond.
I saw the crowd, Lieutenant Levinson, and came over to find out if you and Otis were playing hopscotch or possibly kick the can.
This is a swell time to make with the jokes. Some guy took a dive out of the 4th floor window.
4th floor? Dead?
Very. Name was Evans. Had offices in the building. Dr. William Evans.
Guy named Evans. Offices on the 4th floor. Doctor. Some guy. Just 20 minutes before, he'd called me with a $1,200 proposition. And now it looked like the only thing I was going to get out of the deal was a late afternoon paper and a story about a guy named Farmer.
Farmer? Burned to death in bed? Oh, yeah. We got a report on the case.
Well, this Dr. Evans was hooked up with it in some way.
He offered you $1,200?
He asked me if I was interested.
Silly boy. There's the doctor's office. And there's the window he went out of.
Who saw him jump?
Bill Mitchell, cop on the beat, saw the body come out of the window feet first. Said at least it looked like he jumped.
No sign of a struggle?
I'll have the boys give the room a good going over.
Well, we're pretty sure of 2 things, Walt. First, there's a strong possibility that Dr. Evans didn't commit suicide. Also, that he knew something about George Farmer, the guy who got burned to death.
Might have been Farmer's doctor.
Well, there's one way to find out. This Times article says that Farmer left a widow. While you're checking things here, I think I'll go see what Mrs. Farmer's views are on dead husbands and dead doctors.
Yes?
Mrs. Farmer,
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to talk to you about your late husband.
Are you from the police again?
Well, I just left them, but this is my own idea. My name's Diamond. I'm a private detective.
Oh? You working for the insurance company?
No.
Well, then just what do you want? I'm tired of questions about my husband's death. I've told the police and insurance company everything I know.
Well, I know it's been difficult, but I won't take long, and there are a few things I'd really like to find out.
Well, what are they?
Do you know a Dr. Evans?
Dr. Evans? No. No, I don't know any Dr. Evans.
Your husband never mentioned him, said he knew him?
No, he didn't. Besides, what has this doctor to do with my husband?
I don't know yet. You mentioned an insurance company. Was your husband insured, Mrs. Farmer?
Yes, with the National Mutual. But if you're not working for the insurance company or the police, who are you working for?
Me.
You? Look, would you mind telling me what possible interest you could have in the death of my husband?
Tell you the truth, I really don't know. But there's $1,200 mixed up in it somewhere, and that's enough to keep me well interested until I find some answers. Thank you, Mrs. Farmer. Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. You see the wife?
Yeah, lovely girl. Type you'd like to bring home to Mom. You find out anything?
Nothing in the room to indicate the doctor was pushed out of the window.
Mrs. Farmer didn't know the doctor. Said her late husband didn't either. But she thought at first I was from an insurance company.
Well, what company?
Oh, a National Mutual.
Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant.
got the names of the officials in National Mutual?
Yeah.
Bring them in.
Right.
Why all the action?
We checked with the dead doctor's nurse. She said aside from his regular practice, he worked for 2 or 3 big insurance firms. National Mutual was one of them. I didn't think of a connection then, but I made the check just in case.
Well, George Farmer was burned to death. Dr. Evans knew something about Farmer. Farmer was insured with the National Mutual, and the doctor worked for National Mutual. Might be a tie-up.
The vice president of National Mutual is Arthur Peterson. It's not too late. Let's take a run over to his house and see if he knows anything about it.
Well, gentlemen, in answer to your questions, yes, we did insure the late George Farmer, and Dr. Evans does work for us. As to whether or not he was the doctor who examined Farmer, I really couldn't say. I'd have to check the files. Lieutenant, aren't you satisfied? You think there's something wrong?
We don't know. Dr. Evans jumped or was pushed out of his office window this evening.
Good Lord.
He called Mr. Diamond here and indicated he knew something about Farmer's death.
Have you settled the claim with Mrs. Farmer yet?
No, but it's to be settled within the week. $25,000 policy.
If someone could show your company that Farmer's death was no accident, there'd be a reward, wouldn't there?
Yes. 10% of the policy. In this case, $2,500.
Oh, half of that'd be about $1,200.
You think we could look at your records tonight, Mr. Peterson? It's very important.
Of course. I'll just get a coat and we'll go right down to the office.
We left with Mr. Peterson and headed for the offices of the National Mutual. A quick look through the file showed us what we wanted. A full report on the state of George Farmer's health. Okayed for insurance by the examining physician, Dr. William Evans.
It's too bad the first claim on an accident policy has to be a death.
Well, that ties that up. Now what have we got?
Enough to keep on looking.
I think I'll go have a long talk with Farmer's wife.
Our company detectives checked that. She was right here in the city when her husband died.
Well, a little talk won't hurt.
Who sold Farmer the policy, Mr. Peterson?
According to the files, the insurance man was Martin Ames.
You have his address here?
Yes. Here you are. Good man. One of our leading salesmen.
While you're talking with Mrs. Farmer, Walt, I think I'll run over and see this man Ames. Maybe he can do us some good. If the late Dr. Evans hadn't offered me $1,200, I would have okayed his 4-floor dive as an act of suicide. But the way things were shaping up, he was going to split an insurance reward. And knowing doctors to be pretty practical people, I just couldn't imagine him giving up that kind of money for a fast trip to the sidewalk. The home of Martin Ames was an apartment on the Lower East Side. His wife answered the door.
No, my husband isn't here. I was just leaving.
You know where I can find your husband, Mrs. Ames? It's rather important.
I don't know what you want, but if you want to see my husband, that's where I'm going now. I just got a call. He's had an automobile accident. Miss?
Yes?
I'm Mrs. Ames. I was told my husband.
Oh, yes, Miss Ames. If you'll just have a seat, I'll call Dr. Tully. He's in charge of your husband's case.
But I want to see my husband. Can I see him?
You'll have to see Dr. Tully first.
But I want to know how serious it is. I should be with my husband.
If
it's
you'll
serious...
just be patient for a moment, Miss Ames, I'll get Dr. Tully.
Come on, Mrs. Ames. Let's sit down over here. Now, just sit down right over here and try and relax.
Dr. Tully, 3rd floor reception room, please.
Hello, Walt.
Dr. Tully,
No,
come to
this
the
is a
3rd
police
floor
officer, Miss
reception
Ames.
room, please.
Police officer?
Dr.
He's a
Tully.
friend of mine, Miss Ames.
Nothing about my husband.
Dr. Tully's the man you want to see.
Can I talk with you, Rick?
Oh, sure. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Ames?
Oh, yes, of course.
You'll be all right?
I'll be all right.
Okay, Walt.
Well, this is far enough.
About her husband?
Yeah, I was questioning Mrs. Farmer when I got the call over the hotshot. I remembered, so I figured you'd wind up here.
Have you heard how he is?
Died 5 minutes ago.
Oh, no. Accident?
Hit and run. Before he died, he told us a car ran him off the road. Went down a 20-foot embankment and right into a cement retaining wall. The wall stopped him from going any further, but broke his neck.
Any lead on the other car?
No, lonely stretch of road. No one else saw it. It happened too fast for Ames.
Wait a minute. That must be Dr. Tully going over to Mrs. Ames now.
Yeah,
Mrs.
that's
Ames,
Tully.
I'm afraid that...
He did everything he could. I don't envy him,
Your
miss.
husband is dead.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Ames.
Oh, dear
Mrs.
God,
Ames, please
no.
control yourself, Mrs. Ames. Come on, Walt. This is turning into a rotten case.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here's your Rexall Family Druggist.
I often think that perhaps the most common under-the-weather complaint in the average family is either acid stomach or plain old sluggishness.
Well, you certainly hit the nail on the head as far as my family is concerned.
And I'm also sure that's why there are literally millions of bottles of Rexall milk of magnesia on hand right now in family medicine cabinets.
Why, that sounds almost unbelievable.
No, ma'am. Not when you know that Rexall milk of magnesia is both a quick-acting antacid and a thoroughly effective yet gentle laxative. What's more, Rexall milk of magnesia has none of that unpleasant, earthy, gritty taste.
Say, my family would really appreciate that.
Then why not let them see for themselves just how creamy smooth and actually pleasant-tasting Rexall milk of magnesia really is? Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
A little after 6, I got a phone call, and by 6:30, the man who called was lying on a sidewalk, broken in two from a 4-story drop. 2 hours later, an insurance salesman named Ames was run off the road and ended up with a broken neck. Coincidence? Not a bit. Walt found the location of the place where George Farmer had burned to death. Then we climbed in the squad car and started the long drive for the Catskills. Around 7 in the morning, we turned off the main highway and onto a dirt road. A sign reading Sportsman's Retreat, 2 miles, pointed the way, and 20 minutes later, we were pulling up in front of the lodge.
Morning. Morning. Welcome to Sportsman's Retreat.
Morning.
Police car, ain't it?
I'm Lieutenant Levinson, 5th Precinct, New York Police. This is Mr. Diamond.
Oh, howdy.
How are you?
Are you up here about Mr. Farmer's death?
Unofficially. You run the place?
Yeah, I'm the foreman. My name's Pop Sloan, but everybody just calls me Pop.
We thought we'd stay a while, Pop. Can you put us up?
Well, sure. How long you figuring on being around?
Oh, not long. We only brought one change of clothes.
Well, come on in. Breakfast was an hour ago, but if you're hungry, I can have the cook rustle up some bacon and eggs.
Oh, sounds good.
Many people staying here, Pop?
Oh, about 14. Yeah, 14. Same crowd comes up every year. Sort of a club, you might call it.
How many years did George Farmer come out?
Oh, Mr. Farmer come up about, for the last 10 years.
Hey, who owns the place?
Mr. Phillips. He ain't here now, but he phoned and says he'll be in sometime this afternoon. Say, how come you fellas are interested in Mr. Farmer's death? We had the police and the insurance up here for 3 days. You're a little late, ain't you?
Well, there are a few things we haven't cleared up. Sure appreciate some help, Pop.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you all the help I can. I'll go get some breakfast for you, and then we can gabble a little while.
Pop went back to the kitchen, and we relaxed in a couple of big leather chairs in front of a large window that looked out on a row of cabins.
That last cabin must have been Farmer's.
Yeah, nothing much left of it.
It's beautiful up here. Look at those trees with the sun shining through them.
Your soul is showing, Walt.
Oh.
It was a beautiful place, all right. The cabin stood in a clearing, fronted by well-kept paths and backed by tall trees. Pop came in a little later with enough bacon and eggs to feed a platoon of tapeworms, and we talked.
Where is everybody, Pop?
Out fishing. Get up about 4:30 around here.
Many of the men bring their wives?
Oh, some of them. Mr. Farmer used to bring his'n up every year. Fine-looking woman, Mrs. Farmer. Didn't come up this year, though. It's too bad, too.
Why?
Well, might have saved him. Used to smoke in bed all the time. Maybe if she'd been around here, she might have caught him at it.
Who discovered the fire?
Oh, we all saw it, but it was too late. By the time we got there, the whole place was burning. By the time we got the hose going, there wasn't much left.
You say you all saw it. Where were you?
Oh, we was up to Willow Peak cooking out. That's about 3 miles from camp. You can see it from there. See? See that tall peak there to the left of them trees?
Yeah. How come Farmer didn't go along?
Oh, he never went on many hikes. Had trouble with his legs, you know.
Anyone stay here in camp besides Farmer?
No. Everybody was up Willow Peak.
Who examined the body?
Doc Combs from Evanston come up and looked at the body.
Where's Evanston?
About 50 miles east. But if you want to talk to the doc, you'll have to wait till everybody comes in from fishing.
Oh, good. Is he up here now?
Yeah, come up last night. Gonna stay a week for the fishing.
Oh, Pop.
Morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
I didn't expect you till this afternoon. This is Mr. Phillips, the owner.
Oh, I have some bags out in the car. Will you get them, please? Good morning, gentlemen.
I don't know.
Good morning.
There's some more police fellas, Mr. Phillips.
Oh? About Mr. Farmer's death?
Yeah, I gotta clear up a few things.
Would you please get those bags for me, Pop?
Bags? Oh, yes, bags. Sure. Yeah,
We just wanted to ask a couple of questions, Mr. Phillips. I'm Lieutenant Levinson. This is Mr. Diamond.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind if I sit down?
Well, not at all.
I thought the authorities were satisfied.
No, I guess they are. Where were you when the accident occurred, Mr. Phillips?
Oh, I was on my way here from the city. I arrived about an hour later.
You live in the city, Mr. Phillips?
Well, yes, I have a house there. I divide my time between there and the lodge.
Tell me something about Farmer, Mr. Phillips. What kind of a man was he?
Well,
You fellas want any more breakfast?
No, thanks, Pop. Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
Good old Pop. Well, there really isn't much to tell. Farmer was a nice sort of a guy, rather quiet. As you know, he had a very bad habit of smoking in bed.
You have any trouble with him smoking in bed before?
Oh, yes, several times. Nearly started a fire 2 years ago.
Well, wouldn't that make you watch him a little more closely?
Well, you see, his wife came up with him every year, but this one, she was usually near enough to prevent any trouble.
How long did he usually stay here?
Oh, week, 10 days, however long his vacation lasted.
Mm-hmm. What was his business?
I think he was in advertising.
Make much money?
I have no idea. He certainly never spent much. He was tight as the devil. He was known for it, in fact. Coming up here was the only luxury he allowed himself. He'd tell everyone he'd save all year just to come up here and relax for a week or so.
Hey, Lieutenant, here comes Doc Combs. He must have got his limit.
Oh, you gentlemen interested in talking to the doctor?
Yeah, Pop tells us he was the one who examined the body.
Well, what'd you get, Doc?
Hi, Pop. I got my limit.
Oh, good for you. Come on over here. A couple of fellas want to talk to you.
Well, how are you, Phil?
Hello, Doc.
Pop said you weren't due in till this afternoon.
Uh-huh. Oh, this is Lieutenant Levinson and Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah.
Police?
Yeah. They want to ask you a few questions. We got to clear up a few things about George Farmer getting burned to death.
Pop, that's enough, Pop.
I was only trying to help.
Well, certainly, gentlemen. Here, will you take these fish, please, Pop?
Fish? Oh, the fish. Yeah, sure. I'll be right back.
Well, I don't think I could tell you much more than I've already told the police.
Did you know George Farmer prior to his death?
Oh, yes, over a period of 10 years.
Did you identify the body?
Well, not at first. It was too badly burned.
Not at first. You mean you did identify it later?
Well, when they told me that George had a broken wrist, I found the broken section of bone and identified it.
Broken wrist?
Oh, yes, Mr. Diamond. You see, when George arrived, his lower arm was in a cast. He told us that he'd broken his wrist the week before.
What day did he arrive?
Tuesday of last week.
Well, put in a call to Otis and have him find out where George Farmer had his broken wrist treated. Most of all, when the accident occurred.
Well, what are you getting at, Rick?
Then have him find out the date the insurance policy went into effect. Doctor, which wrist was broken?
The right one.
And it was in a cast, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say he could move his fingers well enough to write?
Depends on how recent the accident.
Step on it, Walt.
Okay, but I don't get it. I talked to Otis. He'll get the information and call us back. Now, would you mind telling me what the devil this is all about?
George Farmer had to sign the insurance policy, didn't he?
Yeah, but he could have done that with his left hand.
An accident policy would cover a broken wrist, wouldn't it?
Sure, and what?
Mr. Phillips, you said Farmer was known to be careful with his money.
Yes, that's right.
I can vouch for that. I treated him for a cigarette burn 3 years ago and had a devil of a time collecting.
Thanks, Doctor.
Well, so what? So
if Otis gives us the answers I want, I think I can show you George Farmer was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah. And I think I can explain why an insurance salesman and a doctor were killed. So we all sat around and waited for my hunch to grow muscles. I kept turning the whole thing over in my mind, and the more I thought, the more the whole thing tied together. Around noon, a call came in from Otis, and Walt gave him the information I needed.
There it is. George Farmer broke his wrist on the 26th of last month. He was treated at the Olive Hospital.
About 3 weeks ago.
He stayed one night at the hospital and went home.
What day did he arrive here, Mr. Phillips?
About the 4th.
2 weeks after the accident. He died on the 11th, according to the papers.
Yes, that's right. He'd been here about a week.
When did the insurance policy go into effect, Walt?
The 22nd of last month.
It went into effect. It wasn't taken out.
I said went into effect.
Now, it would cost him a few bucks to have a broken wrist taken care of and spend the night in the hospital, wouldn't it, Doctor?
Yes, it would.
Remember what the vice president of National Mutual said, Walt? Too bad the first claim on an accident policy had to be death.
Yeah.
Well, if Farmer had an accident policy, why didn't he put in a claim for his broken wrist? Come on, Walt. We're going back to town and talk to Mrs. Farmer. You got your men spotted around the building?
Whole block surrounded. Peterson and Evers are covering the front. Cars at every corner.
Isn't Otis going to play?
Well, there's been some complaints about noisy cats in the neighborhood, so I stuck Otis in back in the alley. He'll drive every cat right into the river.
You might have made a mistake. One yell out of Otis, and he'll end up with all the shoes in the block.
Here it is.
Yeah? Oh.
Mind if we come in, Mrs. Farmer?
No, I guess not. Well, what is it this time, Lieutenant?
We think your husband was murdered.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Now, we know you didn't do it, but you were in on it. You know who did.
Are you serious?
Very. We just had the lab make a check on the insurance policy. The signature and the fingerprints were from the right hand.
Well, of course they were.
So your husband didn't have a broken wrist at the time?
Well, no, he did that sometime later.
And you'll swear that it's his signature on the policy?
Certainly. I went to the doctor with him.
I thought you said you didn't know a Dr. Evans.
Well, I don't.
He was the insurance doctor.
Well, I'd never seen him before or since. How could you expect me to
Your
remember
husband didn't turn in a claim for his broken wrist.
He didn't? Well, that was his business, wasn't it?
Don't you think it's rather strange to take out an accident policy and not turn in a claim on your first accident?
I don't know. I didn't bother with my husband's affairs.
Is this your husband's driver's license?
Where did you get that?
Motor Vehicle Department. Is it your husband's license?
Yes, I guess so.
The signature on this license is not the same as the one on the insurance policy.
What do you mean?
He means that the signature on the insurance policy is a very clever forgery. Who forged it, Mrs. Farmer?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who went to that doctor's office representing your husband?
No one. Why in the world would I do that? Why would I have someone represent my husband?
Probably because you wanted your husband out of the way.
That's horrible. Get out of here. That's not true.
Who was in on it with you? Who killed your husband up at his cabin at the lodge?
Get out. Get out.
It had to be someone at the lodge who knew what cabin he was in.
No.
Did you give the papers your husband's picture?
Yes.
You're lying. The newspapers told us you claimed not to have a picture.
Well, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Oh, sure you do. You didn't want to give the papers a picture of your husband because you knew the insurance salesman and the doctor would identify it as not being the man who took out the accident policy.
No.
You knew your husband was going to take his trip, so you planned his death and stayed home for an alibi.
The picture came out, and the insurance man and the doctor had to be killed. A man killed them, Mrs. Farmer. Someone strong enough to run a car off the road and lift an unconscious man out of a window, feet first.
Who killed them, Mrs. Farmer?
Hey, you, stop! Stop! Lieutenant!
Otis has got something.
Well, let's get out on the fire escape.
Stop or I'll shoot!
There's a new line.
Somebody halfway up the fire escape. Look out, Otis!
Move over, Walt. Otis going to hit a herd of elephants in a broom closet.
I got him, Lieutenant!
He got him.
Oh, make him happy, Walt. Climb out there and see what we got.
Okay.
Yeah, just take it easy, honey.
Frank!
Yeah?
It's that guy Phillips, the one who owned the lodge. And he's dead.
Well, Mrs. Farmer, that's it. Want to tell me about it?
Oh, yes, it doesn't make any difference now.
Phillips killed your husband and the other two men?
Yes. We fell in love 3 summers ago. But he planned it. The whole thing was his idea.
Oh, sure, I know. But the state is pretty narrow-minded about those things, honey. Guy like that gets ideas and gets dead for it. You like his ideas, and you just got to get in some kind of trouble along the way.
Go on, Melonhead. Climb in. You're not hurt that bad.
I am told.
You get shot, Otis?
No. But I'd like to ask you something, Shamus. Did you throw a shoe at me?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you're suffering the pain of a headache, remember, There's no faster-acting aspirin made than Rexall aspirin. When swallowed with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. Ask for Rexall aspirin at Rexall drugstores everywhere. There's no faster-acting aspirin made. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Wally Mayer, Joan Banks, and Bill Boucher. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime de Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Wednesdays this fall, hear Groucho, Gildy, and the Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow's adventure begins in just a moment. But first, do you know exactly what the blue coloring on blue coal means? Well, that's the trademark of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest hard coal producer. And it's placed on their product, blue coal, to guarantee that you're getting a superior quality anthracite. So insist on blue coal when you order anthracite for the coming winter. Your entire family will appreciate blue coal's greater heating comfort. You'll appreciate blue coal's greater heating economy. Call your dealer for your supply of blue coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Shyster Payoff.
Commissioner Weston, my paper wants to know what you're doing about this wave of holdups.
I hear you're resigning, Commissioner.
What about the mayor's statement, Weston? Yes, come on, let's have your story.
Wait a minute.
Come on.
Wait a minute, boys. I'll give you a statement.
Okay,
Commissioner, thanks. Sure, we're having a crime wave, but the police department is as good as you'll find in any city. We make arrests. The trouble is the district attorney's office can't get convictions. But it isn't the DA's fault that the work of his office is hampered by a political fixer and a shyster lawyer.
Hey, can we quote you on that?
How about naming the shyster, Commissioner Weston?
Who's the political fixer? Come on, Commissioner. Give us some more.
Hold it, boys. Hold it. What is it, Sergeant?
There's a call in your office, Commissioner Weston.
Sorry, boys. That's all. See you later. Who is it, the mayor?
No, it's him again.
Who are you talking about? Who's him?
The Shadow.
The Shadow? If I haven't got enough troubles. All right, I'll talk to him. I'll call you if I need you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Shadow, what is it this time?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Weston. Did you enjoy your conference with the gentlemen of the press?
You know everything, don't you?
You flatter me, Commissioner.
All right, let's have it.
Commissioner, do my ears deceive me, or did I really detect a note of, shall we say, welcome in your voice?
Listen, Shadow, I'll admit you have helped the police department at times, and I'm willing to accept tips or help from you just as I would from any other citizen. I take it you are a citizen and are interested in law enforcement?
Yes, Commissioner Weston. I am a citizen, and I am interested in law enforcement.
I wish there were more like that. But you didn't call me to exchange compliments. What do you want?
I called, Commissioner, to make a deal.
A deal? For yourself, Shadow?
No. Merely a deal whereby you will be ready to round up a criminal syndicate headed by Taggart, the notorious shyster lawyer, Rogan, the political fixer, and Red Doyle, the gangster.
You're crazy, Shadow. We know they're all crooks, but we can't prove it.
Suppose I could produce proof.
I wouldn't arrest a combination like that without an ironclad case. I wouldn't last 24 hours if the rap didn't stick. They'd have my job.
You'll have your ironclad case, Commissioner Weston. Wait until you hear from me.
Your Honor, may it please the court. I submit that the indictment against my client, Harry Dale, is improperly drawn, and I therefore ask that the state's case be dismissed.
I object, Your Honor. The indictment against Harry Dale is properly drawn under Section 73 of the Penal Code. Order in the court. Just a moment, gentlemen. The jury will please retire, where I hear your arguments on a point of law which is not within the province of their deliberation. Very well, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Prosecutor, step to the bar. I will hear your arguments as to the validity of this indictment.
Lamont Cranston, would you mind telling me why we've been following this lawyer, Rex Taggart, from court to court, watching him plead case after case?
Just to give my very lovely assistant, Margot Lane, a cook's tour of the more unpleasant side of the legal profession. How do you like Taggart, Margot?
He reminds me of a snake. What's he doing now, Lamont?
Taggart is pulling another legal technicality and snatching another criminal from the hands of the law.
How does he get away with it?
The law, Margot, is flexible. But its flexibility can be used by shyster lawyers like Taggart to provide loopholes.
Order! Silence in the court!
Watch what happens now.
Order! Silence in the court. Mr. Prosecutor, I regret I must agree with the arguments of counsel for the defense, Mr. Taggart. I protest, Your Honor! I protest! Due to the testimony given by the defense, and because of this technical error in the indictment, I must dismiss the case against Harry Dale and discharge the jury. Discharge the jury!
Lamont, Taggart just went into that apartment building. How much longer are we going to follow him around in the car?
I've got to follow Taggart, watch every move he makes, Margot. I promised Commissioner Weston an airtight case. I'm getting proof of a vicious racket. A racket that forces innocent people into a life of crime.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to follow Taggart into that apartment as the Shadow. I have an idea Taggart is about to collect his fee for defending a recent client. Stay here, Margot. Wait till I return.
Mr. Taggart, why have you come to my apartment? My brother's not here. My brother's not here, I tell you. I've given you every cent I have, every cent I could raise for defending him.
For saving your brother from the electric chair, Ruth Dale.
But my brother was innocent.
Yes, but the evidence was all against him. Your brother is alive, free, Only because of my knowledge of the law and your perjured testimony.
Why, you made me testify falsely. You told me it was the only way to save my brother.
Yes, I did. Do you want him tried again on the evidence? I can arrange it. And I can have you arrested for perjury, sent to prison.
Oh, no, please let me alone.
Your brother needs money. You need money. I can show you both how to make a lot of it. Quite easily.
We won't do anything criminal.
My plans are quite simple. You look like a girl accustomed to buying expensive jewels. You have only to go into jewelry shops and ask to see certain gems. When they're shown to you, it won't be your fault if your brother and others happen in and take them away.
And suppose we refuse?
You will go to prison for perjury, and the electric chair will be waiting for your brother.
Night to be driving, Lamont.
Sorry, Margot. Wherever Taggart goes, we go.
Oh, I detest Taggart. But I'm glad he was able to get Dr. Lambert's parole. I never did believe Dr. Lambert was responsible for that woman's death.
Yes, Margot. I'm glad Lambert is out, too. But I'm sorry for anyone Taggart helps.
Lamont, do you think Taggart means to force him into his crime syndicate, too?
Yes, Margot. The way he's done to Ruth Dale and her brother and many others.
Oh, but those poor people he's forcing into crime must be helped. Why don't you tell Commissioner Weston?
I'm not ready, Margot. It takes a lot of fine threads to make a web of evidence to catch a slippery eel like Taggart. Besides, there are others. I'm out to get political fixer Grogan, Red Doyle the gangster. They're part of Taggart's crime syndicate.
Lamont, it's raining so hard I can't see. Where are we?
Outside the home of Dr. John Lambert, late of Lingate Prison. And look.
Yes.
There in the driveway. Taggart's car.
What's the next move, Lamont?
Margot, you drive down the road.
Yes, I know, Lamont, and wait.
I'm sorry, Margot. I know it's cold and wet, but I won't be long. I have a notion, Margot, that we'll drive away from here with an ironclad case for Commissioner Weston.
Well, go on, Lamont. I'll wait. Good luck, Shadow.
Why did you get me out, Taggart? What good am I to myself or to anybody? A doctor convicted of murder without a right to practice. Where can I go? The parole board said I can't leave the state. What can I do? The board says I'll be sent back to prison if I don't get a job. Why didn't you let me serve out my sentence? Why didn't you leave me alone?
Easy. Take it easy. Because I can use you, Dr. Lambert. I have connections, friends who need a doctor that can trust.
Oh, who would trust me?
You can be trusted. Because you have reason to hate and fear the law as much as these connections of mine.
But I've got to have a legitimate job or I'll be sent back to prison.
I'll arrange that.
All right, what do I have to do?
Straight in your line as a surgeon. You'll be ready, day or night, to treat gunshot wounds, remove bullets, perhaps graft skin and change faces which have unfortunately found their way into the rogues gallery of the police.
What's in it for me?
Money. Money you'll need for that fresh start when your year's probation is over.
You'd let me go when my probation's up a year from now?
Sure. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Just for 1 year. 12 months. Then money and a chance to get away. Far away. All right, Taggart, I'll do it. When do I start?
I'm afraid, Doctor, you'll have to wait until one of my connections gets hurt. Meanwhile, here's 200 as a retainer. Tell the probation board you're working for me as an investigator, but keep away from my law office. Just stay here and wait till you hear from me.
All right, I understand.
Maybe a week before you get a call. But when it comes, go where you're told. And keep your mouth shut, or you'll go back to the big house for another stretch. That's all, Dr. Lambert.
A shyster lawyer. A shyster doctor. You're in good company, John Lambert. Good company. Oh, I've got to stop talking to myself. I'm not in solitary. I'm free. I'm not in prison anymore. Well, what was that? That voice.
No, you're still in prison. You're not free, John Lambert. You'll never be free. They'll never let you go.
A voice. It laughed. It spoke to me and answered me. Oh, am I losing my mind?
No, Lambert, you're quite sane. But unless you listen to me, you're entering another kind of bondage.
But what is this voice? It can't happen. It can't.
There is more than a voice in this room. I am quite real, quite close to you. As close as Rex Taggart was a few moments ago.
Hypnosis.
Yes, hypnosis. I'm here in this room, but I've clouded your mind so that you cannot see me.
But who are you? What do you want?
John Lambert, haven't you ever heard a certain name whispered through the dark cells of Lyngate Prison? A name associated with the unseen? A name criminals hate and fear?
The Shadow. You are the Shadow?
Yes, but you have no reason to fear me. I believe you're an innocent man, unjustly convicted.
Yeah, the newspaper said I was innocent, too. But I went to prison just the same for 7 long years. Now, Taggart has offered me money, then freedom after a year. What can you offer, Shadow?
A chance to be true to your profession, to yourself.
I have no profession. They took that away from me, and they took my self-respect, too. I'm not Dr. John Lambert, the surgeon. I'm ex-con number 2847, convicted murderer, out on parole because of a shyster, dirty shyster lawyer. There is no more Dr. John Lambert.
You're wrong. That was John Lambert speaking just now, crying out against this bargain you've made with Taggart, a swine who never kept a bargain in his life.
Oh, yes. You're right, Shadow. I can't go through with it. And yet, if I don't, Taggart will send me back. You know, he can. He has influence.
I, too, have influence and power, Dr. Lambert.
Dr. Lambert. It's been 7 years since anybody called me doctor, without a sneer or a laugh.
What would you give to regain your professional honor? To escape Taggart's bondage?
Oh, don't, Shadow, please.
The law can make amends.
The law?
It needs your help.
Why should I help the law? It destroyed me.
You can help put an end to criminal slavery such as Taggart offers you and countless others. You can help wipe out a vicious racket that enslaves poor unfortunates more than the prison from which they were released.
Prison. Bondage. Yes, that is. It's bondage. Not freedom, not hope.
You'll never be free. You'll never have hope. Unless...
Unless what, Shadow?
Unless you help me put Taggart and his kind behind bars.
All right, Shadow. I will. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say, because I know I can trust you. Even the men you sent to Lyngate, the men who hate and fear you, swear you never break your word.
I'll keep my word, Dr. Lambert.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Do nothing until Taggart's associates call you. Then go where they tell you. But before you go, I want you to phone a certain number.
What number, Shadow?
It's written on the old prescription pad on your desk.
On the old prescription pad?
Yes, Dr. Lambert. On the prescription pad. See it there? Old. 7 years year-old with age. But that number will bring the Shadow to you, wherever you go. And it will mark the beginning of the road back for you and many others. If you do not fail me. If you do not fail the Shadow.
In just a moment, we continue with the Shadow's gripping adventure. But first, a warning to all homeowners. Despite the present warm spell, advance reports from meteorologists predict the severest winter in 11 years. So there's no time like right now to order your supply of anthracite. It's the fuel furnaces in this section were especially designed to burn. And it's the fuel which will give you more even, dependable, and healthful heat at less cost. But when you order your supply, don't be content with just any anthracite. Insist on blue coal, and be sure of getting America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is the only trademarked hard coal. It's a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest anthracite producer. Each carload as it comes from their mines is carefully tested by inspectors. Only the coal which meets Glen Alden's highest standards of quality is accepted for shipment and trademarked a harmless blue for easy identification. You'll welcome blue coal's greater economy. It burns better, banks better, gives you longer firing periods. So call and order your supply of blue coal tomorrow. Your dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And be sure to ask your dealer about the Blue Coal Heat Regulator. It's a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically and saves you all the time and trouble of constant furnace attention. It costs only $18.95. plus a nominal installation charge.
I believe this is the end of the trail, Margot.
I hope so, Lamont. When did Dr. Lambert phone you?
About an hour ago. Taggart ordered him to go to the old Empire Hotel
Where's that?
along the beach, about 3 blocks from here. Slow the car down, Margot.
I thought every hotel out here was closed for the winter.
They are. So it makes an ideal headquarters for Taggart's mob.
Why don't you let Commissioner Weston round them up, Lamont? You've done enough.
No, Margot. I promised Weston an airtight case. I've got to be sure the whole outfit is caught with the goods before I give Weston the word to close in.
What makes you so sure this will be the finish?
It's the logical time for the gang to be paid off, Margot. Those 3 big jewel robberies this week, all unquestionably Taggart's gang. A girl going into the stores and asking to see certain valuable
Well,
gems.
that was Ruth Dale, all right. The description fitted perfectly. But why did they call for Dr. Lambert?
The driver of the getaway car was shot, Margot. Are they 2 to 1? Lambert is treating him right now.
Be careful he doesn't have to take a bullet out of the shadow.
Let's stop right here, Margot. Yeah, this is close enough. Now, Margot, wait and keep the short wave tuned in on the band the shadow always uses. Phone Weston the minute I give the word. Then go straight back to town and wait for me.
Lamont, if I don't hear from you in an hour...
You'll still stay away from the Empire Hotel, Margot Lane. That's an order.
Lamont Cranston, there are times when I wish I'd never heard of the shadow. Well, go on, Lamont, and get this over with.
Give me a drink. Give me my cut, Doyle. Doyle, you gotta get me out of this. Shut Doyle. Tiger, get growing me. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn, Doyle. There. Easy now, please. Please take it easy.
Listen, Doc.
Yes?
Keep that guy quiet. Give him something to shut him up. That's what we're paying you for.
The man is delirious, Doyle. Why didn't you call me sooner?
Fix him up and don't ask so many questions.
Where's Taggart? Where's Taggart?
He's in the next room. What do you care? Now, you do as you're told and shut that guy up. Come on, Doyle.
Let's get this split figured out.
Okay, Tiger. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
Doyle, don't ditch me. Throw me down. I'm sorry, fellow, but I guess I'll have to put you under. Oh, why doesn't the shadow come? They're all here. Why doesn't he come?
I am here, Dr. Lambert. I've been here for several minutes.
Shadow. Thank heaven you found the place.
Tiger,
Give the man a hypo if he can stand it. Put him to sleep.
I've already given it to him, but he should be in a hospital.
He'll be on his way to a hospital in a few minutes.
Are those the men you want out there, Shadow? Red Doyle is the actual leader of the gang, but Taggart gives the order. I don't know anything about Grogan.
Grogan is the rottenest of the lot. He's a political fixer, without whom no big gang can operate.
I know, but you're not going to tackle them alone.
No, but we're going to hold them in the next room until the police can close in. Commissioner Weston is waiting for word from me. Can you handle a gun?
Yes. Here. This wounded man has gone under. He won't give us any trouble.
Good. Quick now. Take his gun over there on the table.
All right, Shadow. It's loaded.
Good. Now pocket that gun. Go in that other room. Get as close to Taggart as you can. When I speak, grab Taggart and shove that gun in his back. Don't let anyone get behind you.
All right, Shadow. You haven't failed me so far, and I trust you now.
Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. Phone Weston at the 17th Precinct Station. He is there, ready and waiting. Tell him to surround and raid the Empire Hotel. Break into basement. Let no one escape. Let no one escape. That is all.
All right, Taggart. The split is all figured out. Now, here's the payoff sheet.
All right, Doyle. Pay off the punks first and get them out of here.
Okay. Come here, Rootdale. Now, here's your cut. $50.
I don't want it. I won't take it. $50. $50 for turning criminal, helping rob 3 jewelry stores. You got $50,000 worth of gems. The newspaper said so.
Quit reading the papers. They always double a haul.
$50 for helping you.
The fence only paid us $10,000 for the stuff. There was 5 of my regular boys who did the dirty work. $1,000 for Taggart, the Springers, if things went haywire. $1,000 to Grogan for a fix just in case and the getaway car.
You better take it, Ruth. There's no other way.
Take it or leave it. Only remember what I told you. The electric chair is still waiting for your brother here.
Oh, please, I don't want the money. I don't care. Just let us
Out of
go.
the way, dame. All right, Dale. Here's your cut. $100.
Don't take it, Harry. Don't.
Better take your share, Dale. Next time I may not be able to spring you.
No, my sister's right. I didn't want to get mixed up in this. You made me, Taggart. I'm getting out with Ruth.
Don't try it. Nobody quits. All right, now beat it, punks. Go on upstairs. Doyle and Grogan and I have got some things to talk over.
Well, what about me, Taggart?
Oh, I almost forgot you, Lambert. Didn't see you standing behind me. Give the doc 200, Doyle. How's the patient?
As well as could be expected.
Don't worry if you lose him. He's a dumbbell anyhow.
Come on, Doyle. Let's you, Taggart, and me get down to business.
Okay, Grogan. Come on, Dale. You and your sister and Lambert beat it.
Not so fast, gentlemen.
Hey, what's that? Who was that?
Just an unseen guest at the division of the spoils of crime.
Taggart, there's only one guy that laughs like that. A guy nobody's even seen.
The Shadow.
Yes, Taggart. The Shadow.
Boss, he's come for a cut. Give it to him. He's poisoned.
He'll get a cut.
Stand still, Tiger. Don't move.
Lambert! What are you doing? Let go of me. Take that gun out of my back, you fool. Doyle, Grogan, help me.
Hey, move. I'll shoot, Tiger.
Well done, Dr. Lambert. Careful, Taggart.
Lambert, you double-crossing...
Shut up, Taggart. Doyle, throw your gun on the table. Throw it. Now you, Grogan.
I don't carry a gun.
Harry Dale, search Grogan.
Right.
Miss Dale, you search Taggart.
All right.
Grogan hasn't got a gun, Shadow.
Tiger hasn't either.
Don't move. Those sirens mean Commissioner Weston and the police are coming to the feast of the unholy three.
Shadow, I don't want to get mixed up with this gang. Taggart arranged my parole and forced me into it.
Will you tell that to a grand jury, Dale?
Yes. Yes, I'll testify. I'll testify against them. And my sister will, too, won't you, Ruth?
Yes, I'll tell the police everything. I'll tell them, Shadow.
If you turn state's evidence, you'll both go free. I have Commissioner Weston's promise.
So you're working with Commissioner Weston, eh, Shadow?
I've always worked for law and order. Keep away from those books on the table, Grogan. Dale, pick up those books. Hold on to them. Give them to Weston when he gets here.
You can't pin anything on me, Shadow.
Your name is in those books. You're on the payroll, Grogan. Those books will send you up for 20 years.
The cops are coming down here, Tiger. Don't move, Tiger.
Stay where you are, Doyle.
There they are, boys. Somebody. Stand where you are, all of you. Don't move.
Commissioner Weston, here are the gang's books.
Thanks, Dale. I know all about you. All right, Dr. Lambert. You can take that gun out of Taggart's back. I know all about you, too. You sweat for this, Weston. Well, if it isn't my old pain in the neck, Grogan, the political fixer.
He's part of the gang. He's on the payroll.
You
The
ain't
proof
got
is in
nothing on
these
me.
books.
Hey, what about this girl here, Commissioner? She's all right, too. Don't put the cuffs on her. Red Doyle, Taggart, Grogan. What a night's work.
You never pin anything on me, Weston.
Save your shyster breath for the trial, Taggart. All right, take him away, boys. Right, sir, Commissioner. Sergeant. Yes, sir. Take Harry Dale and his sister Ruth and Dr. Lambert to my office. Get their statements and have them wait for me. Yes, Commissioner.
There's a wounded man in the other room, Commissioner. He's badly hurt.
Sergeant, get him and rush him to the hospital. All right, boys, take these crooks out of here.
Get right down.
Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. You certainly handed me an airtight case against three of the biggest crooks in the city.
You'll keep your promise to help Dr. Lambert, Dale, and his sister?
You kept your promise, I'll keep mine.
That's all I ask.
You're a strange man, Shadow. That's all you ever ask.
I told you I was just a citizen interested in law enforcement, in seeing the innocent protected and the guilty punished. Goodbye, Commissioner. Until we meet again.
In just a moment, we have a surprise for you. A preview of next week's exciting Shadow adventure. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some more helpful information to all householders. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Many people write in to tell me that they don't get the best heating results from the amount of coal they put on the fire. Well, that may be caused by losing heat up the chimney. Chimney loss is a common source of trouble and unnecessary waste of coal. However, it's an easy matter to remedy. The next time you fix the fire, move the handle of your turn damper, that disc inside the smoke pipe, 1/16 of an inch toward the close position. If the fire continues to burn freely, turn it another 1/16 of an inch. Repeat this operation until you move the turn damper as near as possible to the closed position. For the nearer the turn damper to the closed position, the smaller the chimney loft. When you've found the ideal adjustment, mark the position with a piece of chalk on the smoke pipe and leave your dampers there throughout the burning season. If you find you have any other particular heating problem, I'd suggest you call your blue coal dealer. He'll place a trained John Barkley heating serviceman at your disposal. You'll find him fully qualified to check over your furnace and show you how to get better heat at less cost. I thank you.
Now, a preview of next week's shadow story, Black Rock.
Martin, and you too, Ward. You're working for me now, and what I say goes.
Okay, Burkett, we get it.
What's the gag? A big business executive like you turning crook. Shut up, you two, and listen to me. Now, here's the setup. I'm going to steal, or shall I say acquire, the entire profits, $2 million of my company.
Oh, boy, I get it, and then leave all the poor stockholders holding the bag.
You'd take candy from a baby, wouldn't you? Don't worry. You two guys, you'll get your cut.
Will innocent stockholders be robbed by an unscrupulous profiteer, or will the Shadow be able to protect them? Find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Black Rock. This program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present The Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Moon, I'm glad you called. Now, I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. I've got a date for bridge. Some card I know thinks he can trump another man's queen, and with the Joker wild, the game can be murdered.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the King of Hearts.
It's late afternoon in New York, and a handsome gent named Johnny King steps out of the elevator at the Carlton.
Swipe, please.
In the lead is an enterprising bellhop named Billy Matthews, carrying 2 light pieces of luggage. It seems like nothing to Billy, but in just a minute he's going to have his hands full.
This is it, Mr. King. If you'll wait till I turn on the lights.
Hey, it's all right.
Would you, like me to open the window?
Not a bad idea.
Okay.
Hey, it's quite a sight. They look like ants down there, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Maybe that's what they are. Look at them run. Most of them don't even know where they're going.
I suppose not. Will there be anything else, Mr. King?
No. Oh, wait a second. What's your name?
Billy Matthews.
You look like a bright boy, Billy. I bet you don't miss much that goes on around here.
Oh, I keep my eyes open.
How'd you like to make yourself $20?
What would I have to do?
Well, New York's a new town to me. I need someone to show me the ropes.
What are you interested in?
Women.
Women?
Mm-hmm. Well, it figures. There must be a lot of rich dames living in a place like this. You must know them all.
I'll get you, Mr. King.
For instance, who was the gal that got off the elevator as I came in?
Good-looking blonde, about 5'3".
That's the one.
Her name is Grace Burton.
Miss and Mrs.
Mrs.?
Mm-hmm. Judging by that mink she was wearing, I'd say Papa was loaded.
He is.
What's he do?
I don't know.
1 double or 20?
He's a gambler.
Suppose Mr. Burton's away from home a good deal.
Uh-huh.
Where does he bank?
Well, after all, Mr. King, you couldn't expect me to know.
It's worth another 40.
Federal Trust on Park Avenue.
I knew I picked the right boy. All right, kid, you got yourself $80. You want to go for 160?
What can I lose?
I warn you, this is going to be tough. I want to know Mrs. Burton's maiden name, where she went to school, who her friends are, what they do, in short.
You want a complete case history.
You think you can handle it?
Well, you see, 160 is a tough number to remember. If you could make it an even 2, I could practically guarantee results.
Oh, you're quite a chiseler.
Well, I don't intend to be a bellhop all my life.
I can see that. Okay, Billy, you got yourself a deal. Now, let's see you deliver. Yeah.
Mr. King, this is Billy Matthews.
Hi, Billy. What's the score?
We're leading, 3-0. Mrs. Burton's maiden name was Grace Sherman.
Grace Sherman, hmm?
Yeah, she went to Clinton High School in Chicago.
What about college?
2 years at Northwestern. Her best friend was an Alice Gordon.
You must have been reading your mail.
No more than I had to. It's pretty dull.
What does she do to keep occupied?
Nothing much. Matinees, shopping, the usual gook. But at 4 o'clock every day, you'll find her in a cocktail lounge downstairs.
Alone?
Yeah, she drinks Smirnoff.
That's good to know. Well, wish me luck, kiddo. I'm off to the races.
Waiter.
I'll be right with you, Mrs. Burton.
Grace Sherman.
What?
Well, if you're not a sight for sore eyes...
I beg your pardon?
Well, aren't you Grace Sherman?
Well, that was my maiden name.
So you went and did it, hmm?
Now, look, mister...
Am I being snubbed or don't you recognize me?
I'm afraid I don't.
I'm Johnny King.
Johnny King?
We went to Clinton High together.
It's funny that I don't remember.
Well, you did go to Clinton.
Yes.
And as I recall, you and Alice Gordon went to Northwestern for a couple of years afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself.
Well, I'm an easy man to forget.
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
Take my word for it. I've lived with me for 38 years. But if you'd rather...
No, please, stay, Mr...
You see, you've forgotten again. King, Johnny King.
Won't you join me?
Only if you let me buy you a drink. Waiter.
Monsieur?
2 Smirnoff vodkas.
Oh, you have a fantastic memory.
Well, I've forgotten very little about you, Grace. Tell me, what have you been doing with yourself these last few years?
Well, for one thing, I got married.
Anyone I know?
No, I don't think so. He's from New York. His name is Vic Burton.
What's he do?
Oh, a little of this and that. He's out of town at the moment.
And he lets a gorgeous creature like you run around loose?
Oh, yes.
Serve him right if he lost you.
I don't think there's much danger in that.
You never know.
Your drinks, monsieur.
Thanks. Let's have 2 more of the same.
Oh, really, Johnny?
Look, we got to make up for lost time. Go on, waiter.
Oui, monsieur.
To us, Grace. I got a feeling that this time you won't ever forget me. Want to go through the park again, Grace?
I
up to
say,
you.
Let's go on forever.
Keep going, Kelly.
You know, Johnny, this is the first time I've ever ridden in a hansom cab. It never occurred to Vic.
You hear from him lately?
Yes, he wired. He's got reservations on the Super Chief for Friday.
Well, that gives us 5 days. I guess we ought to be grateful for small favors.
Why couldn't I go on seeing you?
For one thing, I've run out of money.
You what?
Well, I only intended to stay in town for a week, but meeting you messed up my plans.
How long would you stay if you had good money?
That's a pretty ridiculous question.
How long would you stay?
As long as you wanted me to. If you weren't married...
Yes?
Oh, what difference does it make?
I want to know, Johnny.
Grace, I'm crazy about you. I never met anyone before who hit me the way you did.
I'm glad, because that's how I feel, too.
Grace.
When Vic comes home, I'm going to tell him.
No, you mustn't.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be any use. You see, I'm married, too.
You're married?
Don't look at me like that. I can't get a divorce. She's in an insane asylum.
Oh, no.
Happened 4 years ago when she lost the baby.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, that's the way it works out sometimes. So, I guess it's back to Chicago for yours truly.
No. No, I won't let you go. I'll give you the money.
What kind of a heel do you take me for?
Consider it a loan.
No.
Please, Johnny, please. If you love me.
That's the one argument I can't answer. All right, Grace. I'll do what you want.
That you, Grace?
Yes, Vic.
Where you been?
Shopping. Oh, I've got to get off my feet. You wouldn't believe how jammed the stores are.
I should have imagined they'd have locked the doors and just waited on you.
Hmm?
Would have paid them. In case you haven't kept tabs, you wrote $18,000 worth of checks last month.
I what?
Well, isn't this your signature? They're all made out to cash.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing, but I'd like to know where the money went.
Oh, various things.
For example.
Well, how can you expect me to remember?
Well, if I spent 18 grand, I would.
Don't you trust me?
Of course.
Then why the third degree?
Well, after all, baby, $18,000.
There you go, harping on that again. Well, if you must know, I lost it gambling.
You lost it gambling?
Yes. Why should you have all the fun?
It isn't fun with me, sweetie. It's business. Who'd you drop the money to?
I won't tell you.
But you don't even have the faintest notion how to place a bet.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, I didn't mean it that way, but I got a right to know.
Look, if you think I'm going to sit here while you make like Mr. District Attorney...
Grace, where are you going? Grace! That's the story, Mike. When I asked Grace about the dough, she claimed she lost it gambling. Well, I want to know where that money went.
Look, Vic, if you expect me to play I Spy on your wife...
I know how you feel about this kind of a case, but I wouldn't ask you to touch it if I've got the feeling Grace got herself involved in something she can't handle.
You feel there's another man in the picture?
I'll lay 8 to 5. You think you can find out his name, what he does for a living?
Well, judging by those checks, I'd say he's promoting Grace.
If he is, it's my fault.
Now, let's not be noble.
I mean it. What kind of a life is it for a girl to be married to a gambler? With me traipsing all over the country, no wonder she got lonely.
Well, assuming I find this man, what do you intend to do about it?
It all depends. If he's the right guy...
How could he be? And take money from your wife?
Maybe he's in a jam. Happens now and then.
You're a strange bird, Vic.
I'm no kid, Mike. I've been around. Maybe I was wrong getting married in my racket. But I did. And anything Grace wants, she can have. She wants this guy...
She can have him, too.
With 6 points. I'd get to work on it like a good boy. Just let me know the score.
Taxi! Hey, taxi! Take me to... wait a minute. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah. Why don't we share the cab and save some dough?
How's that again?
Well, aren't you tailing me?
Well, if I was, Johnny, I wasn't doing too good a job.
And I thought the Falcon was the best in the business.
I thought so, too. Obviously, we were both wrong.
Obviously. You working for Vic Burton?
Would it do me any good to deny it?
Not a bit. But you can tell your client his troubles are all over. I'm giving Grace back to him.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, that's the sort of guy I am. Yeah, from here on in, he's got nothing to worry about. Of course, it cost him a few pennies, but think of the lesson he learned.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Johnny, I've got a hunch you've got yours to learn yet. Take care of yourself, fella. Wish I had time to.
Come. Hello, Mr. King.
What are you doing here, Billy?
I hear you checking out.
Oh, where'd you hear that from?
Desk clerk?
Mistaken.
Oh, I'm sure glad to hear that, Johnny.
Johnny, hey, you this friendly with all the guests?
Are you this friendly with all the bellhops?
Billy, you're wasting your time here. Boy like you could really go places.
I like it here. I was wondering...
Hey, beat it.
You expecting company?
Go on, I said beat it.
Just as you say, Mr. King.
John.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Oh, hello, Billy.
You sure I can't do anything else for you, Mr. King?
No, you've done enough already.
Well, you know me. Always glad to be of service. If you need anything, yell.
Darling, I'm sorry I broke in on you.
It wasn't smart, Grace.
I couldn't help myself. You've got to take me away.
Why? What's up?
Vic's gone to Mike Waring.
So I discovered.
You know?
Yeah, I ran into him this morning. Well, you can't say that my timing is bad. I had a feeling the party was over.
You're joking.
Look, Grace, it's time you open those beautiful blue eyes to the facts of life. I'm not a very nice guy.
But, Johnny,
No, it's true. You see, honey, I got only one talent, if you can call it that. I'm a pretty fair-looking boy. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not conceited about it. It's my stock in trade. Now, it's time to move the shop to another spot.
No. No, I won't let you go.
Now, let's not be silly.
I mean it, Johnny. I won't let you. I'll kill you first.
Now, you wouldn't do that, would you? You were just talking to hear yourself talk. Isn't that right?
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, don't leave me.
I'm sorry, baby. But it was nice while it lasted.
Your order, please.
This is Mr. King in 912. Billy Matthews around there?
I'll have to check the bell captain. Will you hold on?
Yeah, well, hurry it up, will you? Love her when you're near me.
Mr. King.
Yeah.
I'm afraid he's busy. Will one of the other bellhops do?
No, I want him. Look, as soon as you locate him, tell him to call... Oh!
Mr. King.
'Hello, Mike.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Corbett.
Well, don't tell me I wasn't expected.
Well, you were overdue. Haven't seen you in a week. Sit down.
What's the point? Only be getting up again. You know of Vic Burton?
Yeah, I just finished a little job for him.
Did said job entail getting the lowdown on the late Johnny King?
What do you mean, the late Johnny King?
Well, what do people generally mean when they say the late? He's dead. He was gunned an hour ago.
And you think...
I think the job you did for Vic Burton supplied the motive. You're a real helpful kid, Mike. Isn't it a crime all your good deeds turn out to be murder?
2 hours have passed since Mike Waring's client was nominated by the police as chief suspect for the murder of Johnny King. Now at headquarters, we find Vic Burton declining the honor with little thanks.
What are you trying to do, frame me? Well, it won't work. I never even heard of this Johnny King.
It won't wash, Vic. Corbett knows I tailed him for you.
Thanks. Maybe I can do something for you someday.
Don't be a chump, Burton. He had to tell us.
Well, the whole thing's ridiculous. I never used a gun in my life. I wouldn't know how.
I believe they include directions in every package. All you got to do is follow them.
You're crazy.
You knew King was romancing your wife.
That's a lie. They were just friends.
Well, his friendship came pretty high. I understand it cost you $18,000.
I tell you, I didn't kill him.
No, you hired a pro to do the job.
How do you know that, Corbett?
A bellboy at the hotel named Billy Matthews spotted him. About 10 minutes before the shooting, he saw some character wearing a raincoat and carrying an umbrella get off at King's floor. He thought it was queer.
What's so queer about that?
It wasn't raining.
Oh. And on the basis of that, you're ready to book Burton?
Why, you got a better suspect?
Sure, I can think of a dozen. Did you talk to his wife?
Well, you feel she could have been responsible?
You're out of your mind. Where's her motive?
Well, suppose she was in love with this King character.
Now, you're barking up the wrong tree, Corbett. If she was in love with him, she certainly wouldn't have had him killed. Unless...
Well?
I just thought of something.
Wait a minute, Mike. Keep away from Grace.
You're asking the impossible, Vic.
Those are orders. If you can't follow them, you're fired.
Well, I always wanted to go into business for myself. I'll be seeing you, fellas. Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Oh?
I take it Vic mentioned my name. May I come in?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Sit down, won't you? Did you see Vic?
Yes, not more than 10 minutes ago. He's in a bad spot, Angel.
He didn't kill Johnny.
There was only one way to convince the police.
How?
Give him a better suspect. You got any nominations?
No.
You wouldn't care to volunteer for the post yourself.
What?
Well, you were in love with Johnny.
I don't deny that.
Suppose he packed you in.
Why should he?
He did it to other women.
You're lying.
Oh, you mean you didn't know?
What was there to know? That's not true.
You going to stick to that story?
Why shouldn't I?
Because if I can disprove it, it's going to look awful sad for you.
Get out of here.
Look, Grace, I'm not enjoying this any more than you are. But unless I can dig up another suspect, Vic is going to fry.
No.
Yes. Now, do you think he killed Johnny?
No.
Well, then who does that leave?
I thought you were the detective.
Well, thanks for reminding me. I'll get busy on it right away.
Right, boy.
Excuse me, you Billy Matthews?
Yeah, that's right.
Glad to know you. I'm Mike Waring.
Who?
Mike Waring.
You're not the one they call the Falcon.
Yeah, but don't breathe it to a soul.
Gee, this is a real pleasure, Mr. Waring. You working on a Johnny King murder?
Mm-hmm. Where can we talk?
Well, I'm on duty now.
Well, can't you knock off for 5 minutes? It's worth a thin if...
Well,
Go on, take it.
I don't want you to think I was holding you up.
Never entered my mind. Where can we go?
There's a place behind the elevator. Hey, Norris, take over my station, will you? I have to help this gentleman here. How does this suit you?
Oh, this is fine. Smoke?
Thanks. I can't tell you what a bang I'm getting out of this. I always wanted to be a private dick myself.
Well, forget it. I got a feeling what with tips and jips, you do better here.
Yeah, but it must be exciting.
No, most of the time it's real dull. How well did you know Mr. King?
Well enough. He was a big sport.
Heavy tipper, huh?
You betcha.
How did he meet Grace Burton?
I couldn't say.
I got $20 that says you're too modest.
Well...
$20, Billy. That's not to be sneezed at even by a bellhop.
It was all my fault.
Come again?
When he first registered here, he saw Mrs. Burton. He told me he thought he knew her from someplace. I guess I let him pump me.
It's hard to believe.
Huh?
You're a shrewdy, Billy. I can't see Johnny getting anything out of you that you didn't want to give. How much did he pay you?
Oh, now, you gotta understand, Mr. Waring. We bellboys don't do as well as you think. I gotta supply my own uniforms.
Yeah, and you got a widowed mother in Flatbush to support, I know. Johnny see much of Grace Burton?
Practically every day. He really went for her. She was nuts about him.
They ever fight?
Not that I know of.
You sure?
Positive. About an hour before he was bumped, I saw them together, and they were real lovey-dovey.
Oh. Well, that kind of knocks my hunch in the head.
Huh?
Skip it. Listen, Billy, here's my card.
Huh?
Now, if you think of anything else, lift the phone, huh?
Yeah, sure will. It was very interesting seeing you operate.
Well, I told you it was real dull.
I don't know, Mr. Waring. You gave me a couple of ideas. Maybe someday they'll come in handy.
Yes.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
I didn't call for a bellboy.
I know. I just dropped by to let you know all the fellas think it's a shame about your husband.
Oh. Well, thank them for me, Billy.
I sure will. Oh, the cops are nuts. Mr. Burton wouldn't hurt a fly. Why, he never even said 2 words to Mr. King.
Did you tell that to the police?
What'd he take me for, a blabbermouth? If I wanted to talk, I could tell plenty. Me and Johnny got along.
Johnny?
Yeah. Didn't you know we were real close? How do you think he found out about you?
How?
I got him the dope. You ought to keep your drawers locked.
Why, you little sneak.
I wouldn't try that again, Mrs.
Now,
B.
get out of here.
If I do, I go straight to Mike Waring. Suppose I told him you and Mr. King had a beef.
What?
I heard you threaten to kill him when he sloughed you off.
You're lying.
You know better. I was parked right outside his door. Of course, I could always have amnesia, but that'll cost you real dough.
What do you call real dough, Billy?
$5,000?
Don't be a fool. I haven't got that kind of money.
Are you kidding? You and your husband have a joint checking account at the Federal Trust.
You don't miss a trick, do you?
No, not a one. So start writing. And since you might have trouble spelling my name, just make it payable to cash.
Homicide, Corbett.
Hi, Sergeant.
Who's this?
Now, who else would it be?
Oh, I was afraid of that. Did you see Mrs. Burton?
Yep,
What'd you find out?
nothing.
I told you were wasting your time.
Well, I'm more convinced than ever that Vic didn't kill Johnny King.
I'd like to see a little proof.
Well, there must be something in King's past that supplies the motive.
Oh, you're reaching, pal.
Well, it figures that in his lifetime he must have offended many a husband.
And you think one of them finally caught up with him while he was messing with Grace Burton?
I do.
How convenient.
Well, does it hurt to check?
You tell me how. He had no record.
What did you find in his room?
You want a complete inventory?
Yes.
8 custom-tailored suits, 4 pairs of shoes, 19 shirts, 6 of the monogram.
No. Never mind that. Did he keep a diary?
There wasn't a scrap of paper in the joint.
Well, I don't get it. Hold it, Sergeant. I've got company. Yes, come in.
Listen, Mike, if you're all through...
Well, I'm not. I'll be with you in just... Oh!
Hello, Mike. Hey, what's going on there? Hello? Hello?
15 minutes ago, Mike's phone call to Sergeant Corbett was interrupted by a shot, whereupon the good sergeant hustled over and discovered the reason for the disconnect.
Oh. All right, Mike, here, take a swig of this.
No.
You must be hurt real bad to turn this down. It's bonded.
Huh? Oh, Corbett.
Why don't you ask me what happened?
I don't have to. I was here. Oh, who taped my ribs?
Me.
You made it too tight.
Oh, that's gratitude for you. Did you get a look at the party?
No, I didn't have a chance.
Wonder what he had against you. Not that I can't think of a dozen reasons.
So can I. Must be getting close to the truth.
From what you told me, you aren't getting close to anything.
Well, this proves Vic Burton couldn't have killed King.
Does it?
Well, it figures the same one who killed Johnny shot me.
So?
So Vic's in stir, isn't he?
Aren't you forgetting the queer duck in the raincoat the bellboy saw?
You think Vic sent him around to knock me off? Why should he?
To unsuspicion himself.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Well, then who do you think was responsible?
I have no idea, but if you'll help me into my coat, we'll see Grace Burton. Maybe she'll provide a little inspiration.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Are you back again, Billy?
That's no way to talk. I'm up here to do you a favor.
Don't bother.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
No, wait a minute. What is it?
If I was you, I'd be real careful when I use a phone. They got a bug on it.
A bug?
It's tapped. I think your friend Mike Waring is responsible. What'd you tell him anyway?
None of your business.
Now, look, I can't protect you if I don't know. I'm only... You expecting someone?
No.
Well, thanks again, Mrs. Burton. If you want the papers, please let me know.
Hello, Billy.
Oh, Mr. Waring, I was just on my way out.
Stick around. We're going to have a ball.
But I got to get back to work.
It'll keep.
What's the meaning of this?
You know Sergeant Corbett?
Sure she does.
I still would like to know.
Corbett and I thought you might be interested in the latest developments. An hour ago, someone took a shot at me.
Oh, obviously. They missed.
No, I make a real neat bandage.
Well, anyway, it came from the same gun that killed Johnny King.
Well, then that proves that Vic didn't do it.
That's what I claim. But Corbett here is still holding out for the queer little duck in the raincoat.
The one I saw?
Yeah, tell me some more about him, Billy.
Nothing more to tell. He was about 5'3" or 4, kind of chubby.
Mm-hmm. Well, why didn't you question him when you saw him loitering in the hall?
Well, I thought maybe he was a guest in a hotel.
And, of course, you wouldn't risk offending.
Look, I got to get back to work.
Now, what's your hurry? You always said you wanted to see how a detective operates. Well, latch on, kid. I'm operating. Now, what do we know for sure? Party named Johnny King was murdered, so the first question is, who done it?
I say Vic Burton.
I say you're wrong. What was his motive?
Revenge.
That's not true.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Grace. Want to make it unanimous, Billy?
I wasn't paying attention.
Well, you should. We're going to ask questions later. I submit the motive was money.
What are you talking about?
You gave me a list of the stuff you found in Johnny's room. What happened to the 18 grand Grace turned over to him?
You must have banked it.
And why didn't you find the passbook? Huh? No, a guy like Johnny would keep that money on him for a fast getaway. Right, Billy?
How should I know?
Well, you should, if anyone would. You killed him.
Well, you're nuts. I swear on a Bible.
Now, save it for court. All right, Corbett, what are you standing there with your mouth open for? Close it and make like a cop. What's the matter, Sergeant? You don't look happy.
Oh, I ain't. When I think how that Billy Matthews had me fooled.
Yeah, well, he was a real cutie. Imagine holding me up for $25 and him with 18 grand stashed away.
Oh, 23. You're forgetting the 5 he got shaking down Mrs. Burton.
Oh, yeah. Well, Billy believed in making the most of his opportunities. As soon as he discovered King was checking out, he figured it was time to act. He knew no one would notice a bellboy around the hotel, so he went up to Johnny's room and let him have it.
And the queer-looking duck in the rain color.
That was a figment of his imagination.
You know, I could almost overlook his killing Johnny, but there's one thing I can't forgive him for.
What's that?
Taking that shot at you.
Oh, why, Sergeant, I never dreamed you cared.
I don't. I'm just sorry he missed.
Oh.
Good night, Mike.
The Case of the Falling Star. The Case of the Falling Star. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some heavenly bodies can wind up 6 feet under. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! Oh, shucks, that's me. Well, here I am again with $2,000. Who's first to try for the big money, Mr. Fenneman?
Groucho, we invited some college football players and some foreign-born girls to the program tonight. And here come the two selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Birgitta Juncker, Mr. Fred Snyder. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy doody, huh? Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Birgitta Juncker, is that right?
That's right.
Juncker or Junker? What kind of a name is that?
That's a Danish name.
Oh, Danish pastry, eh? I'll just call you Cookie, eh?
Okay.
How long have you been in the United States?
Almost a year now.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you have a job?
No, I'm here as a visitor.
Oh. Well, that's nice work if you can get it. How long you been in this country, Fred?
All my life.
That's so. Where were you born?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, I know the American Consul there.
How old are you, Fred?
21.
21, huh? And you're 20, huh?
That's right.
Say, you might be able to do a little business here. Huh? You play football? Is
That's right. Football.
Feetball or football? Oh, football.
The singular.
Well, it is. The way some of them play, it is pretty singular. Where do you play?
Loyola University.
Loyola?
Yes.
Oh, are you in the Big Ten?
No. Not
Big
the
Six?
No.
Big Three?
What's the Big Three?
Britain, France, and the United States. Thought you had me, eh? I pulled a quarterback sneak on you. And a sneakier quarterback you'll go a long way to find. Well, if you aren't in the Big Three, what league are you in?
Oh, well, we're not in any league. We make up our own schedule. We play the different teams around the country.
Oh, like Russia, huh? You ad-lib the schedule, huh?
That's it.
What position do you play on the team other than horizontal?
Offensive right end.
Why do you play that position?
Well, mainly because of my height and my weight. If I weighed a little more, I might play farther in the line, but...
Is farther in the line, too?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't want to injure him, I don't think. Isn't he pretty old for football?
No, when I was...
How did he get on the team?
He played basketball.
Now, wait a minute. Half the team is playing basketball and half is playing football? I never heard of anything like that. No wonder you don't have a regular schedule. They gets all confused. They don't know who they're playing. Well, how is your father? Has he been hurt at all?
No, Dad's fine. He's okay.
Give him my love, will you?
I will.
And give her my love when you next time you talk to her.
Okay.
Well, now, are you considered to be a pretty good player?
Well, I guess pretty fair. I played first string now for 3 years.
Now he's playing with a string.
I should have said varsity.
This kid has really lost his buttons, huh? Do you play football in Denmark? Oh, no, that's to you. Do you play football in...
No, we play soccer.
You play soccer?
Yeah.
I haven't played for soccer many a time. Well, tell us something about Denmark. For example, how big is Denmark?
Well, Denmark is about the size of Los Angeles County.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think there was a country in Europe that large, huh? Well, how is the standard of living there? Do you have 2 television sets in every garage?
No, we don't. Television has just come to Denmark now.
It's just starting?
Yeah, it's just starting.
Oh, that's interesting. It's just finishing over here. If you don't have television, Bajeti, is that it?
Birgitte.
Birgitte, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you're Mexican, huh? Now, how do you get Birgitte out of B-I-R-G-E-T-T-E?
Birgitte. It's very easy.
Does your father play soccer on the same team as you?
No.
Well, if you don't have television in Denmark, how do you entertain yourself?
Well, you go to operas, art exhibition, visit with friends, and...
You sound pretty gloomy about the whole thing.
Oh, you have fun.
You do? Mm-hmm. Sounds very quiet. Don't you have anything cultural, like roller derbies or lady wrestlers?
No, we don't.
Now, Birgitte, am I getting close?
Pretty close, yeah.
What did you say it was?
Birgitte.
Oh, Birgitte.
Mm-hmm.
Birgitte, yeah? Can you say that?
Is it Birgitte?
Yeah.
Birgitte.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Yes, it's very good. Don't forget, you're a comparatively young man, Fred. I've always heard about the melancholy Dane, Birgitte. Is that true? Are Danes really sad and mournful?
No, I don't think they are, really.
Well, you haven't smiled much here tonight, Birgitte.
Oh.
Let's see a big smile.
No, I can't right now.
No?
No.
Would you say Danes have a good sense of humor?
Yes, certainly. I
would,
do think they
Could
do.
you give us a sample of a Danish joke? Just any old joke. I'd like to see how Danish jokes compare with ours. Can
Let me see.
Can you think of one?
Yeah, there's one about the husband and the wife.
I'll
Well,
say it is. You hit it right on the doorknob that time. Well, let's have it, huh?
Well, the husband comes home after work in the night, and he says to his wife, well, darling, wouldn't it be a good idea to go out and have some fun tonight?
Some what?
Some fun. Mm-hmm. And the wife says, well, that's a swell idea, but remember to leave the lights on if you come home first.
Congratulations.
That's the kind of jokes they tell in Denmark,
Yeah.
huh? Well, I guess it's true what I've always heard. I guess something is rotten in Denmark. They always say that.
Yeah.
Well, it's been very nice talking to you two. You're a fine-looking young couple, and I hope something comes of this. In just 1 minute, you're going to play Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 question. Right now, I want you to listen to some information of great importance.
It's the car you've been waiting for. The car designed for you and your budget, too. Yes, it's the great new 1952 DeSoto. See it today at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Step into its big, roomy interior. Relax in its comfortable chair-high seats. Then drive the new DeSoto. Feel the thrill of its Powermaster engine, the sure stopping power of its big 12-inch brakes, and the smooth, comfortable ride you get with DeSoto's famous Oriflow shock absorbers, and a host of other features. You'll discover DeSoto is the car designed for you and your budget, too. See it today. The new, the exciting 1952 DeSoto. On display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Have you seen?
Did you ride?
Did you drive a new DeSoto? Hurry up.
Do it now
At your dealers today. It's designed for you and your budget, too. It's the 1952 DeSoto.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-price field.
Friends, go into your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow, and when you do, tell them Groucho sent you. All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
All right. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected locations of colleges. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
What do you want?
80?
Well, we can't bet 80. We've only got
18.
20. Oh, 18. Okay, 18.
What college is at Durham, North Carolina?
Duke.
Well, you're on your way. You have $38.
You got remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $38 will you bet on your second question?
30.
30, okay.
Pagetti, talk up. Yeah, I know how to make her laugh. Just mispronounce her name. That's it. I know it's Bagita. Isn't that in Central America? No, that's Bogota, I guess. What? All right. I used to play at Bogota. Humphrey Bogota. What college is at Palo Alto?
We don't have to talk that over. Stanford.
Stanford is right, huh?
You've now climbed to $68.
You have $68. Now, how much are you going to bet of the 68?
60.
Okay.
60.
All right. What college is at New Haven, Con? I guess
Yale.
that's Connecticut, huh?
Yale.
Yale is right.
You now have $128.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $128 are you going to risk?
125. Is that? Wait a minute. Is that all right with you?
Okay.
Well, it's okay.
Let's gamble.
Let's gamble.
All right. What college is at Ann Arbor?
Michigan. University
Of Michigan.
Michigan.
Nice, you smiling, huh?
And you wind up with 200.
Steady there, Fenneman, steady there.
And you wind up with $253.
Well, imagine having that girl his age and $253. What a chain of circumstances, huh? Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a plumber and a housewife for you, Groucho. A rather unusual housewife. They were chosen. Well,
Oh,
the
you
figure of
shouldn't have,
speech. They were chosen from our audience just before we went on the air, and here they are. Mrs. Babette Millicent Edwards, Mr. Frank Moore. Meet Groucho Marx.
I want to welcome all three of you to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Babette Millicent Edwards and Mr. Moore, you're a plumber, is that right?
That's right.
Always glad to meet a man with good connections. Where you from, Plum?
Belfast.
Where?
Belfast.
Old Fast, did you say?
Belfast.
Oh, Belfast. Suka Raka Rocky and the Who. Used to be somewhere. You're the plum. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Belfast, where? That's an island, isn't it?
That's right.
How long you been over here?
42 years.
Obviously, you're crazy about Ireland, huh? Did you kiss the Blarney Stone when you were over there?
I don't think so.
How old were you when you left there?
4 years old.
You were 4 years old. Huh? That makes you, let's see, you were 40 years? 28, 23. Must be about 38 years old this time. Mrs. Edwards, may I call you Spaghetti?
Call me Babs. Everyone else does.
I'll call you Tiny, eh? I'll call you Babs. If everybody calls you Babs, I'm no fool. I'll call you Babs, too. Where you from, Babs?
Hohokus, New Jersey.
Look, I crack the jokes around here.
Well, that's where I'm
Cut the
from.
nonsense. Where are you from, huh?
Hohokus, New Jersey.
You just made it up, Babs. There is no place.
No, there is. It's right a stone's throw from the George Washington Bridge in New Jersey.
It is. How are the Stones around there? They're pretty good? I used to know them very well. Mr. and Mrs. George Stone, huh? How long have you been married, Babette?
19 years.
Oh, it's a long time.
You're telling me.
As a matter of fact, I wasn't. You were telling me. I don't be technical about it. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a disabled veteran of World War II.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Give him my best and
Thank you very much.
Wish him speedy recovery for all of us. I'm glad this came up because I have a note here. I've been wanting to read it. It's here someplace. Here. Now, this is, I'd like you to pay close attention to this. This is a statement by General Ridgway. He says, every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy. Well, they need a lot more plasma.
Indeed they do.
So go down to your nearest Red Cross. They'll do the rest. You agree with that, don't you, Beth?
Indeed I do.
I didn't... You'll have to forgive me for bringing such a somber note into this alleged comedy program, but it's desperately serious there. I think they only have an advance of 3 days' supply or something, so anybody who is physically able should go down and do this as a patriotic duty. Where do you work, Babette?
I'm at Auction City.
You're where?
At Auction City, at Downey, California.
Well, what do you do there?
I'm a handwriting analyst. I analyze handwriting.
Oh. What can you tell from a person's handwriting?
Well, I could tell just the type of person that they are.
If I wrote something, could you tell what kind of a person
I'd be
I am?
very happy to.
You could tell what kind of a person I am?
I can.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. The way you cross your T's and the way you dot your I's is all an indication of your character, your personality, if you have any, shows up in your handwriting.
Let's eliminate the gratuitous insults, huh? Well, you make a very interesting couple, huh? Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman, otherwise known as George, is going to remind our listeners.
The Danish girl and the football player won $253.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected spirituals as your category. Is that right?
Yes.
Here's your first question. How much Joshua fit the battle of Jericho? Jericho, Jericho, Joshua fit the battle. And the knee bone keeps the head bone. And... Here's your first question. How much would you bet?
$19.
$19. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
The bet? Jerry Fielding and his orchestra will play this spiritual, and you give me the title. Okay, Jerry.
Oh, them golden slippers.
Golden slippers is right.
Well, you're on the way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $39 you going to try?
38.
That all right with you, Frank? What's the name of this spiritual? Music. What is it? What do you decide on?
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
No,
the trouble
no,
I've been.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. That's a pretty tough one.
You now have $1.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh,
You're down to
50
one.
cents.
You want to bet 50 cents? Is that all right with you, Frank?
It's all right.
All right. I'm sorry that was such a tough question. Okay, play, Jerry.
Sweet Chariot.
Swing low, sweet chariot is right.
Well, you now have $1.50.
Now, how much you going to bet now?
$1.50.
This is the last one. All right, give me the title of this spiritual.
Nobody knows the trouble I'm in.
Nobody knows the trouble I've been. That's right.
You wind up with $3, but...
We cannot let these people go away with $3. It's ridiculous. Even if we paid them by the pound, we'd owe them more than that. Right? We're going to give you one more question. Answer it correctly, and we're going to give you $10. Think hard now, and please no help from the audience. Ready? Mexico City is the capital of what country?
Mexico.
Mexico is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked for volunteers with interesting backgrounds, Groucho, and Miss Lucille Will and Mr. Harold Huggins were chosen just before we went on the air. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and win $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Lucille Will and Mr. Harold Huggins. Are you married, Mr.
I'm
Huggins?
a widower.
You're a very handsome fellow, Mr. Huggins. Would you mind telling us your age?
I've just passed 60.
Really? 60? Remember the speed limit in California is 55. So don't go over 80. Well, you don't look like 60. You look like about 46, 47. Very healthy-looking fellow. Mrs. Will, may I call you Lucille?
Oh, surely, but it's Miss Will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
The retort courteous, huh? Where you from, Luce? Doesn't take us long to get familiar around here.
Wessington Springs, South Dakota.
You're from what was the name of the place?
Wessington Springs.
Wessington Springs. You should have been here a minute ago. We had a plumber here. What kind of oh, yes, Pierre is in South Dakota, isn't it?
Surely, it's the capital.
Didn't Coolidge spend a vacation in South Dakota?
Well, that was our next city, Rapid City.
Yeah. Well, if Coolidge was there, it wasn't very rapid, huh?
He didn't choose to run, is that...
He did. He ran, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
He ran around the White House every morning. Well, enough of Coolidge, huh? Where were we? We were in South Dakota.
Yes.
Do you work, Lucille?
Yes, I'm a teacher.
No, I don't mean do you work, Lucille. I mean do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
Public speaking teacher at Inglewood High School.
Oh, you're a teacher at Inglewood High, huh? Well, you're high enough to be in high school, huh? How long have you been teaching?
27 years.
Well, that's a wonderful record, and I congratulate you. How is it you look so young and fresh after so many years of turmoil with these students?
Well, perhaps there isn't so much turmoil. After all, I'm bigger than they are, and it is quite enjoyable and fascinating.
Oh, I imagine it's extremely interesting, but rather trying at times, isn't it?
Fascinating and fatiguing, you mean?
Yes.
I would say so.
I always thought it was fatiguing. You probably can learn something having a high school teacher on the show. By the way, Miss Will, how tall are you?
practically 6 feet.
Mm-hmm. Has your height proved much of a problem to you?
Oh, I don't mind the north and south, but the east and west bothers me a bit.
I guess she's referring to the girth of a nation. Mr. Huggins, you still here, aren't you?
Yes, I'm very well.
Glad to hear it. I always hate to have a contestant walk out on me in the middle of them without saying good night.
Before the money's distributed?
Yes. You're no fool, Huggy. Tell me, Mr. Huggins, what kind of work do you do?
I've done a little bit of everything.
Well, I'm sure of that, but I mean, what kind of work do you do?
What kind of work do I do?
Yeah.
I retired years ago.
You retired,
Yes.
huh? What from?
Well, I've done a little bit of everything.
Have you ever done time in Sing Sing?
No, fortunately.
Now, you see, you haven't done everything.
No.
I'll thank you to be careful what you say in this program, Mr.
I do my
Huggins.
best.
What are some of the things you have done?
When I was first out of university, I went into the diplomatic service and sent to Japan. I was a student of the language, and for some years I remained in the service and finally ended up as the vice consul.
A vice consul?
Yes.
You say you were a diplomat, huh?
Yes, I was a diplomat.
Well, if you're going to be mixed up with a vice consul, I guess you got to be a diplomat. Well, you make a charming and interesting couple, and if romance should grow from the seed I planted, I hope you let me have one of the twigs. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The Danish girl and the football player still lead with $253.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected major cities of the United States. These cities are all over 100,000 population. This should be pretty easy. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20. Or you have $20.
20.
$20.
Well, you speak foreign languages, too, huh? He understood it right away. I says $20, and he knew what I was talking about.
Wonderful pronunciation.
Now, here's your first question. You're going to bet the whole 20?
I believe the gentleman says so. Don't you?
The whole thing.
All right. Now, I don't want to influence you, but if you lose this, the whole thing is over, you know. Don't you think you ought to keep a little something for a nest egg? All right, $20. And what state is the city of Evansville?
Illinois.
Talk it over.
Oh, I quite agree.
I'm sorry, it's Indiana.
We're broke. Well, that's that. I'm sorry.
Well, they can't
Well,
go
we
away.
can't let them go
I'm
away.
responsible.
So fast.
I warned you. You should have kept $1 in reserve. All right, I'll give you one question. If you get it right, you win $10. Think hard now. No help from the audience. You ready? Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
The general himself.
General himself is right. I'm sorry you didn't win more money.
Well, you people went close. And that means that the Danish girl and the football player, with $253 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. You know, this time of year, you can find some really great values in used cars. And, of course, now, as in any season, you'll get the very best used car values in town at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's. He has many different makes and models to choose from. And you get this added advantage. Among his used cars are DeSotos and Plymouths, traded in by his regular customers. Cars the DeSoto Plymouth dealer knows very well, because he sold them originally and serviced them from the day they were new. You'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer a good man to deal with because he has a big investment at stake. He has to make happy customers, satisfied customers who will come back again and again, so his business will keep right on growing. That means he'll try his best to find just the right used car to fit your needs and your pocketbook. So if you're in the market for a good used car, stop in where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And when you do, tell him Groucho sent you.
Well, here's the Danish girl and the football player, the winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho. Right in here.
Well, here they are. Here are the kids again. If you win all this money, you can get your father off that team. Oh, you can buy a lot of pastry for this, Bagooty. I know it's spaghetti. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Ready? The nation's capital is pictured on the back of only one denomination of United States currency. For $2,000, tell me, on what bill is the capital pictured? Walk it over. You don't know? Take a guess. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
It's a guess, the dollar bill. One.
No. I'm sorry, the correct answer is the $50 bill. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but Fenneman, how much did they win in the quiz?
Well, they won $253.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers don't brag about their ability to get out of tight spots. They stay out of them. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Oh, Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In answer to an urgent request for help from Abner Collins, owner and editor of the Springerville Gazette, Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles have ridden hard to the little frontier town of Springerville. It is early afternoon as they tie off their horses at an empty hitch rack near the small newspaper office.
Hey, that's sure strange.
What's strange, Bill?
Street's so quiet. Saturday afternoon, you'd think the place would be buzzing with ranch hands in town letting off a little steam and folks shopping.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is awful quiet. Wonder what's happened.
Come on, let's go in and see Abner Collins. If anybody'd know, he would.
Well, I don't like this. Bill just don't feel right. Stores all closed, hitch racks empty. Something's wrong. Something's real wrong, Bill.
Well, we'll find out what it is right now. Here's the Gazette office. Abner! Hey, Abner, come out here.
Huh? What? Just a minute till I stop the presses.
What is it? Bill. Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Howdy, Abner.
You did come. I've been hoping and praying you'd answer my letter.
Your letter sounded pretty serious, Abner, so we came as fast as we could.
Must be something mighty important to get you so lathered up, Abner.
Got anything to do with how deserted Springerville is?
You noticed that, huh? Yep, got everything to do with that.
What happened?
Well, you can just bet there's some kind of gun trouble, or Abner wouldn't have sent for us. Ain't that right, Abner?
Nope, Jingles, you're wrong. It's something worse than that gunplay. You can fight guns with guns, but how are you going to fight human greed and the promise of getting something for nothing?
Well, you'll have to cut the deck a little deeper, Abner. I ain't following you.
Well, now look out that window. Hey, you see those riders going by? Well, if you follow them, you'll get the answer.
Where they headed for?
To the schoolhouse.
Schoolhouse? Well, what's the hurry?
Well, they think they're going to get you. Well, maybe you better see and judge for yourself.
If you put it that way, let's go.
Doggone you, Abner. Now you got me all curious, and that makes me real unhappy.
Unhappy? Why?
'Cause curiosity just happens to be an itch, and you can't scratch it.
Howdy, partners. This is your old bunkhouse buddy, Panhandle Jim. Well, got my own personal private chuck wagon with me. Yes, sir, I mean this big box of even sweeter corn pops I've been munching on during the show. And that's a good idea for you, too, 'cause Kellogg's Corn Pops is the two-way cereal. You can eat 'em right out of the box like candy, like I'm eating 'em now. They're a real tasty snack with the sweetening already on 'em. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. And say, just wait till you taste the wonderful new sweetness and flavor of Corn Pops. The Kellogg folks are now making 'em sweeter and crisper than ever before. So you're going to like 'em even better than you did from here on. Bet my favorite lariat on that. Yes, sir, out of the box like candy or out of the bowl with milk. Kellogg's Corn Pops are tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn that are always crisp and good. And listen, your mom's going to let you eat all you want to, 'cause Corn Pops is a two-way cereal and more. It's got B vitamins and vitamin D with important minerals and food energy. So load up big on Kellogg's Corn Pops at the store first thing tomorrow, 'cause the whole family's going to want some. Now remember, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now let's get back to the show.
Abner Collins, editor of the local newspaper, told Wild Bill and Jingles about an extremely important town meeting being held at the Springerville schoolhouse. And now, Abner, Wild Bill, and Jingles are reining up their horses near the schoolhouse steps.
Well, no wonder we didn't see anybody in town. Everybody must be out here.
Yeah, must be a mighty important meeting.
It is. It's a lot of crazy fools that have lost their senses. But you'll see. Come on.
Nice-looking schoolhouse.
Yep. And being used for a meeting like this makes me boil. Watch that step there.
So you can see the opportunity, the golden opportunity that I am offering you, good people of Springerville, is the opportunity of a lifetime.
That's Bart Meglin talking. He's the one responsible for this meeting.
Sounds like a confidence man. What's he selling, Abner?
The secret of making gold.
Making gold? Say, that's something I gotta see.
Making gold? Why, nobody can make gold.
Of course not. But these people want to believe that Meglin can. That's why I sent for you and Jingles. Somebody's got to stop them before the whole town is taken in.
Now, your attention, please. Thank you. I am now ready to... Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored. For if I am not mistaken, there in the back of the room is Wild Bill Hickok. Marshal, your arrival is most opportune. Won't you come up here on the platform with me, sir, and act as official witness?
I'm afraid I'd be a poor witness for you, Meglin, because I don't believe you can make gold. But I'll come up. I want to keep a close eye on what you do. Come on, Jingles, Abner.
All right. Well, thank you, Marshal. Oh, yes, and Mr. Collins of the Springerville Gazette. I'm sure you represent the doubting Thomases of the town. And the other gentleman is...
I'm Jingles, Wild Bill's deputy.
And Deputy United States Marshal Jangle.
No, it's Jingles.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before your very eyes, and those of the skeptical Mr. Hickok and his friends, I am going to transmute silver into gold. All of my equipment is on this table. As you can see, it is very simple, consisting of a crucible, charcoal-fired distilled water, this stirring stick, and the most important factor, the secret compound that makes the transmutation possible. Deputy Jumbles.
It's Jingles.
I beg your pardon, sir. Deputy Jingles. Would you care to contribute the silver for this experiment?
Well, if I do, can I keep the gold?
Of course.
Well, in that case, here's a, Bill, you got say $1.06 bet you could loan me?
How about a 50-cent piece?
Fine. Thank you, sir. I'll place it in this crucible, and then I will take this bottle.
That's the gold-making stuff?
Yes. This is the secret compound.
Huh. Looks just like water to me.
Yes. Let me see now. A 50-cent piece should require about 7 drops.
4,
5,
6,
7. There. Mr. Hickok, so you can be sure this is no trick, I will ask you to stir the solution. Here. You may use this wooden stick. In just a moment, Deputy Jiggles.
It's Jingles, I tell you, Jingles!
Oh, yes, Jingles. In a few moments, you will have your gold.
Hey, Miglin, how long is this going to take? I got chores to do and cows to milk.
The gold should be ready now. You may stop stirring, Mr. Hickok. And thank you, sir, for your able assistance. Now, if you gentlemen will watch closely.
Let me see.
Careful, that water's boiling hot.
Oh.
Here, let me pour it out. Now, there you are.
Wee, doggone if he ain't done.
Well, Mr. Hickok, still skeptical?
Say something, Wild Bill. Is it or ain't it?
I still say it's some kind of a trick, but it looks like Meglin's changed a 50-cent piece into a gold nugget.
Well, if Wild Bill Hickok says it's gold, that's good enough for me.
I can't figure you out, Bill. You saw Meglin make gold right before your eyes, and still you say it's some kind of a trick.
I don't know how he did it, but it's some kind of a trick, Jingles.
Oh, Abner, I want you... Oh, excuse me, I didn't know you was busy.
Oh, that's all right, Gus. Oh, I'd like to have you meet Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. Boys, this is Gus Farmer, one of the early settlers in these parts.
Howdy,
Farmer.
Yeah, I heard a lot about you fellers and saw you at the meeting. Sure glad to meet up with you in person. Got a minute, Abner?
Sure. What is it, Gus?
I want you to run this here notice for me in your paper. Here.
Well, let me see that. Hey, Gus, you're advertising your place for sale. Why?
Tired of working, Abner. I'm going to sell out. Scrape together every nickel I can lay my hands on and let this here Meglin feller make me rich.
You don't really believe Meglin can make gold.
Well, seems believing, I always say. I seen him make gold, and I heard you say it was gold, and that's good enough for me.
But, Gus, you can't just throw away years of hard work because some smooth-talking...
Oh, trouble with you fellas is you ain't got vision. Abner, you going to run this for sale notice or not?
No, Gus, I just can't do it.
All right. I can't make you, but you can't stop me or anyone else in Springerville. A lot of us are selling everything we own, and we're going to cash in on the opportunity that Meglin's offering us.
But, Farmer, can't you see that...
You're the ones that can't see, and I'll tell you something. You keep your nose out of this, Hickok, or you'll find a lot of folks in town ready and willing to climb right up your back.
Woo-wee. That old boy is madder than a centipede with the gout.
And so are some others in town if we try to convince them Meglin's a fake. I'm afraid a lot of people in Springerville have their minds set. They know what they want.
Mm-hmm. That makes me wonder. What does Meglin want?
Why, he wants, what does he want, Bill?
There's only one way to find out. Let's go over to the hotel and ask him.
Oh, come in, Mr. Hickok. Deputy Jingle.
Now that we ain't in front of all those people, he remembers my name.
Gentlemen, my associate, Dan Hart. Dan, Marshal Hickok, and his deputy...
Jingles, doggone it, Jingles.
Yes, of course.
Howdy, Mr. Marshal.
Howdy.
Well, Marshal, I can tell by your expression that you have a question.
Yeah, just one. How much are you going to charge for this secret compound, Meglin?
Oh, you misunderstand, Mr. Hickok. I'm not selling the compound.
Well, if you ain't selling this gold-making stuff, what are you getting out of the deal?
Why, I changed the silver into gold, and for my trouble, keep the silver that remains from the transmutation.
And just how much silver is left?
It seems to me you're asking a lot
Dan.
of Well,
you mustn't mind Dan, Mr. Hickok.
That's all right, Meglin. I think I found out what I wanted to know. Come on, Jingles.
Yeah, Bill.
You're always welcome, Marshal. Come back anytime.
I will, when I'm ready.
Meglin, that
Keep
Hickok's...
your voice down, you fool. You want him to hear you?
Meglin, something's got to be done about Hickok. It'd sure be a lot safer if he was out of the way.
I think you're right, Dan. So let's get Hickok out of the way.
You mean...
Why not?
Now, wait a minute. I ain't taking no chances untangling with Hickok.
You don't have to, Dan. I'll take care of it. It's simple. Very simple. It just takes one shot in the back.
Bill, how can you call it a swindle? Getting a gold nugget worth maybe $10 or $12 for a little old 4-bit piece.
Haven't you wondered about that nugget?
What do you mean?
The simple fact that it is a nugget. Now look, both of you know enough about gold to see that this is a placer nugget rounded off by being rolled along some stream bed.
Say, that means it was picked up out of some river.
Now you got the idea, Jingles. That nugget was made by nature and not by Meglin, no matter what he claims.
Well, that's all very well and good. But how'd it get in that crucible without any of us noticing?
I don't know. And that's what makes this trick so good. Out of my way. Yeah, just what I thought.
You all right, Bill?
Yeah, how about you, Jingles?
Well, I will be as soon as it stops shaking.
Yeah, I'm all right. Who'd you reckon fired that shot?
I'd guess Meglin.
Meglin?
Sure. We've been sort of cramping his style. And can you think of anyone else around here that would want us out of the way?
Why, that... Come on, let's go get it.
Easy, Jingles. That wouldn't help expose him to the town. No, we'll have to have something definite before we can get Meglin where we want him.
Maybe this'll help. While you was out to supper, Dan Hart brought this ad in. Said Meglin wanted to run it in the paper. Here.
Let me read it, huh, Abner?
Why, sure, Jingles.
Oh, thanks. To the people of Springerville, notice, as it is impossible for me to visit your homes individually, and I do not want to disappoint anyone, please bring your silver to the Springerville Hotel by this coming Wednesday. Remember, opportunity knocks but once. This is your opportunity. Signed, Bert Meglin. Read pretty good, don't I? Huh?
You going to run that ad, Abner?
Why, of course not. I won't be a party to any such thing.
This just may be the thing we need to trap Meglin.
But, Bill...
This ad proves that Meglin's working out a plan. The only way we can find out what that plan is and catch him is not to let him think we're suspicious.
Bill Hickok, if I run this ad to Meglin's, the whole town will go crazy.
Well, can it be any crazier than it is right now?
Abner, I want you to run Meglin's ad in the biggest type you've got right on the front page.
Well, I'll be a burned-out old tea kettle if I didn't go and do it, Wranglers. Yep, ran plumb out of my favorite cereal, Corn Pops, before I'd knowed it. Now, it just goes to show you, kids, how much you get to like Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause Corn Pops make mighty good eating any way you like. Out of the box or out of the bowl, they're mighty good. Now, pull up close and I'll tell you about it. One way to eat 'em's right out of the box like candy. Yes, they're mighty doggone good. They got the sweetening already on 'em. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk in the morning. And remember, there's a wonderful new sweetness and flavor in Corn Pops now. The Kellogg folks went to work to make 'em sweeter and crisper than ever. So you're going to like 'em even better than you did from here on. Yeah, partners, Kellogg's Corn Pops are good and good for you, too. A real two-way cereal with vitamins B, D, and important mineral and food energy, too. How about saddling up, riding out the store for some even sweeter Kellogg's Corn Pops tomorrow? And load up big, too. Now, let's say our little saying together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill.
Wednesday, the deadline set by Meglin has arrived, and Springerville's main street is jammed with a teeming, struggling mass of shouting, excited people. Inside Abner Collins' little newspaper office, Wild Bill, Jingles, and Abner watch as silver-laden latecomers fight their way to the Springerville Hotel.
Hoppin' horny toads, look at that mob. Huh? You'd think this was the 4th of July instead of just a plain old everyday Wednesday.
Sure amazing what the hope of getting rich quick will do.
Are you expecting trouble, Bill?
You mean because I'm cleaning my guns? No. It's just a habit of mine, cleaning them when I get a chance.
Oh, doggone it, Bill. This waiting and wondering's got me jumpier than a flapjack at Ching Lee's.
Well, in that case, we might as well go over to the hotel and see what's doing.
Well, maybe you better holster them guns of yours, Bill. Folks might get panicky if you go waving them around.
Right. I better get them loaded, too.
May I see one of them, Bill? Thanks. Wild Bill Hickok's gun. Sure brought a lot of law and order to the West.
Don't forget mine, too, Abner.
It's a beauty, Bill. Sure has a nice balance.
Yeah, a gun's got to have good balance, Abner. Balance. Well, that's it. Why didn't I think of it before?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Give me that gun, Abner.
Oh, yeah, sure, but...
As soon as I get this gun loaded, we're heading for the hotel.
What's eating you all of a sudden, Bill?
I think I figured out how that gold making is done. Come on. I want to have a little talk with Bart Meglin.
Come in, Dan. You back already? Oh, Hickok. And Jingles.
It's Jingles, capital Jingles. Jingles, Dad, burn it.
Oh, yes, Jingles. And Mr. Collins, too.
Close the door, Jingles.
Sure, Bill.
What is it you want, Marshal?
First, where's Dan Hart?
Oh, he just stepped out for a minute.
There he comes driving a buckboard round to the back of the hotel.
Jingles, get away from that window. Don't let him see you. Meglin, you two planning on going somewhere?
No. Why should we?
That's what you had in mind, wasn't it? But I wouldn't try to leave right now, especially with a wagon load of silver.
What do you mean, Marshal?
I mean your swindling days are over. A pretty neat trick you used, Meglin. For the benefit of Jingles and Abner, do you want to show them how you did it, or shall I?
Trick? Why,
There's no use stalling any longer. Hand me that stirring stick.
The stirring stick?
That's what I said. Yeah, just as I figured. Hey, Abner, you got a match?
Why, sure, Bill. Here.
Thanks. Now watch.
What do you think you're doing?
Making gold. Just like you do, Meglin.
Bill, I don't see the...
Just hold on a minute and watch.
A gold nugget. Bill, how'd you do
so
that?
But I still don't understand.
The trick was so simple it fooled everyone. Take a look at this stirring stick.
Why, this end of the stick is hollow.
Yeah, but what's all this smeary stuff?
Wax, Jingles. You see, the gold was placed in the hollow end, and the end sealed with wax colored to match the wood. The boiling water in the crucible dissolved the wax and let the gold drop out. I used a match instead. Isn't that right, Meglin?
All right, so you found out, Hickok, but you'll never...
Well, he's just the kind that would have a sneak gun. Oh, nothing. You're just nicked in the arm.
Well, now, what a clever scheme. So simple, too. Oh, but, say, how about the silver? What happened to it?
It wasn't changed at all. People got so excited about seeing the gold, they'd forget about the silver. And Dan or Meglin would remove it before anyone noticed.
So for a few pieces of gold, Meglin could get a whole lot of silver.
Right.
That's really getting a lot for a little.
Meglin, it's me, Dan. Open up quick. The wagon's out back and all loaded. Everybody's out front, so now's our... Hickok. But, Meglin, what happened to you?
Oh, he just made the mistake of trying to draw on Wild Bill.
What? Well, maybe I'd better get a
Stay
doctor.
right where you are. You know, Meglin's going to need company where he's going. To jail. Get his gun, Jingles.
Sure. All right, you. Stand still.
Well, that takes care of both of them. But, Bill, how'd you figure it out?
Yeah, I ain't a cat, Bill, but curiosity's sure killing me.
Well, when I was using that stick to stir with at the schoolhouse, I noticed that one end was much heavier than the other. That had to be the hiding place.
Bill, like I always said, you are the smartest man I ever did know.
Well, maybe, Jingles, but I should have caught on sooner. Well, I guess we better lock these two up.
Wait a minute. How about those people out there? Yes, and what about all those silver things they brought?
Well, as you know most of the folks, I guess that's a job for you, Abner. You'll probably find most of the stuff in the wagon out back of the hotel.
Say, that's going to be some job, figuring out what belongs to who. That reminds me, how are we ever going to prove which 50-cent piece is ours?
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
That's it for today, folks. We'll be back with more of Wild Bill Hickok's problems next week.
Problems? Guy, I call them troubles. Why, I recall when Wild Bill and Jingles were riding...
Whoa, wait a minute, Andy. That's next week's story, remember?
Oh, of course.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Parley Bear, Joe Duvall, Fred Howard, Ralph Moody, and Jack Boyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Asking a man to risk his life for $100 bet. I'll stake him. If you make it $1,000, even money. Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Hand me those shirts, will you, hey boy, please?
Oh, okay. Here. You know, Mr. Paladin, it look very bad for a hey boy if anyone see you do your own packing. It's not correct for a gentleman to do his own packing. Besides, you're doing stinky job.
Oh, for heaven's sake, hey boy, stop your grumbling. Anyway, I'm almost finished now.
Good.
Oh, there is something you can do for me, though.
Oh, what's that?
Fix me another whiskey and water.
Oh, yes, sir. This is pretty far trip you take, Salamanca.
Salamander, hey, boy. No, it's not too far.
Oh, where are here, Salamanca?
Probably when you were eavesdropping on my business conversation.
Oh, no, sir, not eavesdropping. Just interested. Here's you drink.
Thanks.
Where is this Salamanca?
Well, there's a city called that in Mexico and one in Spain, I think, and there's another one somewhere in South America.
South America? Like I say, long trip.
And like I say, I'm not going to Salamanca, hey, boy. I'm going to Salamander City, California. And when I get there, I've got to
You got to find a girl named Irene.
Right. Yeah. It seemed that this Irene
was in circus and quit and go to work in saloon because there's a fella in town she loved very much and is going to marry up with, and her father don't want her to do this, and he's going to pay you $1,000 to bring her back to San Francisco, and you say, okay, you say, you go.
It's amazing how much you can hear while you mix drinks.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you very much. All the Chang family have very strong ears. You go now?
I go.
With our American servicemen in many countries around the world, they have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. What might have seemed strange before is becoming pretty familiar to them. For instance, among the Mohammedans, to drink coffee with anybody is regarded as a sacred rule of hospitality, a token of peace. The berries are roasted over a charcoal fire, and the coffee is allowed to boil 3 times. It's thickly sugared and served in very small cups. All this is traditional among the Mohammedans, but as our servicemen have observed, it's simply their version of our mid-morning coffee break or our afternoon tea party or our cocktail hour. It's a time for friends to sit down and relax. It's a time for conversation with a cup of whatever beverage suits the individual taste. And this is true of customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. So it is by observing these customs that our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill with other people in other lands.
It was near sundown when the stage pulled into Salamander City. I got a room at the local hotel and walked across the street to the saloon to get a drink and perhaps some information about Irene Stanford. The Salamander Saloon was like any 100 of its brothers. The barkeep with his celluloid collar and derby hat. The ever-present painting of the lightly clad young lady with a rose in her hair. The mixture of cowboys, farmers, and townspeople trying to forget the toils of a day's work with beer or rye whiskey. Their heads were all turned to one side of the room where a little man was performing acrobatic tricks much to their amusement and appreciation. I found elbow room at the bar beside an attractive young lady who obviously worked for the house.
You buying drinks for anyone, mister?
Ah, might be.
I drink rye.
That's a good drink. Barkeep, 2 glasses of rye.
Yes, sir. Come up.
Hey, who's the acrobat?
Dooley Delaware.
Very good.
He's the best. Used to be with Barnum. You're new here. What brings you into Salamander?
I'm looking for a girl called Irene Stanford.
Oh? What's your name?
Paladin.
You're from San Francisco?
That's right.
I might have known.
Here you are. 2 ryes.
Thank you.
What do you want with Irene?
Oh, personal matter. Do you know her?
Well, I can tell you this much. She's trying to make her own way, and she doesn't want you or anybody else sticking their nose into her business.
You seem to know her pretty well.
Well enough.
Oh, how was that, Rena? Did you see me twist into that handspring?
I sure did, Dooley. It was perfect.
My knee's getting stronger and stronger. It won't be long.
Dooley, this is Mr. Paladin. Dooley, Delaware.
Well, how
are you?
Mr. Paladin's from San Francisco.
Oh, here, Rena. Hold this money for me.
Sure, honey.
It should be over $1 there. Everybody seems to be more generous tonight than usual. I think I'll go back and see if I can make some more. Oh, glad I met you, Mr. Paladin.
Yes, glad I met you,
I'll be right here at the bar, Dooley.
Hey, nice little fella. Must be a good friend of yours.
The only friend I've got in this town.
Set him up, barkeep. Well, hello, Rena.
Marquette.
See your boy keeping everybody entertained like always. Guess he thinks if he keeps on practicing, he'll be good enough for the circus someday.
He was with the circus before he got his knee
Oh,
hurt.
you believe that story? Bolo, fetch Dooley over here, will you? Yes, sir. Dooley.
Who's he?
Marquette. He runs Salamander City. He owns most of the town. He thinks that gives him the right to own everybody in it.
Uh-huh. Who's that with him?
Bolo, his errand boy.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Marquette?
Yeah, Dooley. How'd you like to make $50?
$50? You wouldn't joke me, would you, Mr. Marquette?
Well, there's a lot of talk about how good you are. You used to be with Barnum and Big Star in the circus.
Well, yes, sir.
I might just give you a chance to prove how good you are. Now, this $50 says you can't walk a rope across this here saloon. Now, there's an easy bet for Dooley Delaware, ain't it?
Well, I don't have a rope.
Bolo.
Yes, sir. How's about rigging it up from balcony to balcony?
You think you could walk that, Dooley?
Why, I think I can do it, but I can't meet the bet. I don't have $50.
You rig her up, Bolo.
Okay, Mr. Marquette.
I'm always willing to make arrangements, Dooley. Now, how about if you don't make it, why, you curry my horse and shine up my boots every day for a whole year.
No, Dooley, don't do it.
What's the matter, Rena? You afraid your boy get hurt?
It isn't a fair bet.
Why don't you let the man speak for himself? What about it, Dooley?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
A little scared?
Well, no, but like Rena says, it ain't a fair bet.
You think you can make it, Dooley?
I think so.
Who are you?
Oh, this here's Mr. Paladin. He's from San Francisco.
Well, why are you so interested in Dooley, mister?
I think you made a raw deal with him. Your bet's one-sided.
It's his concern, not yours.
If Dooley thinks he can walk that rope from balcony to balcony, then I think he can, too. I'm willing to stake him for the $50.
Suit yourself, mister. It's your money.
Mr. Paladin, it could go wrong. Maybe you shouldn't.
You could use $50, couldn't you?
I sure could.
All ready, Mr. Marquette.
Well, there she is, Dooley. You gonna do it?
Well, all right, it's a bet.
Dooley.
Now, don't worry, Rena. Even if I fell, it wouldn't be too far to the floor. But I won't fall. You just watch me.
Paladin, I hope you know what you're doing.
I think so.
I think you just lost yourself $50.
We'll see. What do you think, Rena?
Well, it's been a long time since he's been on a rope, and he's got a bad knee. We sure could use the $50, though.
We?
Dooley and I've got plans, Mr. Paladin. Big plans.
All right, Dooley. Show us how you used to do it for Barnum.
Oh, Dooley.
Good luck, Mr. Marquette. Here goes the famous Dooley Delaware.
Hey.
Paladin, look behind the banister on the balcony. It's Bolo.
Dooley, relax for a fall.
Dooley!
Hey!
Oh, look at the rope.
Stay here a minute. You all right, Dooley?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Come on, let me help you up.
Thanks. Well, what happened to the rope?
Marquette's man used a knife.
Oh, thanks for warning me.
Dooley, looks like you lost your bet. You lost $50, Paladin.
Mr. Delaware doesn't like to leave a winner on the board, Marquette. He'll repeat the bet, and this time double. And your friend Bolo will be down here with the rest of them.
Let Dooley call his own bets, mister.
I'll cover for Dooley. $100, Mr. Marquette.
For $100? Well, golly, for $100, I'd wire walk Main Street store top to store top.
Well, all right, Dooley, the bet is on.
Somebody tie the rope back up.
Who's talking about a rope? Dooley said Main Street store top to store top on a wire.
Oh, now, wait a
That's
minute.
the bet.
Now.
You heard him. My 100 against yours says Dooley can't walk a wire across Main Street from the hotel to the saloon.
Oh, Miss Marquette, I was just talking.
That's a three-story drop,
Well,
Marquette.
that don't mean nothing to a real wire walker.
Sorry, no bet. No bet.
Well, what about it, Dooley? Wouldn't you like to make $100?
Well, yeah, but I think
But
maybe
you're
it's not.
scared, ain't you? Because you're no acrobat. I bet you was nothing but a trained monkey on a string for that circus. Hey, somebody throw him a peanut.
Come on, Dooley, let's get out of here.
No, wait a minute. Miss Marquette, I accept your challenge.
Will you take me, Miss Paladin?
No, Dooley, you'd be risking your life.
I gotta do it, Rena, don't you see?
How about it, Paladin? You gonna stake him?
You asking a man to risk his life for just $100?
Well, all right, I'll raise the ante. $1,000.
Your price is a little high, Marquette. You must be pretty anxious to see Dooley put his life in jeopardy.
Shut up. Or shut up.
Not for $1,000. Make it $2,000.
Paladin, you're on. $2,000.
You still willing, Dooley?
Yes, sir. I'll do the best I know how.
When the Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th, 1776, 8 of the signers were of foreign birth. Robert Morris was born in England, James Wilson and John Witherspoon in Scotland, James Smith, Matthew Thornton, and George Taylor in Ireland, and Francis Lewis in Wales. These men made outstanding contributions to the development of our country. The fact that they were born in other lands made no difference to their comrades. Today, 1 out of every 5 Americans is foreign-born, or of foreign-born parents. The concept of judging men as men, not in terms of their origin, prevails today as in 1776. America's foreign-born citizens work with their countrymen for a better America. From the contributions of the past come the principles of the present.
It was set for 9 o'clock the next morning. Dooley, Delaware, was to walk a wire across the main street of Salamander City. I left the saloon early and went to my hotel room to get a much-needed night's rest, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the little acrobat who had to prove to Marquette and the people of the town that he wasn't a monkey on a string. And he had to prove it for Rena's sake. I knew she was Irene Stanford, and my job was to take her back to her father in San Francisco, but that would have to wait. About midnight, I decided to get up and dress and join the crowd at the saloon, which I knew would still be celebrating the big event scheduled for the next morning.
Mr. Paladin?
Rena.
Thank goodness you're still up.
Oh, so what's the matter?
It's Dooley. You come with me to his room?
Oh, sure. There's something wrong?
He's drunk. Dead drunk. Those fools over there kept giving him whiskey until he wasn't able to stand up. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He had to show him he could hold his whiskey with the rest of them.
Was Marquette still there?
Yeah, he bought all the drink.
And figures, protecting his investment.
Here. When he got to the room, he just fell over on the bed. What can we do for him?
Go downstairs and get a pot of coffee, Rena.
I don't think coffee will do him any good now.
Well, it'll help.
There's one thing for sure. He won't be in any shape to walk that wire in the morning.
Oh, he'll be in shape if I have to pump coffee into him all night.
No. I don't want him hurt. I love this little guy. I'm not going to let him do it. I'm sorry about your money, Paladin, but that's the way it's going to be.
Look, Rena, if Dooley doesn't show up in the morning, they'll laugh him right out of town.
I don't care. We're going to leave anyway.
You may not care, but Dooley will. He'll never leave with you unless he can prove to himself that he's worthy of your love. It's something a man like Dooley just has to do. Now, go on, Rena. Go get the coffee. I poured 2 pots of coffee into Dooley while Rena kept wet cloths on his head. Finally, he told us the room had stopped going round and round, and I made him lie down and try to get some sleep. The next morning, he seemed to be all right. By 9 o'clock, the crowd had gathered on Main Street, and the wire had been strung up between the hotel and the saloon. Rena joined me on the street to watch her little man do or die for his honor and my $2,000. We stood close to Marquette and Bolo to make sure they didn't have any last-minute shenanigans up their sleeves.
Well, Paladin, seen you checking that wire out with Dooley. What's the matter? Don't you trust us?
Not after last night.
Yeah, you boy got a little drunk, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he did, thanks to you.
Well, you don't think
it was a good try, Marquette, but Dooley's all right this morning.
Well, then we ought to get a good performance from the little monkey.
We'll see.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes, Rena?
I don't know whether I can look at him or not.
You better. Dooley'd be disappointed if you didn't see this.
Everybody be quiet. I'm ready to go. Rena.
Rena, watch me close. This is for you.
I will, Dooley. You'll do real good. Paladin.
Keep your fingers crossed, Rena. There he goes.
Paladin, he stopped.
Dooley, what's the trouble? Are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine. Hey, Mr. Marquette, how about this?
Did you see that? He went into a flip right in the middle of the wire.
Yes, I saw it.
He saved to the other side. That Dooley, whirling a complete turn right up there in the middle of nowhere. Did you see that, Mr. Marquette? Mr. Marquette?
Hey, he's gone.
Where?
I don't know. But he'd better have the $2,000 when I find him.
Say, let me put a question to you. How much do you appreciate the things that make life just a little easier? Like living any place you've a mind to. Now, according to our Constitution, if we don't like where we live, we can move to any other state we want to. All we have to do is hop in our car or take a train or a plane, and off we go. And when we get where we're going, there's plenty of stores and shops and tradesmen to help us in our new home. But let's go back a spell to 1790 and see what happened then when folks got the urge to move. If you were living back then, you'd maybe pick up a copy of the Providence Gazette, and you read an article called Advice to American Farmers. It tells all about moving out west, which is western Pennsylvania and Ohio in 1790. It says if you're moving, you'd better take along some apple, peach, and garden seeds, a kettle for boiling, maple sap, and, of course, a gun and plenty of ammunition. You should also have a Bible. Other folks moving west in 1790 took along maple saplings to plant, or homemade tools they could use to build boats when they got there. Boats were about as important as horses in 1790. Most of the towns were built inside a fort, since the Indians didn't especially like all this pioneering that was going on, and guns and ammunition were worked overtime. And Indians weren't the only ones who gave folks trouble. There was plenty of bear and wolves and other wild animals to keep folks on their toes. But somehow, in spite of all the fuss and bother of moving into a new community, folks in 1790 didn't complain. They just kept working and fighting, so living would be easier in the future. The future you're now protecting.
Marquette had disappeared. Someone told me they'd seen him go into his office down the street. I left the crowd celebrating a new hero and ran down to Marquette's office. He wasn't there. I started to look out the back door when I heard the floor creak behind me. Hey? That's one way to stop having to pay off a bet, Marquette. Shoot the winner in the back.
Dirty pig. You shoot a hole in my hand.
You're lucky it wasn't your head.
Get me to a doctor. Look at the blood.
You'll live. Get your own doctor. But first, I want the $2,000 you owe me.
Well, that was no fair bet. You knew that monkey was a professional wire walker.
I didn't know any more than you. You raised the ante. I had the faith he could do it.
You was in on it to get it planted from the start.
You think what you want, but give me the money.
No, sir.
I'll put a hole through the other hand, Marquette.
Yeah, all right. Come starting in my town. Rigging up a short bet and... Here. It's $2,000. Now go on, get out of my town and take your mother too with you.
We'll be leaving on the next stage. It'll be good to breathe some clean air for a change. You sure you won't change your mind, Rena? The stage goes all the way to San Francisco.
No. Julie and I are still getting off the next town. I hear the circus is still there.
Uh-huh. Your father will be disappointed.
I know. But he's got to understand that his daughter has to make her own way. When he does, I'll come back and visit him.
Rena and I are going to be married, Mr. Paladin.
Congratulations, Dooley.
I'm going to join Barnum again. They'll pay good money when I show them that Dooley Delaware is still king of the wire walkers. Yeah, Rena won't ever have to work in a saloon again.
Her father will be glad to hear that, Dooley. Oh, by the way, here's your share of the bet, $1,000. It'll give you a good start.
Oh, you don't have to give us that.
It was your money you staked him with.
I know, but I'm still $1,000 to the good. That'll make up for the fee I won't be getting from your father.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, thank you for everything.
Forget it, Dooley. You just take good care of Rena. Hello, Miss Wong.
Welcome home. I was just cleaning your room. Does Hey Boy bring you bags up?
He'll be up in a few minutes. There are some new guests down at the desk. I told him to take care of them first.
You go on not so long trip this time.
No, not so long.
No, not so long.
The stage ride was hot and dusty. I feel like I've been gone for a week.
Hey Boy tells me all about journey. You bring back girls?
Hey Boy talks too much and hears too much.
Oh, Hey Boy.
Why don't you tell him it's a very bad habit, Miss Wong?
Oh, no, Mr. Paladin. Hey Boy knows it, yes. But I like. Maybe you like too.
Yes, Miss Wong.
Miss Wong.
I like too.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was written by Don Brinkley and adapted for radio by Alan Sloan. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, James Nusser, and Peggy Weber.
Have Gun Will Travel is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hello there. You. Would you like to come to a party with me? I know you don't know who I am, but wouldn't you like to? You know, out of all the hundreds, maybe thousands of people in this big, huge old apartment building, I call you. Come on, take a chance. It's a fun party.
Theater 5 presents The Fun Party.
So
this is a police station.
Don't tell me you've never been in one before, buddy. With that little habit of yours, you've been in plenty. Oh, Lieutenant Myers, I'm Halloran. I'm a guard over at the Park City, the big housing development. I'm bringing this man in on a tenant's complaint. Here's my ID papers.
All right, Halloran. Now, what about him? Lieutenant, please let me...
He was loitering in the halls. He was listening at doors.
You mean peeping Tom?
Oh, not exactly.
Not at all. Lieutenant, if you'll only let me give you...
You can give me your name and address, mister.
I'm Carl Wyatt. I live in Park City, building GH, Wing 7, or is it 7B? Section H2, 5th floor, apartment 505.
Is he kidding? No, that's where he lives.
Your age, mister? 38.
Hair color, gray?
No, it's sandy blonde.
Eyes, gray?
No, they're blue.
What? Must be the bad light in here.
It's not the light, Lieutenant. It's me. Nobody really sees me.
Well, somebody saw you trying doors or whatever you were doing.
Please, you've got to believe me. I wasn't doing anything illegal. I've never done any...
Hello, 119th Precinct. Yeah, talk slower, please. Can you give me a description? Get that one, Sergeant. Go ahead.
119th Precinct. What?
Hey, get that, someone. Yeah, I'm listening, ma'am. He was what? Was he armed? No. Halloran, take what's-his-name in the back room. I'll book him as soon as I can. Lieutenant, I can't hang around here. I got my job. Yeah, and I got a crime waiver or something. You brought him in, you stay with him. I'll buzz for you when I'm ready. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have all the information. What's your address?
That's too bad, Mr. Halloran. I mean, I'm sorry you have to stay.
You're sorry?
Yes, I am, because it's all a mistake.
What mistake? How would you like a woman to call you in the middle of the night? Eddie, go look in the dark halls. There's something, something, mind you. Not even somebody. Something is catfooting around, breathing and listening at doors. She's scared, she says. She's scared. So I go. I hate to tell you what it did to my blood pressure, and I grab you. And now you tell me it's all a mistake.
It is. I am not a burglar. I am not a peeping Tom.
Tell it to the lieutenant. Tell it to the housing committee.
Housing committee?
They let you in the Park City, and they'll boot you out. You broke a rule out.
No, they mustn't do that. I can't leave. I won't leave.
Hey, buddy, I'd worry more about my job if I were you. What's your boss going to say about this?
I hate my boss.
Now, who doesn't? What about your friends, your social life? I'm sorry for you, Bud. I know I brought you in, but that's my job. Now you're in a spot. The least you'll get out of this is your name in the papers as an arrest. There goes your job. There goes most of your friends. I'll bet there goes your apartment in Park City.
No. I don't care about anything else as long as I can stay in Park City.
Oh, no, I'm really sorry for you. You're off base.
Eddie, Mr. Halloran?
Eddie's okay.
Eddie, can I tell you what happened to me? A month ago, I was sitting in my apartment reading the only magazine I really like.
A girly book.
Oh, no. I like to read about travel, sports cars, parties on yachts in the Mediterranean.
Just where is your yacht anchored, mister?
My name is Carl.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be a millionaire to lead that kind of life. You'd be surprised. There are people without fortunes in it, but they have other things.
Mm-hmm.
They have youth, beauty, talent, accomplishment. That's the key to get in everywhere, even with the millionaires. I call them golden people. Would you like to hear a dream I have about them?
Yeah.
I dream I suddenly decide to take a jet to Rome. I have the money in my pocket.
Well, you can tell that's a dream.
I arrive at the cocktail hour, but I'm not alone like any ordinary tourist in a strange town. I have a whole address book full of first-name friends, actresses, publishers, scientists, adventurers. I call them. We organize an all-night party, and we live. We live in Technicolor. I used to think, even if I did get to meet them, what good would it be? I'm a face you forget. The lieutenant couldn't tell what I looked like when I was standing right in front of him. I'm an undeveloped personality. I'm a blur of what I should be. I'm nothing. I know it. I've always known it. And How do you think it makes me feel?
You're making too much of it. To me, you seem like a decent guy.
Yeah, I could be more. I could be one of those talented, confident, golden people I was telling you about. Listen, a month ago, I was sitting in my apartment reading the magazine I told you about. It's called Sport and Travel. Well, I didn't realize it was my phone at first. No, I was in the wall. Hello?
Am I speaking to the nice man in 505?
This is Carl Wyatt.
Oh, my name is Suzanne. You might call me a neighbor. Look, some of my friends are having a party. Just a little fun thing, and we'd like you to join us.
Well, you must have the wrong apartment, 505. There are others in the other buildings.
I'm sure it's the right one.
But you don't know me.
I do now. Oh, come on, Carl. Take a chance. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Bye.
5 minutes? 5 minutes? Oh, I can't wear this. It's dirty. Where's the new blue shirt? Oh, well, slacks? No, too casual, maybe. Oh, I need a shave. Maybe this powder will hide it. No time.
Hello. I should have warned you. I'm one woman who's on time.
That's too bad. It would have been a pleasure to wait for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite well. Oh, come in, Suzanne. Mm-hmm. Don't bother looking around. It's just a little pied-à-terre in town.
Oh, exactly. Well, I see you read Sport and Travel, too. You know, the publisher is a perfect bear. He chews up a secretary every 2 or 3 months and leaves the bones to the psychoanalysts.
And the pulp to his readers.
Oh, I love that.
Thank you.
Oh, Carl, I wish we'd known before that you lived here.
We?
The gang, the tribe, the set, the inner circle. Darling, you give us a name.
I could only call you the beautiful people.
Oh, but you haven't seen us yet.
I've seen you.
And I saw you first. Remember that when you meet the other girls. Shall we go?
I gotta criticize your story. It's too much like a dream. A girl you never heard of comes up to take you to a party, and she isn't a letdown? She isn't anxious with a built like a truck? Come on, Carl.
Eddie, she was perfect and beautiful. And somehow that didn't freeze me the way it usually would. I said all the right things, the magazine things. Why, I had dialogue like Cary Grant. One line after another, just like that. Oh, I could never do it again. Only that night.
So, where was the party?
Somewhere in Park City. I didn't notice the building. I was floating on a cloud. You know how ugly Park City is. Miles of halls, acres of buildings, all alike. Ugly gray paint. The feeling of being in a big anthill. Just another
Yeah, that's what I said before, and you're so crazy to stay there.
But that night it was beautiful. The halls glowed. We went up, down, in, out. I could have walked with Suzanne forever. Well, finally, we stopped at an apartment door.
Yeah, what else could you stop at?
This one was different. The number was covered by a cocktail flag. The kind people use on fancy yachts. Suzanne rang the doorbell a special way. The door was opened, and we went in. And there they were, my golden people, the sport and travel people.
We cast our lines, we fished, and this time we caught a whale. Here's Carl.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, Carl. It is not often we we are so lucky. The idea of calling a stranger and hoping to meet a friend is excellent in theory, but in practice...
Many are called, but few are chosen.
Well, thank you very much. You look like a man of sense and discrimination, Carl, mon ami. Shall we exchange a few ideas in French?
It would be an unfair exchange. You speak with the tongue of Molière and Napoleon. I speak with the tongue of Miss Schultz, my high school French teacher. She had no gift for language.
Oh, Marcel, haven't I said, be patient. Someday we will find another one of us. Well, tonight, here he is. Oh, come, Carl, I want you to meet the others.
I'd be delighted.
I want you to meet Philip. He's an archaeologist. The first man to enter an Egyptian pharaoh's tomb and escape the curse of Hathor. At least he's escaped it up till now.
Hi, Philip.
Oh, and that's Bettina. She's a model, and I wouldn't trust her with you for a moment.
Darling, you're so naughty.
Oh, this man behind the mustache is Major Brian Llewellyn Fall.
Hello there. Delighted, Major.
He's in charge of something terribly secret. And this is Tamara. She's really...
Don't tell me anything about her. Having a name like Tamara is a full-time career.
Oh, Suzanne, I want him.
Oh, hands off, darling. Oh, now, there in the corner, that's Captain Cutler. The captain runs a trading schooner in the Celebes. By the way, just where are the Celebes?
In my encyclopedia on page 219.
Oh, touche. Oh, people, there are too many of you to meet and remember now. Just give Carl a big smile and you'll see him later.
Hello, Carl.
Oh, Tamara, get Carl something from the buffet, please.
I'd love to give him anything he wants.
Oh, but just hand it to him, dear. Don't linger.
I'll be back, Carl. Don't run away.
Carl, darling, drop a fresh peach into that champagne and let it...
Wow, and double wow. A party like that in Park City?
Oh, they throw a lot of them.
You sound like something went wrong.
It did. I did. I reverted to type. The evening kept getting more wonderful. Then Bettina, she was the model, developed a headache. And nobody else paid attention to it, but I had to do something. I looked all over the apartment for some aspirin. Of course, there weren't any. The Golden people never take aspirin. That's just for the rest of us. But I had to do something. I had to justify myself.
Oh, forget Bettina's headache. She'll drink more champagne and not even notice it. Come dance with me.
But she looks so pale.
Oh, there's always rouge.
Personally, Carl, mon ami, I find her paleness becoming. Well, if you will not dance with Suzanne, come listen to Major Fall. Did you know that he lived 3 years in Castro's Cuba, disguised as a bearded lady?
Utterly charming.
Oh, Carl, darling, I'm getting jealous of Bettina. I want you to concentrate on me.
And I will, Suzanne. But there's a drugstore in the shopping plaza open all night. I could run down there and pick up some aspirin.
I'm sure it's not necessary.
Suzanne, I want to do something for you.
For me? Or for Bettina?
For all of you. But I can help Bettina now because she's in pain. I'll be back before you miss me.
Oh, impossible, Carl. Hurry back. Hurry back, darling.
Hurry back. That's what they said, hurry back. And I did hurry. But it was no good. I couldn't find the apartment again.
Why not?
You know the size of Park City, acres of buildings, miles of sections, wings, halls, all alike. Why didn't I remember to ask where I was?
Did you go home and wait for them to call you again?
Of course, but why should they give me another chance? They think I ran out on them. Eddie, I left the real me with them in that apartment. I left the person I always knew I could be if I only had the right chance. That night was my right chance. Oh, you should have seen me and heard me.
Well, take it easy, Carl.
I can't. Not until I find them again. Now that I know what I could be, I can't go back to what I was.
Look, if you don't remember the building and didn't see the number of the apartment and don't know any of the people's last names, how are you going to find them?
What do you think I was doing in the halls when you found me? I was walking and listening. I did it night after night, hearing the conversations and the running water and the crying babies. But I wasn't interested. I wasn't listening. I know those people's lives, and I don't want them. I was listening for the other, the party sounds.
Well, how do you know they're having another party?
They have them all the time. Any hour, spur of the moment, fun stuff. Listen, Eddie, you know how thin the walls are in Park City and how far the sound carries. If I could hear the daily little noises of the people all around me so well, don't you think I'd be able to hear a party from a long way off?
Yeah, but you could... No, they're ready for us at the desk. We better go.
Eddie, what are you going to say about me?
If the police book you, if the House Committee kicked you out of your apartment in Park City, would it matter so much?
Oh, dear Lord.
Well, you got along before. You got along for 38 years.
I was half dead and didn't know it, but I know it now.
So if it happened, what would you do?
Oh, what's the difference? Nothing would matter then. I don't care about jail. I don't care if I lose my job. I have only one thing to care about: staying in Park City until I find my golden people again. Eddie, would it sound too melodramatic if I said my life was in your hands?
I already figured that. But you gotta realize my position, Carl. I have a job. I was doing it when I brought you in on a complaint. I could lose my job, too.
Okay, Eddie, forget it.
This is true, what you've been telling me. You swear you didn't dream it?
It's the realest thing that ever happened to me in my life.
Yeah. I'd like to help you, Carl, but
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks for listening. Tell the police anything you want to. You don't owe me anything. You don't even know me.
In a funny way, I do.
Okay, Halloran, you can bring that guy in now.
All right, Lieutenant. All right. I mean, all right for you too, Carl. I'll square the rap for you.
But Eddie, what will you say?
You just shut up. I'll think of something. Maybe I'll tell them they withdrew the complaint.
Well, you'd be taking an awful chance.
Well, somebody's got to look after a screwball like you. Imagine a grown man telling a story like that about a place like Park City. They'd suspect you of all kinds of crazy things. Now, look. I know I can't keep you from haunting those halls at night, but for gosh sakes, promise me one thing, that you'll be careful. Oh, and if you ever do find that crazy party and those golden people of yours, maybe, just maybe ask him if I can tend bar or something.
Theater 5 has presented The Fun Party, written by Phyllis Cole and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, George Petrie, Gil Mack, Bryna Rayburn, Cliff Carpenter, and Connie Lemke. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your Access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.